Name? Jiang Bai. Age? Did you miss my invitation to my 18th birthday party last month or something? Talk properly. Gender? Should I take another look? Old Ma. Why are you pulling off your belt? Let's talk this out. Corporal punishment against trainees is prohibited in this camp. Snap! The belt whipped through the air, leaving a blur, but the teenager nimbly dodged it, hitting nothing but air. The boy known as Jiang Bai was 180 cm tall, lean, loved to smile, and had a pair of shifty eyes that sparkled with a clever, mischievous intelligence. After easily dodging the belt, Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow and barked angrily, "Old Ma, you're actually serious about this?" The instructor pulled back his belt with a gloomy expression, handed a file to Jiang Bai, and said in a deep voice, "Read this file." Jiang Bai took the file and recited it casually. On May 23, 2025, a man in Florida was struck in the head by a meteorite. He miraculously survived and awakened the ability to control objects from a distance, calling himself Saint Adam. Starting with this event, the world saw the first explosion of supernatural phenomena. In 7 days, over 3,000 supernatural events occurred, and nearly 1,000 superpowered individuals were born. A week later, all supernatural phenomena suddenly vanished, and all superpowered individuals died suddenly. The outbreak and disappearance of these phenomena ebbed and flowed like a tide, thus it became known as the first mystery tide. On November 19, 2025, the second mystery tide arrived. The second mystery tide was wider in range and higher in frequency. To deal with various emergencies, countries established supernatural organizations to maintain social order. Jiang Bai couldn't help but look up at the instructor, his eyes seemingly asking, "Isn't this common knowledge? Who are you reading this for?" The second mystery tide only lasted half a year, resulting in over 1 million superpowered individuals. When the second mystery tide ended, over 99.99% of those powered individuals died suddenly or went missing. Even the lucky ones who survived often became senile or suffered mental breakdowns. Millions died overnight, causing huge global devastation. People fell into panic, filled with fear toward the unknown mysterious power. And all of this happened over a decade ago. 4 years ago, the third mystery tide arrived. Superpowered individuals emerged one after another, and now, the registered count alone is over 100 million. Last year, Jiang Bai, just before coming of age, accidentally revealed that he had become a superpowered individual. Based on his aptitude, he was specially recruited into the training camp, becoming one of Old Ma's trainees, where he would undergo 2.5 years of intensive training. Noticing Jiang Bai's questioning look, Old Ma said impatiently, "Read the rest." Jiang Bai flipped to the end of the file and read the last line. Disclaimer: I voluntarily join this program and assume all responsibilities and consequences myself. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. What kind of trap is this? This is such a scam. Read the middle part you skipped. Old Ma couldn't take it anymore. He snatched the file back, pointed at the middle section, and growled. According to the latest research, the third mystery tide is highly likely to end within half a year. The mystery tide is about to end? There have been 3 mystery tides in total. The first time no one survived. The second time, the mortality rate exceeded 99.99%. The third time, as of now, it doesn't look like it will be much different from the previous 2. The third mystery tide is about to end, and all superpowered individuals are facing a life or death choice. How to survive in this crappy era is the most important thing everyone needs to consider. How does that line go? To be or not to be? That is the question. Looking at the solemn expression on Jiang Bai's face, Old Ma nodded with satisfaction. Even though this kid is usually disrespectful, he is composed enough when things get real. He hadn't misjudged him. After waiting a moment, Old Ma asked, "Jiang Bai, what are you thinking about?" Jiang Bai replied instinctively, "I was thinking that I don't want to die a virgin." "Ah, no, Old Ma. I mean, instructor, I was thinking about how to use my remaining time to break through my own limitations and accomplish something more meaningful in the limited time I have, so I don't leave any regrets. Old Ma. This kid is beyond saving. Old Ma pointed at the file and read, "This is a top-secret experimental plan that requires recruiting qualified superpowered individuals. The plan is simple. Before the mystery tide ends, we will select those with sufficient potential, seal your supernatural abilities, and put you in a state of suspended animation to survive the gap between the tides. Like hibernation for animals during winter, the period when the tide fades will be a long winter. Many will die, but you will have a chance to live. Kid, do you understand?" Jiang Bai asked back, "What is the cost of the seal?" "The first law of mystery tides. Everything requires an equivalent exchange. Since it's a seal, there must be a price to pay." Old Ma said softly, "To be out of touch with the times and lost in time, that is the most brutal cost." Jiang Bai fell silent. 13 years passed between the second and third mystery tides. No one knows when the next one will come. Old Ma's point hit the nail on the head. Time is the greatest price this plan demands. Holding the file, Jiang Bai could smell the impending storm, and a suffocating sense of pressure washed over him. We can't seal those who are too powerful. Those who are too old won't work, and those with physical defects won't either. Regardless, spots are extremely limited, and the screening criteria are very strict. You're lucky to have been selected. They told me to convince you to join." Old Ma pulled out a traditional cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a ring of smoke. "Even though you're shameless, never say a sensible thing, fearless of everything, have weak abilities, and couldn't find a single redeeming quality in you to praise." Jiang Bai's fists tightened. "You're speaking in rhymes? Are you performing stand-up comedy?" He stared at Old Ma, waiting for him to say the word but. As everyone knows, you don't need to listen to anything said before but. But. Old Ma took another drag of his cigarette and said with emotion, "Among all the trainees in this batch, I have the most faith in you." He crushed the cigarette butt, walked up to Jiang Bai, and patted his shoulder. "How you decide is entirely up to you. The organization won't force anyone." After saying that, he saluted Jiang Bai. This conversation didn't feel like persuasion, but more like a casual introduction. Old Ma handed the power of choice over to Jiang Bai himself. Jiang Bai stood at attention and returned the salute. "Yes, instructor. You may leave now." After seeing Jiang Bai out, Old Ma called in the next trainee and spoke with earnestness. "You know, among all the trainees in this batch, I have the most faith in you. Old Ma, you haven't closed the door yet. Get out." After leaving the office, Jiang Bai clutched the file, grumbling as he walked down the hallway. This mystery tide is like a game. Test the internal beta. Then they ban the players' accounts. The second beta ends and they ban those accounts too. No idea how many accounts they'll ban this third beta. When is the open beta coming? After grumbling, Jiang Bai casually opened the file. Task number 2. Security clearance, top secret. Task details. Use all existing resources to transition the most potential superpowered individuals into an inactive state to avoid the secondary disasters caused by the end of the third mystery tide and wait for the arrival of the next one. By the end of the fifth mystery tide, everyone might be dead. Before then, we still have time to complete our mission. Task goal: completely resolve the disaster caused by the mystery tide and save all of humanity. Task codename Cicada. The Cicada project is essentially a high-stakes cryostasis for humanity. By choosing to hibernate, these characters aren't just saving themselves, they are betting their entire youth on a future that might not exist. Special training camp, conference room. 2 cups of tea sat on the long table, the tea leaves rising and falling in the water as steam drifted slowly upward, yet the atmosphere in the room was exceptionally oppressive. Behind one of the cups sat a middle-aged man with a short crew cut, a square face with sharp, defined features, and a stern expression. He wore a military green short-sleeved shirt, with nothing superfluous on him, his entire demeanor radiating a sense of decisive, lethal authority. A terrifying scar stretched from the corner of his left eye down to his neck. It was hard to imagine what kind of monster could have left such a horrific mark. Even more terrifying was the fact that the man had survived such an injury. The moment the man spoke, the entire room seemed to be swept into a storm. Why Jiangbai? Instructor Ma, sitting opposite the man, simply kept his head lowered, staring quietly at his tea without saying a word. Do you know what the Cicada Project means? The man said coldly. Exhausting the resources of the entire nation, even the entire world, the Cicada Project has fewer than 20 spots. Our country only received 9. There were thousands of candidates sent in from all over, so what right does Jiangbai have to join the Cicada Project? Instructor Ma suddenly interrupted him, bringing up an unrelated matter. Do you still remember Cold Cicada? Cold Cicada? Is Jiangbai the son of Cold Cicada? The man arched his brows, his expression softening slightly, his tone no longer as harsh as before. Cold Cicada, a mysterious powerhouse who rose to prominence 3 years ago. Male, aged 40 to 45, skilled in using a long spear. He has handled one world-ending disaster alone, assisted in another, handled 12 city-destroying disasters alone, and killed or arrested 126 human-level Esper criminals. The man was very familiar with these details, reciting them by heart. Without a doubt, Cold Cicada was a legendary figure. In terms of combat power, he was no less than himself. In terms of achievements, he was his equal. It was just that there had been no news of Cold Cicada for nearly a year. Rumors everywhere suggested that Cold Cicada had died in his last disaster. He had been caught up in a world-ending disaster, and although he prevented the catastrophe, he had vanished without a trace. He was likely dead. After all, that was a world-ending disaster. If Jiangbai was the son of Cold Cicada, even if Jiangbai's own potential was limited, the nation had a duty and obligation to look after him simply based on the contributions his father had made. After thinking for a moment, the man said slowly, "If he is the descendant of Cold Cicada, he doesn't need to join the Cicada Project at all. I can extract his abilities. The process won't be too painful. After the mysterious tide ends, he can live a good life, and I can even help him replace his abilities." You still don't understand the situation. Old Ma interrupted him. He is not the son of Cold Cicada. He is Cold Cicada. Impossible. The man stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the entire room to tremble, and countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the windows of the conference room. This is impossible. Control your emotions. Old May had already retreated to the door at some point, watching the man vigilantly, holding his belt with one hand and pulling up his pants with the other. Do you want to get everyone here killed? After the mysterious tide appeared, countless superpowered individuals were born, and the man before him was among the very best. His existence was even referred to as a strategic weapon, a national treasure. It was precisely because of this terrifying combat power, coupled with his proud achievements, that the man was qualified to participate in the Cicada Project and even question Jiangbai's eligibility. Espers, while mastering terrifying power, are themselves unstable factors. If the man in front of him were to go berserk, no more than 5 people in the entire training camp would survive. Old Ma believed that Jiangbai would definitely be one of the survivors. The man took a deep breath, slowly calming himself down. As that terrifying aura receded, the fine cracks on the windows also recovered bit by bit, as if they had never appeared. Noticing this detail, Old Ma's expression sank even further. This guy, he's even stronger now. The man sat back down and said coldly, "Without proof, why should I believe he is Cold Cicada? Besides, the timeline doesn't match. 3 years ago, he was only 15. Cold Cicada's rise to fame was a battle against a foreign powerhouse, and the opponent was certain that Cold Cicada was a middle-aged man over 40. Can you let someone finish their sentence?" Old Ma said with dissatisfaction while putting his belt back on. Cold Cicada is not just one person. To be precise, Jiangbai is the 3rd generation of Cold Cicada. Cold Cicada is not just one person. Hearing this, the man fell into deep thought. The first generation of Cold Cicada lost contact during his first time handling a world-ending disaster. When Old Ma mentioned this, his eyes were filled with pain. He said slowly, "The second generation of Cold Cicada was seriously injured while handling a city-destroying disaster. He was accidentally saved by Jiang Bai and chose to pass the legacy of Cold Cicada to him. He is the third generation. Jiang Bai was the only one who participated in the last world-ending disaster. No one knows how he stopped it, but he survived, though he must have paid a heavy price." The man looked out the window. Empty words are not proof. Even with Instructor Ma's guarantee, the man found it hard to believe. The best way was to have a spar with Jiang Bai. Whether he is Cold Cicada or not, a fight will tell. You cannot fight him. We cannot determine what price Jiang Bai paid during the last disaster. He hasn't used his powers. This training camp was built for Jiang Bai. From instructors to students, more than half are his bodyguards, and the other half probably are too. To persuade the man, Old Ma had to play his trump card. He took a deep breath, unbuckled his belt, snapped it in half, and placed it on the table. The man looked at the belt buckle. It was hollow and contained half a spearhead. The man's pupils constricted as he recognized it. "This is Cold Cicada's spear?" "That's right," Old Ma said in a deep voice. "I am the second generation of Cold Cicada. The first generation was my father. You can check the files. It says he died of illness 3 years ago, but in reality, he went missing. The appearance of Cold Cicada was not a coincidence. We needed more flexible power to deal with supernatural disasters. After my father gained his abilities, he received approval to become the first Cold Cicada. After he went missing, I briefly took on the role to find him, until I passed the title to Jiang Bai." Listening to Old Ma, the man's expression was uncertain. If Cold Cicada had been one person all along, with such achievements, he would indeed be qualified to join the Cicada Project. But there were 3 generations of Cold Cicada, and although Jiang Bai handled a world-ending disaster, there was no record of the process. Things were getting more complicated, and the man was still hesitant. Seeing the man's hesitation, Instructor Ma took out an envelope and pushed it across the table to him. "This is the final answer from the chief." He believed the contents would be enough to convince the man. The man stood up, held the envelope with both hands, and opened it solemnly. There was only one short sentence in the envelope. "It is not that Jiang Bai joined the Cicada Project, but that the Cicada Project was designed for Jiang Bai." The man stared at the content on the envelope, falling into a long silence. He had reversed the cause and effect. The moment he picked up the envelope, a portion of top-secret files was opened to him, and a stream of information flooded his mind. Jiang Bai's mother was already an Esper when she gave birth to him. That was the first mysterious tide. In other words, Jiang Bai might have inherited his superpowered abilities. He survived the end of the second mysterious tide, making him 1 in a million. During the third mysterious tide, Jiang Bai gained another superpowered ability. He had at least 3 abilities. Under 18, involved in all 3 mysterious tides, handled a world-ending disaster alone. The secrets Jiang Bai held clearly exceeded the man's imagination. This letter had thoroughly convinced him. If Jiang Bai wasn't qualified to join the Cicada Project, then no one was. After an unknown amount of time, the man folded the envelope, carefully tucked it into his pocket, turned, and strode out of the conference room. Instructor Ma followed behind him, shouting, "What are you planning to do?" "I have my own mission." The man paused, looked out the window again, and his gaze landed on Jiang Bai on the playground. "Aside from executing my mission, I will survive. I will use every means to survive, until the day the Cicada Project succeeds." With that, his figure completely disappeared outside the door. 1 week later, at a secret underground base, Jiang Bai completed his final preparations and officially launched the Cicada Project. Nutrient solution flooded the sealed chamber, but Jiang Bai felt no suffocation, following previous instructions to seal his abilities bit by bit. This process was incredibly long. A day later, one participant successfully sealed their abilities. A week later, 2 more participants succeeded. 3 months later, all participants except Jiang Bai had successfully sealed their abilities. Half a year later, on the last day before the mysterious tide ended, Jiang Bai completely sealed his final bit of power. A final thought flashed through Jiang Bai's mind. Since I have 3 abilities, it took me longer to seal them. Does that mean it will take me longer to wake up? Oh no, I'm still a... Soon, this thought sank into endless darkness along with his consciousness. Dark. Damn dark. The eternal, boundless darkness lasted for an unknown amount of time, until a faint light pierced the darkness, lighting up the world once again. Jiang Bai opened his eyes slowly. Everything before him seemed exceptionally strange. Things overlapped and swayed in his vision, then slowly became clear. A voice came to his ears. Comrade, comrade. Jiang Bai's consciousness cleared up. Did the Cicada project succeed? Has the 4th mysterious tide arrived? There was a small problem, a very small problem. I promise everything is under control. A researcher in a white coat, wearing a forced smile, reached out to the newly awakened Jiang Bai. Comrade, welcome to the era of the 5th mysterious tide. The reveal of the 5th tide changes everything. By framing the Cicada project not as a training camp, but as a desperate survival mechanism against evolutionary entropy, the narrative shifts from typical superpower tropes to a complex study of human endurance and the high cost of playing God with fate. The 5th mystery tide? Jiang Bai paused, then subconsciously asked, wait, that's not right. Wasn't it supposed to be the 4th mystery tide? Did I oversleep? Didn't I set an alarm? Ahem, a little surprise. Just a small surprise. The man in the white coat reached out to pull Jiang Bai out of the chamber. Jiang Bai felt like his bones were rusted. With even the slightest movement, they made a clicking sound. I already gave you a physical exam. Your body functions are very well preserved. The discomfort you're feeling now is a self-protection mechanism. The man in the white coat brought over a chair and helped Jiang Bai sit down, and the dizziness slowly faded away. Jiang Bai immediately scanned his surroundings. Dim lights, a ceiling covered in dust, an empty room. Looking at the environment, Jiang Bai's heart sank. Did the Cicada plan fail? The man in the white coat handed him a glass of water and said enthusiastically, Comrade, welcome to the 9th Research Institute. The 9th Research Institute? Jiang Bai was certain this was not part of the plan. Jiang Bai took the water but didn't drink it, instead murmuring to himself. No established waking protocol, no logistics team, everything is in disarray. You keep calling me comrade, but you don't even know my name, do you? Comrade, that is a very sharp observation. The man in the white coat gave a sheepish laugh. I thought that in your era, people preferred the term comrade. Jiang Bai didn't deny it, but pressed on. Just tell me the time. How long has it been since the 3rd mystery tide? A long time? The enthusiastic smile froze on the man's face. His expression stiffened, his eyes darted away, and for a moment he stammered, unable to speak a complete sentence. Clearly he knew the answer, but was afraid to say it out loud. Perhaps the answer was too shocking, or too absurd, and he feared the other party couldn't handle it. Jiang Bai held the water with both hands and said sternly, In our era, one must trust their comrades. Hearing this, the man in the white coat became serious as well, and said with a bitter tone, Comrade, it has already been 100 years since the 3rd mystery tide ended. 1 to 100 years, huh? Jiang Bai took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, keeping his pain hidden. He had thought he was well prepared. Even if the world had turned upside down and everything he knew was gone, he still had the confidence to start over and restore the old land. But now, 200 years, that is enough time to erase most traces of civilization. The fact that Jiang Bai could wake up after 200 years was a miracle in itself. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Bai looked very relaxed. So, it's been 6,000 years of Chinese civilization now. The kid's history books must be much thicker. All the things he had experienced had become just a sentence or two in history for future generations to study. Even at a time like this, Jiang Bai was still in the mood to joke. Perhaps the remark old Ma made in his file was right. In a dark age, you need a little bit of optimism. The man in the white coat hesitated for a moment, then corrected him. There are no history books left. Historical records are extremely precious. How should I put it? You entered the seal before the end of the third mystery tide, right? I'll start from there. The man in the white coat pulled up a chair, sat beside Jiang Bai and said, when the third mystery tide ended, over 90% of the superhumans had died. Those who survived entered a state of runaway powers. They had to struggle to survive while fighting against their out-of-control abilities. Fortunately, this state didn't last too long because the fourth mystery tide came soon after. The fourth tide lasted for an entire 1,000 years. There are no historical records from that millennium. No one knows what happened during that time. It was a dark age, an age without hope. By the time humanity saw the light again, it was 1,000 years later, which is now the era of the fifth mystery tide. A dark millennium? Jiang Bai asked, puzzled. No survivors, no memories, no written records? Sounds unbelievable, right? The man in the white coat gave a bitter laugh. An entire city of people would suddenly wake up to find themselves living in a strange city, with all their previous memories gone. This happened all over the world. We believe this was a side effect of the fourth mystery tide's retreat. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. If amnesia was a side effect of the tide retreating, that made sense. After all, the previous tides always had a death toll. Jiang Bai asked again, if human memories could be erased, what about texts and records? The man in the white coat shook his head. There were written records at the beginning. At least some people claim to have seen such things. But it seems some dark force collected all materials related to that era, deliberately covering them up and hiding the truth of history, preventing the public from knowing what exactly happened back then. At the same time, the fifth mystery tide hasn't been easy. The world has changed drastically. The wilderness has become very dangerous, and humans have had to retreat into defensive bases. Just staying alive is difficult enough. People don't have the energy to explore the lost history. Patiently listening to the overview, Jiang Bai stopped speaking and fell into thought. After a moment he said, could you leave? I want to be alone for a while. The man in the white coat, holding a dictionary, scratched his head and asked, is Jingjing a person, or do you just mean you want to be quiet for a moment? Jiang Bai. As an old-timer from a millennium ago, there was a generation gap in his communication with this person. The man in the white coat eventually left the room. Turn off the lights on your way out. Click. The light went out. The final gleam of light vanished. In the darkness, only Jiang Bai sat on the chair, lost in thought. He had long been accustomed to the dark. After who knows how long, there was movement in the darkness. Jiang Bai pulled out a digital voice recorder, one of the pieces of gear he always carried. The recorder was made of a special alloy, designed with its lifespan in mind. Even after 1,000 years, it should still work, right? Jiang Bai was not entirely sure himself. The guy who designed this recorder was a lunatic. He said he would use the best materials to make it indestructible, that not even a nuclear bomb could scratch it, with a lifespan starting at 10,000 years. Blah, blah, blah. In truth, given the existing technological level, that should have been impossible. Unless he had superpowers. And he did have superpowers. With a hint of apprehension, Jiang Bai pressed the button on the recorder. In the darkness, it flickered with a faint red light. Looking at the faint glow, Jiang Bai could not stop himself from trembling, and his eyes welled up with tears. Like him, this pen came from 200 years ago, from the same era, here for the same mission. The four characters finally echoed. Accompanied by Jiang Bai's breathing, a low voice resonated in the room, captured by the recorder. I am Jiang Bai, Executing Mission 002. Mission objectives remain incomplete. Mission is still ongoing. Waking up after 12 centuries proves that Jiang Bai is not just a survivor, he is a living relic. The historical erasure suggests a systemic manipulation, a trope often used to explore how societies construct collective amnesia to maintain control. As we see him cling to his recording device, it highlights a classic psychological defense mechanism, anchoring one's identity to the past to endure an unrecognizable future. Is this mission truly about saving the world, or has it evolved into a lonely crusade against a forgotten history? The man in the white coat stood outside the door, scratching his head with an embarrassed look. He had black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, with messy bedhead hair and gold-rimmed glasses, giving him the air of a nerdy scholar. He wasn't very tall, about 1.78 meters, and the white lab coat he wore didn't fit quite right, making him look a bit comical. Not far from the man in the white coat stood a little girl. She was 1.5 meters, exactly the height of a corporal. She had white hair and black eyes, with slightly curled hair falling to her shoulders. Dressed in blue robes and boots, her cuteness was tempered by a cold, standoffish demeanor. The little girl spoke with a hint of a milky tone, her voice filled with reproach. "Director, you shouldn't have told him about the time. He might not be able to accept the current reality." The director in the white coat clutched his messy hair with both hands, looking distressed and conflicted as he stammered out, But, he told me to trust my comrade." In that conflicted tone, there was even a touch of joy and pride. "Trust your comrade." Those 3 words meant the other party had accepted the director's status. Those who share the same path are called comrades. We are comrades now. The feeling of being accepted is wonderful. Fine. You've already said it anyway. I never expected you to keep your mouth shut when I told you to go welcome him. The girl in the blue robe waved her hand and spoke like an old soul. "The most important thing right now is to keep him alive." The director immediately replied, "I've checked him myself. His body is perfectly healthy and he's fully conscious. Even though his superpowers are still sealed, his physical safety should be guaranteed." "That's not what I'm talking about." The girl snapped. "I'm worried he'll commit suicide, understand? If you woke up and found that 1 to 100 years had passed, you didn't know a single soul here, and the world had become incredibly dangerous, could you accept it? How long would it take you to adapt? What if your faith collapsed? I went through so much trouble to save him. If he dies, all the money I spent goes down the drain." The director was choked by her words and didn't know how to respond for a moment, left only to fret and scratch at his messy hair. He wanted to say that he felt this comrade wasn't that fragile, as the man seemed quite optimistic. But the director was afraid that this optimism was just the man's camouflage. Suddenly, a third voice sounded in the room. "There is no need to worry about suicide." Jiang Bai had appeared at the door at some point, his expression stern as he said, "I still have one thing left to do. Before I finish that, I cannot die." As he spoke, his expression was exceptionally serious, and there was a sacred quality about him, as if he bore a divine mission. This mission was higher than life, higher than everything. The director and the girl were stunned by his aura, momentarily left speechless. A few seconds later, the director asked weakly, Comrade, may I ask, what is this task?" Jiang Bai replied fluently, "To use the remaining time to break through my own limitations and achieve something more valuable within the time I have left, striving to leave no regrets." After saying this, he didn't forget to add, "Due to security needs, that is all I can reveal to you. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, the director felt a sense of awe. As expected of an old comrade from 1 to 100 years ago, his ideological awareness is truly high. Even the girl felt somewhat ashamed, bowing her head with a slight flush on her cheeks. The man had such high awareness, yet she had been doubting if he would kill himself out of faith collapse. A sense of shame at measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty person's yardstick welled up in her. The old comrade from 1 to 100 years ago had given the two of them a little shock from his era. A moment later, The director's inner excitement finally calmed down. "Comrade, are you feeling better now?" Jiang Bai nodded and asked, "Yes, I heard you say earlier that there is more than one person like me." The Cicada plan was top secret. Even though Jiang Bai was a participant, his clearance was limited. He could only access information about participants from his own country. Jiang Bai remembered that there were 9 people from his country participating in the Cicada plan, and he could recite everyone's file by heart. If those people were like him, it was possible they could also wake up in this era. One of the 4 great joys in life is meeting an old friend in a distant land. Jiang Bai was now essentially a stranger in a strange land. If he could have news of people from home, that would be for the best. This is a bit complicated to explain. The director would scratch his head whenever he got nervous. "Comrade, I don't know why you were sealed. Based on the information we have, we can only infer that you participated in a highly classified project. As far as we know, there weren't many participants in this project, and even fewer people knew about it. However, one thing is certain. A total of 18 chambers of the type that held you were found. 17 of them were already empty. They were empty even before the 5th mystical tide arrived." "Is that so?" Jiang Bai's gaze darkened, lost in thought. The Cicada plan had no more than 20 spots. Jiang Bai's power was the strongest, so his sealing took the longest, and the time required for him to wake up was also the longest. In other words, the other 17 people successfully woke up at the right time? If they all succeeded, why did the world end up like this? Jiang Bai shook his head slightly. Regardless of whether the previous 17 succeeded in waking up, from the perspective of the outcome, the Cicada plan was infinitely close to failure. They failed to complete the plan to save all of humanity. Now this heavy burden had fallen on Jiang Bai's shoulders alone. Bzzt. As the 3 were talking, the light overhead made an unusual noise. The next second, the entire room was plunged into darkness. In the dark, Jiang Bai held the voice recorder, the only weapon he had available, and watched his surroundings vigilantly. Enemy attack! Already? He had just woken up. The Cicada plan was nearly a failure, and Jiang Bai might be the last ember, the sole executor of this salvation plan. Calling himself a savior would be no exaggeration. Under such a dire situation, the enemy had still found them immediately and launched an attack on Jiang Bai. This just goes to show Jiang Bai's importance. However, it doesn't matter. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes. No matter who the enemy was, he was confident he could repel them. This was the confidence his 3 abilities gave him. At this moment, the training Jiang Bai had received at the special training camp kicked in. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Bai lunged forward in the dark, precisely shielding the director and the girl, whispering instructions to them. "Stick to the wall and keep yourselves safe." Every move, every reaction was textbook perfection, flawless. Even if the legendary Old Ma saw this, he'd have to give Jiang Bai a perfect score for this reaction. It's not an enemy attack. The director, protected behind Jiang Bai, scratched his head and said sheepishly, "We didn't pay the electric bill, the power is out." Jiang Bai, director. Holding his voice recorder in a combat-ready stance, Jiang Bai didn't know what to do with himself. The power is out? In the darkness, only the sound of 3 people breathing rose and fell, making the situation incredibly awkward. To break the awkward silence, the director decided to say something. What would be good to say? He cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Welcome to the 9th Research Institute." Jiang Bai's tactical reaction to a power outage is a brilliant display of the sunk cost fallacy in action. He treats a mundane utility failure like a global security crisis, because his entire existence is framed by a high-stakes, save-the-world mission. This comedic juxtaposition highlights how deeply trauma and conditioning can distort a person's situational awareness. Is he overcompensating, or is his hypervigilance the only thing keeping him grounded in this unfamiliar century? The contrast between his heroic posturing and the reality of a missing electricity bill perfectly sets the tone for the absurdity he must now navigate. Jiang Bai calculated everything, but he never accounted for the power outage. Listening to the director and the little girl chat earlier, the girl did mention that they spent a lot of money to wake themselves up. At the mention of money, several sets of geographical coordinates immediately flashed through Jiang Bai's mind. These were backup resource depots containing sufficient supplies. The Cicada plan had considered all sorts of accidents, including mission failure, incorrect awakening sites, and loss of contact with participants, and had established backup plans for each. It remains to be seen whether these resources are still usable, as the backup plans also have expiration dates. After all, no one ever expected that 200 years would have passed. Oh wait, the madman who designed the voice recorder did. But his only contribution to the Cicada plan was creating an indestructible voice recorder. Since the status of the backup resources is still uncertain, mentioning them now would just give false hope. It might turn out to be nothing in the end, so it is better to wait until Jiang Bai is certain. Executing a mission alone in a world a millennium later, Jiang Bai keeps his instructor's teachings in mind. Think twice before acting. Even when facing the director, Jiang Bai has not let down his necessary guard. After all, he knows far too little about this world 100 years later. Do not seek to harm others, but never fail to protect yourself. Jiang Bai stayed silent and followed the director and the girl through the darkness. Clearly, the two were long accustomed to such sudden power cuts. They navigated the corridors with skillful twists and turns, needing no lighting at all. As they walked, the director comforted Jiang Bai. Don't worry, our institute only loses power during the day. Jiang Bai. Is that supposed to be good news? Power out at the research institute during the day, lights out at night. Who needs electricity anyway? Bending down to exit the tunnel, the trio emerged onto a vast, abandoned playground. It was just before dawn, and the sky was gray, looking as if it were sulking at the three of them. The playground was overgrown with weeds, yet it was unnervingly quiet. No wind, no rustling grass, no insect chirps. They seemed to have arrived in a land of deathly silence, where only death itself was eternal. The scene before him felt both familiar and alien, a desolate apocalyptic chill washing over him, deepening Jiang Bai's understanding of this era. The director introduced the place. This used to be a school, but rumors of it being haunted led to its abandonment. We bought the place, and there is a nuclear bunker underground that has been converted into a laboratory. Haunted? Yes, in the terms of your era, we call it paranormal phenomena. The director flipped through a dictionary, attempting to communicate with Jiang Bai. When the first mystery tide arrived, paranormal phenomena became frequent worldwide. With little understanding, many people regarded them as divine manifestations or demonic disturbances. To think that 100 years later, people still classify things they cannot understand as being haunted. Jiang Bai suddenly smiled with relief. There was a hint of ease in his smile. He finally found a small sense of home in this strange era. The director and the girl, being quite experienced, led Jiang Bai through the weeds to a small pavilion and sat around a stone table. The director turned to a page in the dictionary, and Jiang Bai glanced at it, seeing the words. Ancient communication etiquette. Upon first meeting, both parties should introduce themselves. The director scanned it and immediately got the idea. Comrade, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I am the director of the 9th Research Institute, as well as the chief research expert, the head of logistics, and... A long list of titles poured from the director's mouth. Jiang Bai finally understood and asked bluntly, the 9th Research Institute, is it just you? The director scratched his head awkwardly. No, not just me. Jiang Bai asked curiously, who else is there? The director kept scratching his head. There is also one experimental subject. The director and the girl turned their gaze toward Jiang Bai simultaneously. Jiang Bai. He never expected that he himself was a member of the 9th Research Institute. Well, great, it turns out this whole institute has a grand total of 2 people. The director is in charge of research and Jiang Bai is in charge of being researched. Jiang Bai looked at the little girl. His implication was clear. What about her? Was she not a member of the institute? The little girl in green robes tilted her head slightly and said proudly, "My name is Shan Hongyi. I am not a member of your institute. Using a term from your era, I suppose I am an investor in the institute." Jiang Bai asked irritably, "Then using a term from this era, what should I call you?" Shan Hongyi rubbed her nose and said sheepishly, "Also an investor." Jiang Bai rolled his eyes, "Then why bother saying all that?" The little girl, craning her neck, stubbornly said, "Doesn't that make me sound like I've taken history classes?" In this day and age, being able to take history classes is quite something to boast about. After all, most people struggle just to stay alive, so who has the heart to study history? Even if one wants to learn, and has the time and energy, it's hard to find history textbooks and materials. Only households of a certain standing can afford the price of letting their children study history. Your name's Shan Hongyi, yet you're wearing green robes. Jiang Bai looked the little girl up and down and asked curiously, "Do you have a sister named Shan Qingyi who likes wearing red?" The little girl's eyes lit up. "You know my sister?" Jiang Bai nodded. "If I get the chance, I definitely will. He has a mission that requires a helper." The little girl won't do. The doctor once said Jiang Bai has a weak stomach and can't handle hard food. He is better off with soft rice, living off someone else. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, the little girl giggled, as if she'd heard a massive joke, while the director shrank his neck, hesitant to speak. Since the director and Shan Hongyi had introduced themselves, it was obviously Jiang Bai's turn. He didn't hold back and stated frankly, "My surname is Jiang Bai, 18 years old. I'm afraid of school bullying. Gender, male. Single since birth. No bad habits. I own property in the capital, have a stable job with benefits, a fixed salary, and my bank account starts with 9 digits." Jiang Bai said it with great pride. In his view, as a 1,000-year-old man, having such assets is only reasonable. Even though he earned all these things over 1,000 years ago, it doesn't stop Jiang Bai from showing them off now. Shan Hongyi looked confused, not really understanding why Jiang Bai would say these things. The director flipped through the dictionary and quickly found the answer. "Got it. It says here that 200 years ago, when people went on blind dates, they would introduce themselves like this." The director and Shan Hongyi looked at each other. They wanted to get information about the mysterious project from Jiang Bai, but all he wanted to do was talk about dating? The savior of the apocalypse is a romance-brained freak? What kind of retro light novel is this? It is hard to say if that is just Jiang Bai's personality, or if it is a deliberate cover-up for core information. In any case, the two heard a bunch of nonsense, and their knowledge of Jiang Bai was limited to his name. He said a lot, yet explained nothing. "All right, I'm tired from all that talk." Jiang Bai stretched and asked, "Could you give me a brief introduction to the fifth mystery tide and the current hierarchy of ability levels?" Whether to survive or to continue the Cicada plan, Jiang Bai needs to know these things. The more chaotic the era, the more strength is needed. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. The director put down the dictionary, adjusted his glasses, and spoke methodically. In the fifth mystery tide, we divided the ability system into 3 types: heaven, earth, and human. Each type of ability has different sequential powers. Jiang Bai's dating style self-intro is a masterclass in psychological defensive maneuvering. By weaponizing absurdity and irrelevant data, he successfully keeps the researchers off balance while shielding his true strategic intent. It is a calculated move. In a world where information is the ultimate currency, maintaining an unpredictable persona is the most effective way to protect his classified mission objectives.
Superpowers are divided into 3 lineages: heaven, earth, and human. The director introduced, "Since the 4th mysterious tide is a blank spot in history, our research can only be based on the first 3 and the 5th. heaven, earth, and human actually correspond to those first three tides. The first mysterious tide represents the heaven lineage, which has 36 sequence abilities. The second mysterious tide represents the earth lineage, which has 72 sequence abilities. The third mysterious tide represents the human lineage, which has 108 sequence abilities. 3 lineages for a total of 216 sequence abilities. Is that so? Jiangbai thought to himself. 3 mysterious tides created 3 different lineages of superpowered individuals. Does that mean the 3 abilities I had before correspond to the heaven, earth, and human lineages? His 3 abilities were one of Jiangbai's ultimate trump cards. Jiangbai never expected that these 3 abilities belonged to different lineages. Does that make me a cultivator of all 3 lineages in a different sense? The director continued, generally speaking, a superpowered individual can only belong to one lineage and may possess 1 or more abilities. There are some outliers who can cultivate in 2 lineages, but they pay a heavy price for it. This situation varies from person to person. Hearing this, Jiangbai nodded slightly. It was a miracle he had survived at all. So, does that mean I belong to the human lineage? Jiangbai asked the question he cared about most. How can I unseal the powers that have been locked away? I was just about to bring that up. The director said solemnly, even though you have awakened, the powers within you are still sealed. I imagine you can feel it yourself. You're almost unable to call upon these abilities at all. Jiangbai nodded. He knew his own condition well. If it really came to a life or death struggle, Jiangbai could indeed break the seal and forcibly use that power, but there was a high probability he would die afterward. He couldn't risk his life just to break the seal. Aside from being a virgin, he hadn't even finished the Cicada plan yet. The director had prepared a solution in advance. I've compiled some information, and there are roughly 3 ways to break the seal. 1. Slow and steady. Wait for the seal to break naturally. It would take about 10 cycles of hibernation equivalent to yours, which is 12,000 years. 2. Use certain mysterious substances to loosen the seal, but these substances are incredibly expensive and far beyond what we can afford. 3. Recultivate your powers, master sequence abilities, and use your own energy to accelerate the unsealing. 3 paths lay before Jiangbai. Sacrifice his life, spend a fortune, or put in the grind. Sacrificing his life was out of the question. 12,000 years. He could wait, but human civilization couldn't. If he actually waited 18,000 years, the thought was too grim to contemplate. Spending a fortune for a research institute that can't even pay its electricity bill, money was never an option. That only left the grind. Jiangbai sighed. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. That's a universal truth in any era, even in the apocalypse. If he wanted to get strong again and reclaim his sealed power, he would have to grind. Then let's grind. Jiangbai swept away his frustration. He was refreshed and ready to go. He pulled himself together. How do I start recultivating my powers? You should know that in our era, there was no systematic way to awaken abilities. It was all down to luck. There has been a breakthrough in that research. The director flipped to a page in the dictionary and introduced. To master sequence abilities, we summarized a visualization technique. Just by visualizing the corresponding pattern in your mind, you can resonate with the energy of heaven and earth, then awaken the sequence ability, practice and strengthen it. As he spoke, the director pushed the dictionary toward Jiangbai. Jiangbai clearly saw the pattern. 2 swimming yin-yang fish. The rhythm of their movement was easy to memorize and seemed to have a magical quality. You couldn't forget it once you'd seen it. The director promised. With this visualization diagram, you awaken your abilities incredibly fast. Jiangbai didn't decide immediately and asked, are there other options? He just felt like this guy wasn't very reliable. Compared to a single option, Jiangbai preferred multiple choice questions, preferably where he could choose all of the above. None. The visualization diagram is very precious. It has a limited number of uses, and every time you use it, it fades. To dispel Jiang Bai's doubts, the director added, "Me, Hongyi, and Hongyi's sister all use this diagram to visualize. It's truly exceptionally fast." Jiang Bai was still hesitant. Shan Hongyi blinked and asked curiously, "Brother, don't you have other sequence abilities?" Hearing this, Jiang Bai fell into thought. He needed to awaken again, and he was counting on this power to break the seal and reclaim what was his. From that perspective, the speed of awakening determined how soon he could break the seal. This visualization diagram was exactly what he needed. With his mind made up, Jiang Bai took action. As the sun rose, he sat cross-legged on the concrete floor and began to visualize the pattern in his mind. The two yin-yang fish swam in his mind, perfectly in sync with the rhythm of his breathing. Soon, Jiang Bai felt a warm current flow into his body, surging up his spine to the back of his head. Within a few breaths, a familiar power returned to his body. He had mastered an ability again. He did it. Relying on the diagram, Jiang Bai successfully awakened a sequence ability in less than a minute, becoming a superpowered individual once again and stepping back onto the path of cultivation. Jiang Bai opened his eyes, let out a breath of stale air, and immediately started familiarizing himself with his newly acquired ability. Human lineage. Jiang Bai wasn't surprised by this result. The director had explained it clearly during the introduction. Heaven, earth, and human lineages correspond to the first, second, and third mysterious tides respectively. Jiang Bai's last awakening happened during the third mysterious tide, which corresponds to the human lineage. Therefore, it was logical that he would awaken as a human lineage superpowered individual after his visualization, and there was no flaw in that. There was only one small problem. Human lineage sequence periodic table. Sequence abilities are fixed. The human lineage has 108 kinds, and they are compiled into a periodic table based on their power. That was very scientific. Jiang Bai counted from the first, swept through most of the list, but couldn't find his ability. His expression began to darken. The higher the sequence number, the weaker the ability, with both a low ceiling and low floor. The human lineage only has 108 abilities. Those ranked after 90 are basically indistinguishable from trash. 100 years ago, Jiang Bai possessed 3 abilities, enough to protect himself even against an extinction-level catastrophe. How glorious was that? A young man with a fast horse, roaming the world in a life of style. Now, he stepped back onto the path of cultivation, only to end up with a loser script. Do not look down on a young man for being poor. Who the hell has ever seen a 18-year-old youth? Is this supposed to be a youth? Let's fast forward directly to the tears of a tomb robber. Finally, Jiang Bai found his ability at the very end of the periodic table. Human lineage sequence number 107 stop. 108 sequence abilities, and he was the second to last. Jiang Bai looked up at the director with a resentful expression and asked sincerely, "Is your visualization diagram toxic or something?" The director replied righteously, "Just tell me if the visualization was fast or not." 和産経を集的他者等背名一尺で穴的知能、合波的らさ感性順営者者集中的技能気将来、在神秘が来るか、空王王受精躯体語来る体系、小所在流や保本、普通世系、救急精鋭的高な心。For the first time in his life, Jiang Bai understood the truth that a man should not be too fast. It is just a pity that he realized it too late, and the price was too painful. The director quickly explained, "You already awakened a sequence ability during the third mysterious tide. This is not your first awakening. Regarding secondary awakenings, the stronger the sequence ability from the first awakening, the weaker the second one will be, because powerful sequence abilities are mutually exclusive. This theory is still in the validation stage, and I was worried about affecting your mindset, so I did not mention it beforehand." Listening to the director's explanation, Jiang Bai nodded slightly to show his understanding. The sequence ability he awakened before was indeed very strong. From another perspective, the weaker the sequence ability Jiang Bai awakened this time, the stronger he must have been before. Although Old Ma never said a single good word about Jiang Bai, he emphasized one point in Jiang Bai's file. Jiang Bai is optimistic by nature. No matter what happens, he can always adjust his mindset in the shortest possible time and respond positively. Even if the Cicada project neared failure and Jiang Bai slept for 100 years, after waking up, he was still like nothing had happened, eating and drinking as usual. Compared to being sealed for 200 years, awakening the second-to-last sequence ability was no big deal to Jiang Bai at all. He quickly turned his attention to the ability to familiarize himself with it as soon as possible and maximize his combat power. Interrupt can interrupt sequence abilities or actions. After a successful interruption, you gain a small amount of energy recovery and a stat boost. Sequence abilities or powers were nothing new to Jiang Bai. 200 years ago, he was already one of the top power users on this land. If you look at sequence abilities as skills, the effect of interrupt is like a spellcast interruption. Success restores blue mana and increases the maximum mana pool. Huh. Jiang Bai opened his eyes again, his expression full of confusion. According to my understanding, interrupt should count as a growth type skill, so why is its ranking so low? As a veteran player of the Dog Head Forum, someone who occupied 5 ban slots for years, Jiang Bai would hold any growth-type ability in high regard. This question happened to fall within the director's area of expertise. He put down the dictionary and answered fluently. Because the effort and the return are not proportional. The mana consumed to cast interrupt is too much, the success rate is too low, the mana recovered is too little, and the increase in the mana cap is extremely weak. If you have the time for this, you might as well spend it meditating for a while. The improvement is faster. Got it. Jiang Bai nodded and muttered to himself. High mana cost, long cooldown, tiny benefit. Even a dog wouldn't play this. Jiang Bai's evaluation was inferior to a dog head. Jiang Bai quickly came up with a new idea. The effect of interrupt is to cancel a cast, so what would happen if I used interrupt on myself while I was using it? Shanhongdi? Director? The two stared at each other, unable to speak for a moment. Shanhongyi asked hesitantly, why would you have such a crazy thought? Using your own sequence ability on yourself. What for? Suicide. Does this guy still have suicidal tendencies? The director kept his head down, frantically flipping through the dictionary, hoping to find some useful information. Jiang Bai saw terms like bug exploiting, lunatic, and regular medication popping up. The final answer the director got was, he got it from reading web novels. Apparently, Jiang Bai had seen protagonists use skills to exploit bugs in some web novels and subconsciously wanted to imitate them. The director said earnestly, Jiang Bai, read fewer web novels. Mentioning web novels, Jiang Bai's eyes lit up, and he remembered something. I have the entirety of Battle Through the Heavens memorized. Do you want to see it? 200 years have passed, and many precious historical documents have been lost. This is both a loss and an opportunity. Before joining the Cicada project, Jiang Bai stayed up all night reading web novels, just for this moment. Become a literary plagiarist, make a fortune, lift the power seal, reach the peak of life, and break through his own limitations. The director smiled bitterly. The servers of several major web novel sites were excavated by archaeologists. People initially thought they contained cultivation manuals, and various factions fought tooth and nail over them, resulting in countless casualties. It wasn't until the data was decrypted that people realized it was all a farce, leaving behind only ruins. As for the Battle Through the Heavens you mentioned, it's famous on every leaderboard. Over the struggle for that book alone, hundreds of transcendent warriors died, and even divine generals fell. Jiang Bai? Taking this opportunity, the director introduced the classification of power users to Jiang Bai. Power users are simply divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, whole master, and transcendent. As for those beyond the transcendent level, it is not a realm Jiang Bai can touch for now. However, the director specifically mentioned that there are some top-tier experts who have been famous for years, and their reputations are so great that Jiang Bai needs to know them. The 4 heavenly emperors, the 8 bodhisattvas, the 12 divine generals, and 1 king. 14 words in total, making Jiang Bai raise an eyebrow. There are even higher experts. The 4 heavenly emperors refer to the 4 experts of the heavenly power system. Each of them possesses at least 2 heavenly sequence abilities. The 8 bodhisattvas and the 12 divine generals are the top experts of the earth and human systems, respectively. 1 king, what does that mean? Shan Hongyi cleared things up for Jiang Bai. 1 king refers to the human king. The human king's identity is mysterious. No one knows who he really is. Rumor has it that the human king is a cross-system power user who has mastered at least 2 types of powers and once fought the 4 heavenly emperors consecutively without ever being defeated. The human king, huh? The director didn't introduce the 25 top experts in too much detail because they were far too removed from their current level. For now, Jiang Bai had just entered the fold and could barely be considered a primary level power user. Since he had a direction for his efforts, Jiang Bai immediately started taking action. Throughout the rest of the day, except for meals and short breaks, Jiang Bai practiced meditation and visualization continuously to accumulate energy. By the time the sun set behind the mountains, the energy he had accumulated in his body wasn't even enough to cast Interrupt once. Jiang Bai gained a new understanding of this rank 107 sequence ability. It certainly deserves its ranking. Just imagine, you practice visualization for 3 to 5 days, finally manage to scrape together enough for 1 use, and then in battle you use it once and it's gone. Charging for 3 days for 3 seconds of airtime. Want to use Interrupt again? Please charge for another 3 days. How the hell is one supposed to fight like this? What is the point of a dog head that can only stack once every 3 games? However, after Jiang Bai shared his experience with the director's expression became unusually complex. Jiang Bai, a typical primary level power user, needs at least half a month of cultivation to accumulate enough energy to release Interrupt. Jiang Bai's cultivation speed was 5 times that of his peers, catching up to half of an intermediate level power user's pace. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment and muttered, "It must be that the seal is loosening, allowing me to absorb energy faster. When in doubt, blame the seal." The director nodded in deep agreement. After sunset, the 3 of them were finally able to return to the Electrified Research Institute. After a quick wash, the director assigned Jiang Bai a small room of less than 20 square meters, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Jiang Bai lay on the bed and closed his eyes, reflecting on everything that happened today. Soon, the rhythmic sound of breathing filled the room. In Jiang Bai's mind, however, lines of golden text appeared one after another. Heavenly System Sequence Ability, Heaven's Mandate, Sequence 0. Earth System Sequence Ability, Earth's Advantage, Sequence 0. Human System Sequence Ability, Human Harmony, Sequence 0. 社格典型的名社集やり価値治療世界最残国的本路皇后皇王相談料採算変幻諸古手芝技能王女キリリンぜひ貫通へ春秋へセクカラニラ出奇さ This is Jiang Bai currently executing Mission 002. This is my 3rd day after waking up 100 years later. With the help of the 9th Research Institute's director, I have mastered the human type sequence ability, Stifle. Through 3 days of practice, I successfully unleashed Stifle once. Clearly, compared to other ability users, my energy recovery is faster, my training is more efficient, my success rate is higher, and the effects are better. Speaking into the digital recorder, Jiang Bai briefly recorded his life these past few days. This kind of recording is necessary. If there are other executors or successors of the Cicada project, and they manage to get their hands on this recorder after my failure, perhaps they can learn from my experiences and mistakes. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance it proves useful, Jiang Bai has to do this. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "Mission 002 is still in progress." After saying this, he pressed the button to stop the recording and stretched. In the 3 days since waking up, Jiang Bai has stayed within the 9th Research Institute, focusing on his training. In his spare time, he reads various documents to increase his knowledge of this world and integrate into this era 1,800 years later as quickly as possible. The 5th mysterious tide is far more dangerous than the previous 3. Due to the terrifying destructive power of the 4th mysterious tide, the world's structure has collapsed, order is gone, major defense bases fight for themselves, and the wilderness has become incredibly dangerous, making even communication between them difficult. At the same time, life inside the defense bases isn't exactly peaceful. Various mutated creatures can go out of control at any moment, causing significant loss of life and property. Furthermore, people who have mastered abilities have lost their reverence for the rules. Beyond the most basic order, everything follows the most brutal, primitive law. Might makes right. This is an era where chaos and opportunity coexist. Trying to complete missions 2 in this era is harder than reaching the heavens. For Jiang Bai, the most important thing right now is to strengthen his own power. Only by having the power to protect himself and surviving in this chaotic world will he have a chance to complete his mission. Through visualization, he awakened the sequence ability Stifle, which also brought about subtle changes to the abilities that were originally sealed within him. Destiny and geographical advantage remain dormant, unable to provide any utility. However, the seal on human harmony has started to loosen. The Stifle ability he awakened is a human-type ability, so naturally the impact on his seals prioritized unsealing the human category. Thanks to the effects of human harmony, Jiang Bai trains faster than other entry-level ability users. Human-type sequence ability number 0, Human Harmony. The more sequence abilities you possess, the faster your cultivation speed, and the stronger the effects of your abilities. 200 years ago, Jiang Bai possessed a fully active human harmony, which granted him 30 times the cultivation speed and 30 times the ability enhancement. Today, Jiang Bai can only manage 5 times the cultivation speed and 5 times the effect, a far cry from his peak. After 3 days of training, Jiang Bai used Stifle for the first time, with the Director as his target. The Director is a Sky-type ability user with sequence number 11, Heavenly Inquiry. Simply put, the effect of Heavenly Inquiry is: the Director proposes a question, and by synthesizing all the knowledge he has ever come into contact with, he arrives at the answer. The question can be simple or complex, and the energy consumed depends on the difficulty. The dictionary the Director constantly flips through is his mysterious tool. Using it with Heavenly Inquiry consumes less energy and results in more accurate answers. This type of information-based sequence ability is primarily supportive, but its role in combat cannot be underestimated. In battles between ability users, intelligence is paramount. With enough information, even a low-tier ability user has a chance to kill a high-tier one. Ability users who possess Heavenly Inquiry are generally treated as honored guests by all factions. As for why the Director ended up in such a miserable state, he didn't say, and Jiang Bai didn't ask. To assist with Jiang Bai's experiment, the Director wrote a question on a piece of paper, 1 + 1. As he activated Heavenly Inquiry, Jiang Bai activated Stifle, attempting to interrupt him. At first, the writing on the paper began to change, as if a number were about to appear. Stifle. With a low roar from Jiang Bai, the ability was triggered. His body surged with energy as he unleashed Stifle. The Director could feel his sequence ability being interfered with. To cooperate with the experiment, the Director chose not to resist. The text on the paper blurred again, and after a brief moment of chaos, a new answer appeared. 3 heads leaned in to look at the line of text. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. It worked. The director began scratching his head. This doesn't seem quite like the stifle I know. The phenomenon before him had once again touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. A standard stifle should only result in an interruption. Why, in Jiang Bai's hands, did it not only successfully interrupt but also output an incorrect answer? I need to study this. With that, the director took the paper and turned into the lab. Shan Hongyi asked curiously, "Brother Jiang Bai, why must you shout out loud when using your sequence ability? Don't you find that embarrassing? Besides, once you shout it out, the enemy knows you're using your ability and will be on guard, which greatly reduces its effectiveness, right?" In Shan Hongyi's eyes, the stifle ability is best suited for sneak attacks. What Jiang Bai is doing is no different from tying his own hands and feet, wasting the greatest advantage of stifle in a life-or-death battle that could easily cost him his life. The opponent might not have known Jiang Bai's ability and had no defenses, but that shout gives everything away. Jiang Bai replied with a righteous air, "Battles should be fought honorably, by overwhelming the enemy head-on. If I dare to shout, it means I have the confidence that even if the enemy is on guard, they will still be defeated." Watching him be so righteous, the little girl was stunned for a moment. Hiss. Is this what is known as being overbearing? I didn't expect Brother Jiang Bai to be such an upright and sunny person. Shan Hongyi even felt it was a pity that such a despicable sequence ability like stifle didn't match Jiang Bai's sunny personality. Jiang Bai's glorious image lasted less than half a minute in her mind. The sunny and cheerful boy Jiang Bai gave a wicked smirk and said, "Besides, in a battle, if I use stifle for the first time and shout it out, the enemy will definitely be on guard. But if I use it a second time and don't shout, it can serve as a surprise attack, achieving twice the result with half the effort. I could also just shout stifle without actually activating the ability, keeping the opponent on edge. In short, there aren't so many rigid rules in a fight. Only the living have the right to talk trash, and all we have to do is find a way to stay alive by any means necessary." Shan Hongyi. At that moment, she had a whole new understanding of Jiang Bai's sunny disposition. A dirty move like stifle really does suit Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai is essentially playing a psychological game of poker. By mislabeling his aggressive tactics as righteous, he forces his opponents into a defensive bias that he can exploit through unpredictable, deceptive patterns. Jiang Bai gave a few more examples of how to use sequence abilities to mess with people during combat. For instance, if your ability is A, you could shout B to create a diversion and catch them off guard. Or once you've made a name for yourself, you could build a sunshine boy persona, leading people to believe you fight fair and square. Since anyone who sees your true, dark side ends up dead, there's no risk of your reputation ever being ruined. Warfare is the art of deception. The art of war didn't go to waste. If it were just that, it would have been fine, well within Shan Hongyi's range of acceptance. She had seen plenty of dirty players in her time. Just imagine, in the apocalypse, the knave die first, followed by the hot-headed. The vast majority of those who survive are the ones who play dirty, constantly pulling out one insidious trick after another. But Shan Hongyi had never seen anyone as deviously dirty as Jiang Bai. Yet Jiang Bai was really a very unique kind of dirty player. Jiang Bai asked, "Hongyi, your sequence ability can heal, right?" As teammates facing potential dangers and battles that could break out at any moment, the three of them needed a basic understanding of each other. Shan Hongyi, an Earth-type ability user, sequence ability no, 55 Holy Light. That's right. Shan Hongyi explained, Holy Light first taps into the target's life force to heal wounds, significantly boosting their potential and briefly increasing their combat power, but they fall into a weakened state once it wears off. It sounded like a very ordinary healer skill, nothing special. However, no matter how ordinary a skill is, In the hands of a dirty player like Jiang Bai, it could be twisted into something else entirely. Jiang Bai pondered, if you use holy light on an enemy, and then I use stutter to interrupt your holy light. Wait, stop right there. Shan Hongyi was stunned and asked, confused, why on earth would I use holy light on an enemy? Holy light was a recognized support skill. Although its rank wasn't high, its effects were excellent, combining healing, sustain, and burst. It was a jack-of-all-trades support skill. Even its side effects only manifested after the battle, which was negligible. If the person was dead, there was no need to worry about any side effects at all. Why would anyone waste such a precious skill on an enemy instead of their own teammate? That's like throwing a meat bun at a dog it's never coming back. You need to broaden your horizons and think bigger. Looking at the pure as a blank slate Shan Hongyi, Jiang Bai coaxed her. There are many scenarios for using sequence abilities. For example, when you're interrogating an enemy, you don't want to kill them directly, right? You use holy light to make them recover as quickly as possible, so we can start the next round of interrogation. It improves efficiency and gets us the intel faster. Shan Hongyi's small eyes were filled with enormous confusion. This scenario, it actually made a bit of sense. But how could Jiang Bai even have such things in his brain? Jiang Bai continued. The healing process itself is somewhat painful. In the heat of battle, with adrenaline pumping, people might not feel it much, but in a calm state, rapid wound healing is definitely not a pleasant sensation. Have you ever been injured? Doesn't it itch when the wound heals? It's the same principle. Plus, if you use holy light first, and I follow up with stutter to break the healing process, isn't that just another form of torture? The little loli, speechless gurgling. Even if it's useful for interrogation, that's just a special case. The little loli was still unwilling to admit defeat and retorted, in battle, you simply don't use holy light on an enemy. She had been a healer for so many years and had never once cast a support skill on an enemy. Was she wrong all these years? Was Jiang Bai questioning her understanding of a support class? No, Shan Hongyi wouldn't stand for it. Defending the honor of a healer was her duty. Why can't you? Jiang Bai said with full confidence. For example, during a fight, if an enemy is wounded, you cast holy light. Their life force is rapidly consumed to heal the wound. Then I use stutter to interrupt the healing. They'll skip the combat buff stage and go straight into the weakened stage, allowing me to deliver another heavy blow. The little lolly? Is that really how support skills are used? She couldn't help but feel something was very wrong. The little lolly clung to her pride as a healer. That's a special situation. I haven't worked with someone as dirty as you. I mean, I haven't worked with a stutter user before, so of course, I wouldn't know about these kinds of combinations. Without stutter, I wouldn't be able to cast holy light on an enemy, would I? Jiang Bai's theories were built entirely on the foundation of the stutter ability. Without stutter to interrupt, holy light would just heal the enemy and boost their combat ability clearly, more harm than good. The stutter ability was ranked at the very bottom, and there were only a handful of users. In a real battle, the usage count for stutter was extremely precious. How could it be wasted on an average combo like Jiang Bai described, while also burning through a valuable holy light? That was a terrible trade. You need to broaden your perspective. Jiang Bai acted like a patient teacher, giving the little loli a real lesson. Even without stutter, holy light can still be used on enemies. Let me give you a few examples. For instance, if I stick these chopsticks into an enemy's throat and you immediately cast holy light to heal the wound on both sides, the chopsticks become stuck in their throat, blocking their breath. If they want to pull them out, they'd have to tear their own throat open again. What if we replace the chopsticks with a stone? And what if we coat the stone in poison? The faster blood circulation would spread the poison through their body much quicker, right? Or take this. I shoot an enemy from the front, and you cast holy light on their back beforehand. It reinforces their back's defense, preventing the bullet from passing through. The bullet stays inside them and explodes, causing secondary damage while making it much harder to treat. Jiang Bai rambled on, capable of listing such examples all day long. Listening to him, the little loli fell into deep silence. Confronted with Jiang Bai's tactics, her worldview was being shattered. No matter how she tried to argue, Jiang Bai always had an even more outrageous method to blow her mind. She really wanted to ask, were all people from 200 years ago this extreme? If old Ma were still alive, he would tell Shan Hongyi, no, this guy is a total anomaly. People shouldn't be, at the very least, they shouldn't be this dirty. A long time later, the little loli looked up at Jiang Bai and said helplessly, "You're a bit too extreme." Hearing this, Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for the compliment." Shan Hongyi, "Did something go wrong?" "I didn't mean that as a compliment." Jiang Bai felt he didn't need to go too deep into developing sequence abilities. Just giving a couple of application scenarios as a starting point was enough. The master opens the door, but the Shigut self-cultivation is up to the individual. He had already opened this new world for Shan Hongyi. How far she could go depended entirely on her. It was truly Shan Hongyi's good fortune to have such an excellent, dirty senior as her mentor. Soon, the messy-haired director returned, his face ashen, as he shook his head and said, "Your stutter is different from everyone else's. I still haven't figured out where exactly the problem lies." Jiang Bai nodded, unsurprised. "It's fine. Take your time, no rush. So far, it seems to be a good thing, not a bad one." The director nodded, acknowledging he understood. Jiang Bai checked the time. 25 minutes left until the power outage. "Let's eat first. After that, I need to go to the surface to cultivate, and then the power will be cut off." Click. Just as he finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness. The voice recorder slipped into Jiang Bai's palm, and he asked nonchalantly, "Short on the electric bill payment?" Given Jiang Bai's understanding of the 9th Research Institute, it was perfectly logical that one more person's food budget meant less money for electricity. It made perfect sense. In the darkness, the pale-faced director shook his head slightly. "No, it's an enemy attack." Jiang Bai's logic of weaponizing a healer's skill reveals a cynical mastery of asymmetric warfare. By treating utility as a tool for torture rather than recovery, he subverts traditional RPG tropes and exposes the terrifying adaptability required to survive in a dying world. When the lights cut out, the sudden shift from tactical theory to real-world enemy infiltration proves that in his reality, the most dangerous weapon is not the power itself, but the malicious creativity of the one wielding it. Click. Shan Hongyi took out a flashlight and lit up the surroundings. The director placed his hand on the dictionary and said urgently, "Hostility hidden in the darkness, danger lurking in the shadows, the destroyer of the 9th Research Institute, the culprit behind the power outage." As he whispered hurriedly, images gradually appeared on the dictionary. Jiang Bai recognized it at a glance. It is a map of the Research Institute. On the map, a red dot was moving back and forth. That must be the enemy's location. Additional information appeared next to the map. Intermediate awakened. Highly aggressive, extremely agitated. Possible carrier of a lethal virus. Ability out of control. Seeing these words, Jiang Bai's face changed. The enemy is this troublesome. Although the awakened is only at the intermediate level, every other piece of information reeks of danger. Aggression, lethal virus, loss of control. They are out to wipe us all out. The director's already pale face turned even whiter. He tried to stand up but swayed, steadying himself only by gripping the edge of the table with some difficulty. Clearly, he had exhausted too much energy researching Jiang Bai's stoppage ability, and now, facing an enemy attack, he was almost powerless. "Jiang Bai, I cannot participate in the fight for now." The director decided on the spot. I will go into the safe room. You and Hongyi go investigate the enemy. If it is too dangerous, prioritize evacuation. Hongyi knows the way. The Institute's strongest combatant was effectively incapacitated. Jiang Bai had just used his stoppage, and Shan Hongyi was purely a support unit. The 9th Research Institute was at its weakest, yet the enemy chose this exact moment to strike. What does that mean? The enemy came prepared. The best course of action now was for the director to hide in the safe room to recover, while Shan Hongyi covered Jiang Bai's retreat to avoid the enemy. After speaking, the director gripped the wall and walked in one direction. Jiang Bai stood still, watching him with a faint, enigmatic look. Don't worry about me. The director looked back at Jiang Bai and explained. The safe house is in the opposite direction of the enemy. I'll be perfectly safe in there. You and Hongyi, hurry up and go. Jiang Bai scoffed. Our institute is so poor we cannot even afford the electricity bill. Do you really think I would believe in some fairy tale about a safe room? The director froze, scratching his head frantically. For all his planning, he never calculated that his poverty would give him away. With his lie exposed, he did not know how to handle the situation. Jiang Bai shrugged and continued. The institute is so poor, even if there really was a safe room, would it have water, electricity, ventilation? What about Wi-Fi, computers and soda? Does it have any of that? If it has none of those, is it a safe room or a coffin? And to take a step back, if the safe room had everything, why would we even run? We could just hide in there, and that would be the end of it. This time the director was left completely speechless. Indeed, the institute had no safe room. He had lied to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai pointed at the pattern on the dictionary again. This map is reversed. The direction you are going is not a safe room at all, but toward the enemy. The route you pointed out for me is the escape route. With all his lies dismantled, the director grabbed his messy hair, at a total loss. You were planning to hold off the enemy yourself, and have me and Hongyi run first, weren't you? Jiang Bai sighed, walked up to the director, and patted his shoulder. I told you, you have to trust your comrades. The director's plan had ended before it even began. Having no choice but to trust Jiang Bai, the director turned his eyes to him. What are you going to do? There is only one enemy, just an intermediate level awakened. I plan to take care of the intruder. Jiang Bai analyzed calmly. I need a stable environment to recover, and the 9th Research Institute is the best choice. If we run away now, hiding and dodging, we will never be able to cultivate properly, and sooner or later, we will be finished. If we don't finish off the enemy, we will be finished by them. Jiang Bai was a beginner, the opponent was intermediate, and with the little girl's support, the outcome of a real fight was still uncertain. The director frowned, but you just used stoppage. As a beginner level awakened, his physical enhancement was still very weak. Without his sequence ability, Jiang Bai was no different from an ordinary person. Oh, did I not tell you? Jiang Bai curled the corner of his lips. I recovered quite a bit of energy while eating earlier. I can use stoppage one more time. Director? The biggest disadvantage of the stoppage ability is the massive energy consumption, making it impossible to use frequently in battle. But in Jiang Bai's hands, influenced by human harmony, he possessed 5 times the energy cultivation speed, and the energy recovery and cap increases provided by stoppage also enjoyed that 5-fold bonus. By scraping together every bit, the current Jiang Bai could indeed unleash one more stoppage. The director looked at Jiang Bai with mixed emotions. He felt the longer he stayed with him, the more like a stranger he became. Is this also part of your calculations, Jiang Bai? You can never know how many schemes he has or how devious he can be. Just when you think you finally understand his tricks, he always manages to go beyond your imagination and pull something new out of his sleeve. This time the director guessed right. This was not a coincidence. The pros and cons of stoppage were clear to the director, so while cultivating, Jiang Bai had deliberately put in extra effort to reserve enough energy, leaving himself a trump card to prevent exactly this kind of situation. Jiang Bai's fighting style was simple: never reveal all your cards at once. Jiang Bai convinced the director, and Shan Hongyi naturally had no objections. She had already been won over by Jiang Bai's cunning. If he was this cunning and still could not win, then perhaps there was no hope at all. With a consensus reached, Jiang Bai carried the director on his back, Shan Hongyi followed behind, and the three of them moved toward the red dot on the map. Brother Jiang Bai. The little girl followed beside Jiang Bai, admiration sparkling in her eyes, and asked curiously, "Was it through those details that you deduced there was no safe room in the institute?" If that were true, Jiang Bai would be incredible, just like Sherlock Holmes in those old novels. Carrying the director, Jiang Bai answered casually, "Oh, I was just making those details up." "Huh?" The little girl looked puzzled once again. "Then how were you so sure there was no safe room?" Cough, cough. Jiang Bai gave a soft cough and, without hiding anything, replied directly, "I figured that if we really had a safe room, the director should have told me its location on my first day of waking up. After all, I am the institute's only research subject, and my safety should be the top priority. Since he never told me about it, the safe room must be a lie." Shan Hongyi. Director. Jiang Bai's logic reveals a core survival rule. In a resource-strapped environment, transparency is a luxury. His manipulation of the director isn't just about outsmarting a lie. It's a strategic move to force collaboration over sacrifice. By rejecting the Martin narrative, Jiang Bai shifts the team's dynamics from survivalist panic to calculated offensive planning. True intelligence in a crisis isn't just having a plan, but ensuring your teammates have no choice but to follow it.
In the dark corridor, several shadows flashed by. Glancing at the map, Jiang Bai slowed his pace and said in a low voice, "It is right up ahead." Jiang Bai set the director down and instructed, "I am going ahead to scout the path." With that, he went on his tiptoes and leaped lightly onto the wall. As if there were suction, he ran along it without making a single sound. Shan Hongyi arched an eyebrow, feeling that Jiang Bai's footwork had some depth to it, though the principle behind it remained unclear. This is an ancient way of utilizing supernatural abilities. They called them secret techniques, and many have already been lost to time. The director sat against the wall and explained, "They manipulate their abilities to flow through their bodies in specific patterns to generate different effects. Some enhance physical attributes, while others allow for telekinesis. I don't know much about these things, just the basics." Shan Hongyi looked disappointed. The director, noticing her thoughts, patiently explained, "Ancient things are not necessarily better. Cultivating secret techniques is extremely time-consuming and energy-draining. The investment is high, but the returns are very average. Later generations found a better path, using supernatural abilities to directly strengthen the body, honing their sequence abilities to a master level, and then generating undying matter to achieve transcendence." Hearing this, Shan Hongyi nodded slightly, deep in thought. Anything below the level of transcendence is nothing but an ant. Legend has it that transcendent beings are truly immortal. In other words, the demise of secret techniques was not due to a broken lineage, but because they were rendered obsolete. While they were talking, one of the shadows returned. Jiang Bai had a strange look on his face. The director asked with concern, "Did you alert the enemy?" "No, the situation might be a bit different from what we thought." Jiang Bai looked down at the information in the dictionary, the corner of his mouth twitching. The paper clearly read, "Highly aggressive, on the verge of losing control, carrying a deadly virus." The director turned serious. Tianwen cannot be wrong. Even though he was now in an extremely weak state, this information would absolutely not be wrong. Tianwen is not wrong. Jiang Bai shook his head and sighed. The enemy is a wolf. The director and the little girl? Highly aggressive, losing control, a mad wolf. Possibly carrying a deadly virus. possibly carrying the rabies virus. Tianwen was indeed correct, but it left out the most critical information. Jiang Bai gestured. That is right. A feral blood wolf that has mastered supernatural abilities. It stands as tall as Hongyi, and there is a tumor the size of a bowl on its neck. That tumor is likely the reason for it losing control. Jiang Bai shared the intelligence he had gathered, and the three of them fell into an awkward silence once again. A wolf accidentally wandered into the passage and, having lost control, bit through the power lines. Over such a trivial thing, the three of them had been overthinking it, and the director had even been prepared to sacrifice himself. The emotions were there, but it felt like such a waste. That is good, that is good. The director exhaled a long breath, clearly relieved of a heavy burden, and leaned against the wall, breathing deeply. A feral supernatural beast is still better than an enemy attack. All right, I have a plan. You two need to cooperate. Jiang Bai began assigning tasks. Director, I will go lure the blood wolf over. Once it reaches here, you are responsible for acting as bait to attract its attention. Anyi, remember, if I shout holy light, you cast it on the blood wolf. If I shout heal, cast the holy light on me. Hanyi, you hide in the shadows. If my action fails, find a way to take the director and run. If he dies, just run yourself. After confirming the plan, Jiang Bai walked back into the shadows. Deep in the corridor came the sounds of a beast growling, running, and breathing. Even before the blood wolf appeared, a foul stench hit them, forcing both of them to stay on high alert. Soon, a blood wolf rushed out of the shadows and appeared before them. The blood wolf's appearance was exactly as Jiang Bai had described, with the tumor on its neck pulsing with its heartbeat. The moment the blood wolf appeared, the director began hitting the floor to attract its attention. Jiang Bai was crouched on the ceiling, hidden in the blood wolf's blind spot. Soon, the blood wolf shifted its target to the director. Having lost control, it wanted to tear everything in front of it to shreds, and it charged forward with a roar. Just as the director drew the blood wolf's attention, Jiang Bai released his grip and dove from the ceiling. Stop right there. This was not his first battle, nor his first time dealing with supernatural events. To Jiang Bai, this level of combat was child's play. However, to everyone's surprise, the blood wolf did not stop. Shan Hongyi's pupils contracted and her face went pale. The stop move failed? According to her thoughts, Jiang Bai should have used that move to interrupt the blood wolf's actions and then kill it. Now the blood wolf's movement was completely unimpeded. Something was clearly wrong. The director, sitting on the ground, did not show any panic. His expression was remarkably calm. He trusted his comrade. The next second, a dramatic change occurred. The crimson in the blood wolf's eyes faded, and its sanity seemed to return, but the tumor on its neck flashed with a dangerous red light, ready to lose control again at any moment. The director's eyes lit up as he immediately guessed Jiang Bai's plan. Jiang Bai hadn't used the technique to interrupt the blood wolf's attack, but had shifted his approach to interrupt the blood wolf's loss of control. The reason the blood wolf was overly aggressive was that it was teetering on the edge of a supernatural frenzy and had lost its mind. Interrupting the frenzy would allow the blood wolf's sanity to regain control. What Jiang Bai did was truly a display of bold artistry. If any part of the process had failed, he might have failed, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wait. Thinking of this, the director suddenly froze. If this plan had failed, the blood wolf would still be in a state of loss of control and would have directly lunged at him to tear him to pieces. In other words, if Jiang Bai's action had failed, the consequences for the director would have been unthinkable. Even the director couldn't help but roll his eyes at this moment. That slacks. The blood wolf, having temporarily regained its sanity, stood foolishly in place, seemingly contemplating its existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? It all happened in a split second. Slash. Descending from above, Jiang Bai, holding a pen in his right hand, moved with lightning speed to deliver a fierce downward slice. This recorder pen was indestructible and an excellent self-defense weapon in its own right, shining brilliantly in Jiang Bai's hands. With one swift motion, Jiang Bai sliced the tumor off the blood wolf's neck as easily as cutting butter. The entire action was seamless. As the tumor rolled on the ground and blood spurted out frantically, the blood wolf let out a miserable howl. Jiang Bai immediately roared, "Holy light! Coming!" The little girl instinctively wanted to cast it on Jiang Bai, but she remembered his instruction and changed the target to the blood wolf at the last second. Stimulated by the holy light, the wound on the blood wolf's neck soon healed. With the tumor gone, there was no risk of loss of control, but at the same time, the light would cause the wolf to unleash astonishing battle power. At that point, the three of them would all be targets. Jiang Bai slapped the wolf's head. "Stop." A woo. The blood wolf whimpered, its spirit immediately wilting as it slumped to the ground. A wolf in Jiang Bai's hands was reduced to making dog-like whimpering sounds. The holy light was interrupted, and the blood wolf, now entering a weakened state, was easily subdued by Jiang Bai. Seeing this, the director and the little girl had complex feelings. This guy previously said he could only use that move once, but he used it twice in one breath during the battle. Is it really necessary to keep hiding things? The director suspected that Jiang Bai was still holding back. Regardless, the outcome was good. Jiang Bai had dealt with the feral blood wolf without a scratch, and had even captured it alive. One has to know that the blood wolf had the strength of an intermediate supernatural being, and was on the verge of a rampage. In a frontal confrontation, even a high-level being could suffer a major loss, if they were not careful. Yet in Jiang Bai's hands it was solved so simply. The weakened blood wolf twitched its nose, watched Shan Hongyi approaching with vigilance, and suddenly lunged forward, wanting to take a bite out of her. Just as it prepared to snap its jaws, a large hand descended from above, gripping its head like a pair of pliers and locking it tight. Jiang Bai, pressing down on its head, said earnestly, "Stop biting. Eishaku itsu kushiteki sousa, kanbi karyoju, zese chihaku, hikibanryoku, tariyo shinsokusa seijun da shikkogen, heiganchiteki wa kakai, furezezezai, kouzeshu, zeju jinsei to shinriteki seijun tahan." Once the blood wolf was subdued, Shan Hongyi found a piece of hemp rope, and Jiang Bai immediately hooked it. The director looked at the shibari-style binding on the blood wolf and fell into deep thought. Was he single for too long, to the point where even a wolf looked charming to him? Or was Jiang Bai just such a troll that he would use bondage on a beast, acting more like a beast than the beast itself? Even a dog would look at this and say, "Jiang Bai, you are truly a dog among dogs." Is this really necessary? The director couldn't help but ask, is it just my imagination, or is there something wrong with your rope tying technique? What are you talking about? How could you say that? Jiang Bai pointed to the dense knots all over the blood wolf and said earnestly, "I left a bit of my ability as a seal in every single one of these knots. Otherwise, do you really think a normal rope could hold this guy?" The blood wolf had the strength of an intermediate level esper, and even in its weakened state, it could easily break free from hemp rope. After saying that, Jiang Bai sighed and added with a fatherly tone, "Just look at your state of mind. When are you going to improve your perspective?" Director, could he have really misunderstood Jiang Bai? It was true that there was a seal, but it was also true that the way the rope was tied was not exactly innocent. Now that the blood wolf was subdued, Shan Hongyi repaired the damaged wires and returned to the two of them. "Brother Jiang Bai, how are you planning to deal with this guy?" Shan Hongyi looked at the blood wolf, which was larger than herself, and silently stood behind Jiang Bai. If this thing were to suddenly lash out, a single slide tackle from Shan Hongyi would be enough to keep it well fed. Shan Hongyi didn't really understand why Jiang Bai would risk injury just to capture the blood wolf alive. There was a huge difference in difficulty between killing and capturing it alive. Jiang Bai's plan was basically dancing on the edge of a blade. If any part had failed, the director would have been in trouble. The director thought about it more deeply than Shan Hongyi and mused. "Jiang Bai, are you trying to test the practical use of stopping a move mid-strike, or are you trying to interrupt the runaway process?" Jiang Bai made no secret of it and said bluntly both. Even without the help of the two of them, Jiang Bai was fully confident he could easily finish off the Blood Wolf. He had faced entities 100 or 1,000 times more dangerous than this guy. While practical combat tests were important for Jiang Bai, there wasn't much need for them right now. For one thing, 200 years ago, Jiang Bai was already a veteran of countless battles, possessing rich combat experience and a heaven-defying talent for trolling. For another, Jiang Bai is currently just a weak, helpless, and pitiful low-level Esper. Playing it safe and developing low-key is the right path. What truly mattered was interrupting the process of Esper power runaway. Jiang Bai never forgot his mission. According to incomplete statistics, among the many secondary disasters caused by the mysterious tide, the runaway of Espers caused the most damage to people's lives and property. To completely solve these secondary disasters, we must keep Espers stable and prevent them from losing control. The Blood Wolf was the first experimental subject Jiang Bai encountered after waking up. Although it put the director at a slight risk, Jiang Bai felt it was worth a try. Hearing Jiang Bai's answer, the director felt relieved but also sighed helplessly. "This time I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." The director pointed to the tumor-like growth on the ground and explained, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be an exotic beast core inside. By the way, animals that master supernatural powers are collectively called exotic beasts, and the core is the center of their sequence abilities. This Blood Wolf accidentally ate an exotic beast core of a different strain, couldn't digest it, and the two forces clashed, ultimately causing it to lose control. Therefore, when Jiang Bai cut off the tumor, it was equivalent to removing the lesion, completely fixing the Blood Wolf's runaway state." "I see." Jiang Bai suddenly realized. This was just a way of treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Regarding the issue of Esper runaway, Jiang Bai had essentially wasted his time. Jiang Bai looked down at the Blood Wolf, deep in thought. Shan Hongyi asked curiously, "Brother Jiang Bai, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about what to do with this guy." Jiang Bai calculated as he muttered to himself. "This guy must have a huge appetite. How much meat does it eat in one meal? We're so poor we can't even afford electricity. How can we afford to feed it? How is the value of an exotic beast calculated? Is it more profitable to sell it in parts or as a whole? Is it male or female? Male? The coat color is quite pure. Can it breed? If it can't breed, can it work? Director, do we have a hand-cranked generator? No? Then do we have a millstone? If all else fails, making it turn the mill for soy milk in the morning would save us some power." In Jiang Bai's eyes, he had already started analyzing the value of his loot. Behind Jiang Bai, the director and Shan Hongyi felt a chill run down their spines. The hog-eyed Blood Wolf seemed to understand Jiang Bai's words, tucking its tail and trembling with fear. Eventually, at the director's suggestion, Jiang Bai decided to keep the Blood Wolf. Even for the director, he hadn't seen many exotic beasts that recovered after a runaway, so it was indeed a valuable research subject. There was just one small problem. The 9th Research Institute lacks research funding, materials, personnel. It lacks everything except research subjects. Jiang Bai alone was enough to keep the director busy. He could only leave the Blood Wolf to Jiang Bai and let him handle it. After all, it was Jiang Bai's loot. So on the first day, Jiang Bai dyed the Blood Wolf black. The curious little baby Shan Hongyi came online again and couldn't help asking, "Brother Jiang Bai, why did you dye it black?" "Red is too conspicuous and bad for combat. Black is the color of night and is great for sneak attacks." Jiang Bai's reasoning sounded very professional. But given Shan Hongyi's knowledge of Jiang Bai, there had to be other reasons. Under Shan Hongyi's questioning, Jiang Bai confessed, "Who knows what bad things this guy did before? If I bring it out directly, others will think I'm its owner, and won't I end up taking the blame for it? Now that it has turned over a new leaf and is acting like a dog, the past can be wiped clean." Shan Hongyi, "Brother Jiang Bai, that's a wolf, not a dog." Jiang Bai corrected her. Wolf dog, I checked. This defense base of ours doesn't allow keeping wolves, but it does allow keeping dogs. Shan Hongyi asked in surprise, you even plan to get it a license? The defense base itself is a loose organization. Under the protection of top powerhouses, ordinary people have a place to stay, while also having to exchange labor for resources. Keeping a dog without a license is the norm. Moreover, Shan Hongyi knew Jiang Bai's personality. The Ninth Research Institute was currently so broke they tried to stretch every penny. Where would they find spare cash for a dog license? This didn't seem like something Jiang Bai would do. Jiang Bai said righteously, "Look at you, why wouldn't I get a license if I'm raising a dog?" Even with Jiang Bai speaking so righteously, Shan Hongyi's eyes were full of suspicion. Jiang Bai squatted down, patted the black wolf's head, and said with a smile, "I plan to get it a guide dog license. Once it's licensed, it can start working hard and generate income for our institute. I'm a reasonable person. Its initial wages will first compensate for the institute's electrical damage, and then it will have to pay for its runaway treatment, nursing fees, caretaking fees, fur-dyeing fees, and reform through labor fees." Jiang Bai turning a mutated beast into a licensed working dog is not just comic relief. It highlights the pragmatic survivalist mindset needed in a resource-scarce, post-apocalyptic hierarchy where everything must be monetized. I am Jiang Bai, executing Mission Yosen 2. Today is the 7th day since I woke up, and I have failed to re-establish contact with the organization. On the 3rd day after waking up, the Institute was attacked by an enemy. An out-of-control blood wolf cut off the power, and we worked together to subdue it. I don't believe this was an accident. Everything happened too coincidentally, but I have no evidence, so I have to let it go for now. The blood wolf is the only clue I have, and I need it to stay alive. Over the following 4 days, I went out twice, once following the director, and once with Shan Hongyi to familiarize myself with the surroundings, register a legal identity, and gather intelligence. Yinsha Base covers approximately 8,000 square kilometers, with a population of about 2 million. They are of Asian descent, with black hair and black eyes. The common language is Mandarin, the script is Chinese characters, and while they practice monogamy, it exists in name only. Due to massive climatic changes and shifts in planetary rotation over the past millennium, it is impossible to determine exact coordinates, but I tentatively estimate this to be the former Northwestern Territory of our country. Yinsha Base has over 10,000 registered superhumans, more than 100 high-level superhumans, and no fewer than 10 transcendent individuals. The currency used at Yinsha Base is the Star Coin, which is the common currency for over a dozen surrounding defense bases. It has stable purchasing power. 1,000 Star Coins are enough to cover the monthly living expenses for a family of 3. Entry-level superhumans receive a monthly allowance of 3,000 Star Coins. The allowance is paid out without delay, but they must undergo a physical examination when collecting it to ensure their ability levels remain stable. Collecting the allowance does not require any additional contribution from the superhumans to the base. The base pays it to monitor them in real time, preventing the greater losses that might occur if a superhuman loses control. Short-term goals: acquire resources, cultivate abilities, ascend to the transcendent level as soon as possible, and gather more intelligence. Long-term goal: complete Mission Yosen 2. Mission Yosen 2 is still ongoing. After speaking, Jiang Bai pressed the button. The red light on the voice recorder faded, and his previous words were captured within. Shan Hongyi, sitting on a high chair, swung her short legs and asked curiously, "Big brother Jiang Bai, you record these things every once in a while, is it really useful?" From Shan Hongyi's perspective, most of what Jiang Bai said was common sense, and even as a daily summary, it seemed a bit long-winded. The director didn't think so. He explained on behalf of Jiang Bai. In the ancient times, back when there was a feudal imperial system, local officials writing memorials to the emperor would ramble on about trivial matters, such as the weather during a trip that day or the price of meat, things that seemed irrelevant. The purpose of these memorials was to reflect the situation of a region through details, whether they were suffering from natural disasters or if merchants were hoarding goods, allowing the emperor to understand the livelihood of the people by comparing these with official reports. The intelligence Jiang Bai is providing might be common sense to you and me, and it may indeed look useless now. But in the future, for researchers studying the Yinsha base, this recording will have unique value. It is a precious piece of historical research material. Listening to the director go on, Shan Hongyi nodded with a look that suggested she was feigning wisdom, only half understanding. Clearly, this recording is not intended for the people of the present. For Jiang Bai, he is working hard to complete Mission Newsen 2, but human effort has its limits. If Jiang Bai fails, the recordings in the pen will serve as a legacy, passing this mission down. Nowadays, Jiang Bai does not shy away from the two of them when recording. However, regarding that mysterious Mission Newsen 2, no matter how much Shan Hongyi asks, Jiang Bai avoids answering. The director is very tactful and has never asked even once. After breakfast, Shan Hongyi nimbly cleared the table, the lights went out, and the three of them expertly headed toward the surface, along the passage. In the dark passage, the director spoke up. Jiang Bai, you registered as an entry-level superhuman, and the 3-day probation period is over. You're going to collect your allowance today. Have you thought about how to spend it? The director had already enlightened Jiang Bai about the purchasing power of star coins, clearly explaining what could be bought and the effects of various items. Inside the Yinsha base, there are official markets and black markets. In the official market, prices are generally higher, but there is after-sales support and official backing, so there are no instances of forced buying or selling or muggings. In the black market, it is a mixed bag. Buying and selling depend entirely on one's own eye and strength. You might get lucky and find a bargain, or you might lose everything, down to your last penny. Jiang Bai had a budget of 3,000 star coins, and he already had a plan for how to spend it. My meal allowance for next month is 500. I'll spend 1,000 on an ability gauge, and use the remaining money to buy materials. I'm planning to push for mid-level superhuman status this month. The ability gauge can detect current energy reserves and quantify them numerically. It is standard equipment for every superhuman and one of the greatest inventions of this era. Just like when people build strength, it grows, but it is hard to describe exactly how much. Quantifying it with a barbell makes it very clear. Ability levels are the same. Quantifying energy levels provides a significant boost to both training and combat. Hearing Jiang Bai's plan, the director quickly said, "You don't need to pay for your meals." Although the 9th Research Institute is poor, it's not so poor that we'd charge Jiang Bai for meals. Shan Hongyi sneered. She was laughing at the director for being too naive. Jiang Bai is such a crafty old fox. If he's offering you money for no reason, do you really think it's a good thing? Sure enough, the next second Jiang Bai said seriously, "Brothers should keep clear accounts. I should pay for my meals, and the institute should pay my salary. At market rates, hiring an entry-level superhuman costs at least 10,000 star coins a month." Director. So, you're saying if I charge you 500 for meals, I still have to pay you a salary of 9,500? Shan Hongyi laughed even harder. This was the Jiang Bai she knew. The director started scratching his head in anxiety. The institute was so poor they couldn't even make ends meet. Where was he supposed to find the money for Jiang Bai's salary? Thoughtful as always, Jiang Bai already had a solution, putting his arm around the director and saying, "You don't need to give me the money directly. Use it to pay off the debt I owe the institute first. Make a list of how much it costs to wake me up. Given our relationship, forget the interest. I'll pay 10,000 back to the institute every month. That should work, right?" The director let out a long sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. That works, that works." Shan Hongyi laughed from the side. "At this rate, it'll probably take you another 1,200 years to pay it off." The smile on Jiang Bai's face froze. 1,200 years, 120,000 a year. That's over 144 million star coins. Waking myself up cost that much? Faced with this massive debt, the usually daring and sunny Jiang Bai put his arm around the director's shoulder and said enthusiastically, Brother, what kind of relationship do we have? You've saved my life. I've saved yours. That's a bond deeper than blood. We're like brothers from different parents. The director was a bit confused and nodded subconsciously. Based on his knowledge of history, was this what they called a sworn brotherhood? Shan Hongyi smirked. This wasn't a sworn brotherhood. It was passing the debt on to someone else. Jiang Bai continued, I'm a few years older than you. Calling you little brother, you don't lose anything, right? The honest director shook his head quickly. Not losing anything, certainly not. Jiang Bai was 200 years older than him, at 25 years per generation. If they were in the same lineage, they would be 48 generations apart. As the old saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father, and there's another one. A son pays his father's debts. The ruse was finally revealed, and Jiang Bai said solemnly, Little brother, these debts of mine, you should just pay them off for your father. エシェラって言ったらは単勝強化や。タフル利用心理学中理上官、結局ただ三つだけ。異性交渉、排気通活性国旗記事。財源母母的土生存法中、T修ぜ基地的生存博。One moment he's calling me little brother, the next he's suddenly acting like my father. With just a few sentences, Jiang Bai almost fried the director's brain. Scratching his messy hair, the director muttered blankly, but this debt was originally mine to begin with. Waking up, Jiang Bai had drained the director's savings and depleted all the assets of the 9th Research Institute. If we're talking about debt, it wouldn't be Jiang Bai's turn to pay it back. The creditors would definitely come straight for the director. Just kidding, relax. Stop walking around looking so gloomy and bitter all the time. You need to smile more. Jiang Bai said with a laugh, draping his arm around the director's shoulder, acting like old buddies. The director, however, felt a bit uneasy and reserved. Even when he tried to smile, it looked like a grimace. The two walked together through the long, dark tunnel, heading finally toward the light. Once they reached the surface, the director was still thinking about the debt and said, Don't let the debt thing weigh on your mind. The creditors haven't even started demanding payment yet. Don't worry, trust your buddy. Jiang Bai patted his chest to reassure him. If we really can't pay it back when I run off, I'm definitely taking you with me. The director, Hey, is it really appropriate to discuss defaulting and running away right in front of the creditor? Shan Hongyi rolled her eyes in annoyance. Do you guys have any respect for me as an investor at all? An investor? Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about this sucker? He cleared his throat and said with a serious face, Hongyi, have you considered making an additional investment? He was already so deep in debt that one more wouldn't matter. He might as well go all in. Shan Hongyi stared wide-eyed, shocked by his shamelessness. Before she could speak, Jiang Bai added calmly, Miss Hongyi, you wouldn't want to see your previous investment go down the drain, would you? Shan Hongyi. Why did that sound so strange? Jiang Bai pulled Shan Hongyi aside, gesturing wildly and painting a grand picture, and within a few sentences, the little girl was completely bewildered. In the end, Shan Hongyi agreed to take out some money from her personal funds to lend to Jiang Bai as his startup capital. The amount was 100,000, with a monthly interest rate of 3%, paying interest every month, and repaying the principal whenever he came into money. Jiang Bai stylishly signed an IOU for 100,000 star coins and handed it to Shan Hongyi. Holding the IOU, Shan Hongyi couldn't tell for a moment if she had made a profit or a loss. Jiang Bai patted his chest to assure her, Don't worry, you definitely won't lose money. My monthly stipend is 3,000, just enough to cover your interest. Once I become a mid-level ability user, my stipend goes up to 15,000. Then you can lend me another 400,000. The first part sounded perfectly normal. But the rest didn't sound right at all. Are you saying you never even intended to pay back the principal? Other people make money to pay off debts. Jiang Bai makes money just to borrow more. Shan Hongyi was already starting to regret opening her mouth. But the money was already lent, so it was too late. Besides, This small amount was nothing compared to all the money she had already poured into him. The little girl pulled out a silver card and handed it to him with a hint of heartache, whispering, "Spend it sparingly." This card could be used in both the silver sandbase markets and the black market. With 100,000 star coins in hand, Jiang Bai went on a spending spree, handing 500 to the director for his monthly food budget. Afterward, Shan Hongyi accompanied him to the silver sandbase branch, where Jiang Bai underwent a simple test to confirm his ability was stable enough to qualify for the stipend. Watching the balance on his card increase, Jiang Bai muttered to himself, "Ding, your account has received 3,000 star coins. Current balance 102,500. Just entertaining himself. The little girl tilted her head, wondering what Chifubao was. Either way, now that he was suddenly rich, Jiang Bai was in a great mood and started shopping in the market according to his plan. Ability Watch +1, balance -1,000. 3 portions of Ability Spirit Wood, 5 portions of Sky Mushroom Powder, 2 portions of Beast Rhino Horn Powder, balance -6,800. Basic Combat Gear +3, balance -3,000. Seeing him buy combat gear, Shan Hongyi hurriedly said, "Brother Jiang Bai, you don't need to buy them for me or the director, we already have some." She was afraid Jiang Bai was wasting money. This was her money. She was heartbroken. Jiang Bai said in surprise, "I'm buying them for myself." Shan Hongyi was confused. "Why do you need so many?" Jiang Bai said solemnly, "Wearing 2 extra layers makes me safer." Shan Hongyi. Watching Jiang Bai buy 3 sets of combat gear, Shan Hongyi felt like her heart was bleeding. Such a waste. Jiang Bai could tell now that the little girl was a bit stingy. She was probably the one behind the planned power outages at the institute. He spent an hour in the market, burning through money like water to buy weapons, equipment, materials, food and medicine, totaling nearly 40,000 star coins. Of that, nearly 10,000 went to weapons and gear, while the remaining 30,000 was for materials needed to reach mid-level. Most of these materials were rare and not in stock, so Jiang Bai had to pay a deposit and wait for them to arrive. When he and Shan Hongyi returned to the 9th Research Institute laden with bags, the director looked at the flashy Jiang Bai, wanting to say something but holding back. According to the director, Jiang Bai should be keeping a low profile. If he really needed something, he and Hongyi could help him buy it. The director had discussed this with Jiang Bai privately. But Jiang Bai had his own ideas and his own plan. After a week of getting along, the director knew clearly that someone with Jiang Bai's cunning personality wouldn't act without a purpose. Jiang Bai must have his reasons for doing this. The director had used his divination to check, and it was no danger, great luck. With the supplies just in, dinner that night was exceptionally lavish, and the 3 of them even made an exception to eat with the lights on. Usually, they either ate on the surface with the setting sun or had their noodles in the dark at the institute. As Shan Hongyi put it, it's not like you can't taste it just because you can't see it. After eating their fill, Jiang Bai played with his new ability watch and said casually, "Once the materials arrive, I should be able to formally push for mid-level status within a week, then go out and take on some missions to earn more money." Clearly, Jiang Bai had a clear plan for the future, and his execution was very strong. Shan Hongyi sighed as she listened. It had only been a week since he woke up, and he was already preparing to reach mid-level. The materials would take about 3 to 7 days to arrive, plus the final preparation time. Within a month, Jiang Bai would transform from an ordinary person into a mid-level ability user. If this terrifying speed of advancement got out, who knows how many forces would come to the Silver Sand base to poach him? Shan Hongyi thought to herself. No, someone as cunning as brother Jiang Bai. If he says he's pushing for mid-level in 2 weeks, it's probably not very reliable. At least cut that in half. He's probably confident he'll be a mid-level user in just 1 week. In half a month to become a mid-level ability user? Terrifying. This talent was almost catching up to her sisters. Unlike the restless Shan Hongyi, the director was unusually quiet tonight. He looked at Jiang Bai, who was talking eloquently, and wanted to say something several times but stopped himself. In the end, he chose to trust his comrade and said nothing. If Jiang Bai needed help, the director believed Jiang Bai would come to him. After dinner, the three dispersed to tend to their own business. Jiang Bai returned to his room, locked the door, took out his voice recorder, and pressed the button. In the darkness, his deep voice emerged. I am Jiang Bai. 7th day since waking up. Tonight, I prepare to advance to mid-level. Jiang Bai's financial strategy is a masterclass in leveraging debt. By treating credit as an asset rather than a liability, he mimics aggressive corporate expansion tactics. If his progression speed holds, he is not just a survivor, he is an institutional disruptor. That is right, Jiang Bai plans to make his breakthrough tonight. Due to her own cognitive bias, Shan Hongyi has fallen into a trap of conventional thinking. As someone from the modern era, common sense tells her that to advance from the initial stage to the intermediate stage, one must be assisted by various mysterious substances. This is one of the few established consensuses in the era of the fifth mysterious tide. No one can make a breakthrough without the aid of external materials. But Jiang Bai is not a person of the fifth mysterious tide era. He comes from 200 years ago. He possesses 3 types of abilities, all of which are sequence 0. 200 years ago, Jiang Bai was already a top-tier esper. Who has not heard of the name Cold Cicada? Transcendentals, that is a level Jiang Bai touched long ago, though the name used back then was different. If he hadn't mastered immortal matter, how could Jiang Bai have slept for 200 years? For any other ordinary person, even with their abilities sealed, they could not have lived that long. It is just that, due to his long slumber and deep sealing, the immortal matter he once mastered was either sealed away or dissipated and ceased to exist. Therefore, Jiang Bai's breakthrough does not require the assistance of external materials. In the darkness, Jiang Bai looks down at the power level monitor on his wrist. In the era of the fifth mysterious tide, people in the East are accustomed to calling the unit for measuring power energy Kai, the ancient way of writing the character for energy. Using Qi to classify rank. Initial stage Esper under 100 Qi. Intermediate stage Esper between 100 and 1000 Qi. High stage Esper over 1000 Qi. Of course, the distinction between the 3 stages is not just the difference in the amount of energy, but also in its quality. Initial stage Espers can only store energy within the blood in their bodies. Not only is the storage efficiency low, but their own energy loss is also high. A key sign of breaking through from the initial stage to the intermediate stage is refining bones with energy. You refine your own bones to act as containers for your energy. Once a single bone is successfully refined, you have stepped over the threshold into the intermediate stage. This watch cost Jiang Bai 1000 star coins. With a measurement range of 0 to 500 Qi, it is affordable and high quality enough that even a newly entered high stage Esper could use it. At this moment, a number appears on the display. 9. Jiang Bai takes off this watch and pulls another power level monitor from his pocket. This was something he privately asked the boss for when he was buying his tactical suit. Jiang Bai bought 3 tactical suits at an inflated price in one go, spending an extra 1000 star coins. It was only reasonable that this second-hand watch be given as a kickback, so the boss naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides Jiang Bai and the boss, no one knows he has a second monitor. Jiang Bai puts this watch on his wrist, takes a deep breath, and begins to mobilize the energy within his body. The numbers on the display flash a few times and then start jumping wildly. 89 24 67 45. Finally, the number on the monitor stops at 500. Looking at this number, Jiang Bai is not surprised. The sequence ability Ren, he gave Jiang Bai a faster cultivation speed, while also raising his advancement ceiling. When others reach 100 Qi, they prepare to break through, but Jiang Bai needs 5 times that amount, which is 500 Qi. In 1 week, with his own 5-fold cultivation speed, and the constant use of inch halt to increase his energy storage limit, Jiang Bai has managed to reach 500 Qi from scratch. Only after reaching this level can he begin the next step, officially using energy to refine his bones. As for the method of bone refining, the director had already prepared a set for Jiang Bai in advance of high quality, ready to be used right away. But considering his own special circumstances, Jiang Bai made a bold decision. He wrote down the method he used 200 years ago to refine bones with energy and gave it to the director, asking for help to improve it. The director spent 3 days and 3 nights combining modern knowledge to fill in the gaps and improve this ancient technique, and another full day verifying its safety before handing it back to Jiang Bai. In the director's experience, this bone refining technique is top tier in the world in terms of both difficulty and power. If anyone could actually master this technique, the first threshold for bone refining alone would require at least 300 ki. Completing the first bone refining would take even more than 400 ki. In other words, no initial stage esper could possibly use this set. And intermediate espers wouldn't rashly change their refining methods, as that would disrupt their own energy balance and lead to loss of control, which is no different from suicide. Even though this technique is quite impractical, for the sake of its academic value, the director decided to let Jiang Bai name it before archiving it. Jiang Bai named it the 9th set of bone refining gymnastics. Tonight, Jiang Bai is prepared to use this method to refine his bones, break through the initial stage, and officially step into the intermediate stage. An adult has 206 bones in total, among which the skull consists of 8, making it the most complex part of the vertebrate skeletal system. Ordinary espers usually start refining from the easiest parts, like their hands, feet, or limbs. In those areas, even if the refining fails, they can stop in time to minimize losses. Since he is starting over, Jiang Bai has decided to begin refining with his skull. This decision was not made on a whim, but after careful consideration. Firstly, the head is fragile, and before becoming a transcendental, the head will remain one of Jiang Bai's biggest weaknesses. Refining the skull can compensate for this weakness. Secondly, Jiang Bai has read the periodic table of sequence abilities and found that many sequence abilities are related to mental control, reading memories, and manipulating minds. To resist the influence of these abilities, refining the skull is the most effective way. Jiang Bai's memories must never be read by anyone else, as that would affect the success of the Cicada project. Perhaps Jiang Bai might not be able to complete the Cicada project. However, Jiang Bai must never be a burden to this mission. Therefore, with his 500 ki, Jiang Bai chooses to challenge the most difficult task, refining his skull. Jiang Bai begins the final preparations before his breakthrough. He lights a mosquito coil and places it nearby. Normally, one should use high-end items like calming incense, but as Jiang Bai is buried in debt, he will just have to make do with a mosquito coil. It adds a bit of ritual, but not much. Jiang Bai sits cross-legged, closes his eyes, enters a state of meditation, visualizes, mobilizes the energy within his body, and begins to refine. With the influx of energy, a point of golden light appears on his forehead, slowly expanding and bit by bit consuming the frontal bone. The night passes in silence. The sky begins to brighten slightly. Right at the transition between dawn and darkness, the research institute loses power on schedule. Inside the room, Jiang Bai still sits cross-legged, motionless as an old monk in meditation. After burning all night, the mosquito coil has also reached its end. Despite a whole night of cultivation, Jiang Bai still hasn't succeeded in refining his skull. The 9th set of bone refining gymnastics is simply too difficult. Even with 500 ki, Jiang Bai is struggling to hold on. In the long drawn-out battle, the frontal bone has been plated with a layer of pale gold, yet there are still a few corners left unrefined. And time does not seem to be on Jiang Bai's side. While he is pushing through, the pale gold frontal bone begins to tremble, and fine, hair-like cracks start to appear. This is because the frontal bone was not fully refined, preventing the energy balance from being maintained, and the resulting conflict has caused this damage. Once the skull cracks, it means Jiang Bai's breakthrough has failed, and he himself will suffer serious injury. And this is a consequence Jiang Bai cannot afford. Just as failure seems imminent, he makes a move. He strikes his own forehead with his palm and growls. Inch halt. Jiang Bai uses his last bit of energy to force his sequence ability, applying the inch halt effect on himself. This is not like the tricks he used before to break the ability. He is not trying to exploit a bug by interrupting inch halt with inch halt, but using the ability normally. Except he is using it on his own skull. This move is extremely dangerous. Use too little energy and has no effect. Use too much energy and he is likely to slap himself to death. Fortunately, Jiang Bai's control over energy is top-notch, and since he is in a near-exhausted state, the amount is just right, not too much, not too little. This time, the target of Jiang Bai's interruption is the cracking of his skull. The moment the inch halt strikes, the fine cracks on his frontal bone stop spreading. At the same time, the pale gold takes the opportunity to surge out and frantically claim the last uncolonized territory. Under the influence of inch halt, refining the entire frontal bone becomes incredibly easy. Seizing the precious time gained by the inch halt, Jiang Bai finishes refining the frontal bone. Success. The cracks have completely disappeared, and Jiang Bai's frontal bone now radiates a brilliant golden light. Wow, a golden frontal bone. The moment Jiang Bai succeeds in stepping into the intermediate stage, countless amounts of energy from the world surge into his body, pouring into his frontal bone like a spiritual infusion. The numbers on the power level monitor start jumping again. When the number reaches 1500, it stops jumping. Cracks start appearing on the surface of the watch. It has reached its measurement limit. But this is not Jiang Bai's limit. As more energy floods in, the cracks multiply until with a loud pop and a puff of smoke, the watch explodes into countless pieces. In the thin mist, Jiang Bai, with golden light shimmering atop his head, slowly opens his eyes. His gaze is incredibly calm, filled with confidence and strength. Intermediate stage Esper achieved. Jiang Bai just turned a high-risk gamble into a strategic advantage by prioritizing his skull. In professional development, this is like bypassing entry-level training to master specialized, critical skills early. By choosing the most dangerous path, he secures his cognitive sovereignty against mind control abilities. It is a perfect example of defensive architecture, proving that long-term survival isn't about avoiding the hardest tasks, but about preparing your foundation to withstand the inevitable pressure.
Morning, Brother Jiang Bai. Shan Hongyi greeted him while brushing her teeth. Feeding the dog so early? Clearly, she had already accepted the fact that the blood wolf was a dog. After all, if people can act like dogs, what's wrong with a wolf being a bit more dog-like? Could it possibly be more of a dog than Jiang Bai? Jiang Bai stuffed the last fragment into the blood wolf's mouth, watched it swallow, then patted the dog's head with satisfaction and walked away while humming a tune. Jiang Bai walked over to Shan Hongyi and casually ruffled her white hair. Yeah, brother is in a good mood today, so I'm giving the dog an extra meal. The blood wolf, having just swallowed an entire ability meter fragment. Jiang Bai bought second-hand ability meters from the boss to hide his true strength. After all, official ability meters might have backdoors that transmit his data back to the authorities, which is something Jiang Bai doesn't want. Second-hand meters are much safer. Besides, a second-hand meter explodes after one use. Jiang Bai's current level is over 1500 Qi, but no one knows exactly how much. Even so, Jiang Bai is extremely cautious, carefully collecting the fragments of the exploded meter and feeding them all to the blood wolf to destroy the evidence. The blood wolf, having eaten all the fragments, looked at Jiang Bai with deep resentment. Please just act like a human for once. After ruffling the little girl's hair, the clean freak Jiang Bai washed his hands before coming to the dining table. Before he could even speak, with a snap, the power went out again. In the darkness, the three of them, accustomed to it, sat in their seats and ate breakfast in silence. Jiang Bai finished his soy milk and clapped his hands. Director, the things you modified are pretty good. The director was stunned for a moment and said blankly, "Oh, don't just give it to random people to practice." Jiang Bai said solemnly, "People will die." The ninth bone refining gymnastics, if it weren't for a freak like Jiang Bai, anyone who practiced it would die. The director scratched his head, I know. Jiang Bai let out a weird cry. You knew and you still gave it to me. The director began scratching his head in anxiety, and after a long while, he squeezed out a few words. You are not an ordinary person. Jiang Bai was very pleased with this statement. He patted his chest and laughed. That's true. Who am I? Your buddy here is destined to save the world. Little brother, I'm not bragging, but once we save this world, then we won't have to pay back any of the money we owe. Shan Hongyi, so you're saving the world just to dodge your debts. After breakfast, the three left the Power Out Research Institute and returned to the surface. As usual, they went about their business, some cultivating, some slacking off, and some tinkering with random things. Jiang Bai changed his spot today, facing the sun directly, letting the sunlight fall on his forehead and casting a holy glow over him. Shan Hongyi, tired of slacking off, stared at Jiang Bai for a long time, then scurried over to the director and whispered, Director, why does brother Jiang Bai's forehead look so shiny today? The director started scratching his head, trying to think of a lie to fool the little girl. He came up with a lame excuse. Jiang Bai doesn't wash his hair. Shan Hongyi fell into an even longer silence. After a long while, she endured the heart touch and said, I'll invest more money. The institute should pay more for the water bill. Try to get at least 1 more hour of water supply per day. The director couldn't find a reason to refuse. Fine. Not far away, Jiang Bai sat cross-legged, absorbing the qi between heaven and earth. This morning, he successfully refined his frontal bone and broke through to become an intermediate ability user. Judging by the limits of the ability meter, Jiang Bai's qi is over 1500. Jiang Bai estimated that he is now at around 2000 qi. These 2000 units of qi were all poured into his frontal bone, yet it still wasn't full. Becoming an intermediate ability user has other benefits besides the increase in qi capacity and quality. After a whole day of cultivation, Jiang Bai opened his eyes, his gaze clear, having gained a preliminary understanding of his changes. Depending on which bone is refined, ability users gain different enhancements. After successfully refining the frontal bone, my defense against mental type sequence abilities has greatly increased. This is a success within my plan. Besides that, the speed of absorbing qi is faster, the storage efficiency is higher, my foundation is more solid, and the bone refining technique I chose is top tier. This improvement is well deserved. Even without calculating the effect of human harmony, Jiang Bai's current cultivation speed is more than 3 times that of his peers. With the blessing of human harmony, Jiang Bai can reach a terrifying 15 times the cultivation speed. 1 day of his qi absorption is worth 15 days of someone else's hard work. Besides the increase in qi, inch stop has also been enhanced. Sequence abilities improve along with the ability user's breakthroughs. Jiang Bai thought to himself, every time I use inch stop, the qi consumption is between 100 and 1000. The more qi used, the stronger the effect of inch stop. Combined with the effect of human harmony, if I release inch stop with 1000 qi, it's equivalent to an inch stop of 5000 qi, which even high-level ability users cannot resist. The sequence ability inch stop is indeed not weak. The only problem is that it consumes too much qi and cannot be used frequently. With Jiang Bai's terrifying talent and aptitude, if he uses inch stop at full power, he can only use it twice in a single battle. For other ability users without cheats, it's even worse. Jiang Bai couldn't help but sigh. There's a reason why you're ranked second to last. For several days after the breakthrough, Jiang Bai lived a peaceful life in the 9th Research Institute, cultivating, eating, sleeping, and acting like a hidden player. Until this day, his communicator suddenly had some activity. Hello, the materials you ordered have arrived. You can come to the market to pick them up at any time. Looking at the message on the communicator, a meaningful smile appeared on Jiang Bai's face. This was the first time Shan Hongyi had seen brother Jiang Bai smile like that. It wouldn't take long for Shan Hongyi to understand that when Jiang Bai wore this smile, it meant someone was about to have bad luck. Very bad luck. Trading market in a corner at a tea shop. The door was locked tight. Around the tea table sat 3 or 5 burly men, each with over 10 scars on their bodies, looking fierce and clearly not to be trifled with. They were talking noisily. That kid spent 40,000 at the market without even blinking. He can't be a rich person. Who would come to this place to buy things if they were rich? He must be a nouveau riche. He even bought his combat suit on the spot. I saw it with my own eyes. He's got a little girl with him. He might be a gigolo. He has no background, but what if the little girl does? I say, lure him out, kill him, and snatch the goods. The kid bought these materials to break through to the intermediate level. He can't be that strong. You idiots. I've followed that guy. He lives in a haunted place. Do you think he's easy to deal with? He's just bold, doesn't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth, and has a tough life. What's so strange about that? I used to live in that place too. Only 8 out of 10 people died. It's not that evil. If an initial level ability user about to break through has the prototype of an exotic bone on him, we'll be rich. 4 or 5 heads argued back and forth. No one could convince anyone else. Spit flying everywhere. The scene was very chaotic. To them, killing people and stealing goods was like buying vegetables at the market. This is the apocalypse, and the only recognized law of survival is the law of the jungle. When a fat sheep walks into a pack of wolves, its fate is self-evident. And Jiang Bai, who threw money around like dirt, was that fat sheep. On the tea table, there was only 1 cup of tea. The owner of the tea had remained silent, not participating in the discussion, just listening quietly. The owner suddenly reached out and picked up the teacup, and everyone immediately fell silent. Those fierce-looking brutes were as docile as lambs, not daring to make a sound. The owner took a sip of tea, put the cup back on the table, and under everyone's gaze, said calmly, "Leave the girl, kill the man." 100位自己財布局、客世力、客世両眼中的費用、典型的構存者偏差平人紳士、財末世的グリーン法和層、当位へトレ転じる略作理へ、詳細是心小的屈人上復興と。The Ninth Research Institute. Shan Hongyi tilted her head and asked innocently, "Brother Jiang Bai, are you sure you don't need me to go with you?" "Yeah." Jiang Bai nodded. "I'll keep my wits about me, I won't get played." Shan Hongyi, "You've already got enough wits, please stop adding more. You should just be thankful if you don't scam others. Who could possibly have the skill to scam you?" Unlike Shan Hongyi, the director was thinking about something else. Do you need a weapon? Although he didn't know what Jiang Bai was planning to do. The director knew very well that the visitor did not come with good intentions. Jiang Bai was that very visitor. As for weapons, Jiang Bai had purchased a few earlier, just enough for self-defense. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you have a gun?" "Yes." The little loli blurted out, "We have shotguns, AKs, sniper rifles, revolvers." A long list of firearm names tumbled from her mouth, like someone reciting a menu. A question mark slowly appeared over Jiang Bai's head. Is this a research institute or an arms depot? Clearly, these were not the guns Jiang Bai needed. The director thought of something, turned and headed back into the institute, and returned a moment later, breathless, holding a long black rod. He dragged the rod over to Jiang Bai with effort, wiped the sweat from his forehead. "There's no spearhead, can you still use it?" Looking at the black rod, a flicker of something passed through Jiang Bai's eyes, as if he had returned to 200 years ago. This spear, called the Overlord's Spear, was an unearthed relic forged from ancient extraterrestrial meteorite iron, measuring 13 feet 7 inches and 3/10 in length, and weighing 77 pounds, 7 ounces, and 7 units. After the mysterious tide arrived, many relics underwent mutations. After identification and examination, these items were found to be more or less related to supernatural phenomena, having been tainted with mysterious energy to become mystical artifacts. The Overlord's Spear was one of them, falling into the hands of the first-generation cicada by mistake. When the first-generation cicada went missing, he left the spear behind, and it passed through the hands of the second-generation cicada to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai thought the name Overlord Spear sounded too tacky, and wanted to rename it the Upright and Magnificent Spear to showcase his conduct and demeanor. This name was ruthlessly rejected by the second-generation cicada. Taking the black rod, his fingers glided over it, feeling a chill flowing through his fingertips. As that familiar sensation returned to his body, Jiang Bai felt as if he had traveled back 100 years. He tapped the shaft and smiled, "Old friend. Everything has come together again." Shan Hongyi looked at the rod curiously, confused. Is this thing really a weapon? She had seen ancient spears before, but they all had spearheads. The director scratched his head and said awkwardly, "The spearhead, it might have been lost over such a long time." He even felt it was his own fault for not keeping it safe, and his tone carried a hint of shame. "No, this spear never had a spearhead," Jiang Bai explained. "The guy who passed this spear to me only had half a spearhead, and he was too stingy to give it to me. He said he wanted to keep it as an heirloom, but he wanted to show it off while trying to hide it. So he came up with a clumsy plan to tuck the spearhead into his belt, thinking no one knew. Isn't that hilarious?" Jiang Bai chuckled as he spoke. As he laughed, his eyes narrowed. Soon after, Jiang Bai yawned, rubbed his eyes, returned the spear shaft to the director, and turned to leave gracefully after leaving one sentence. "They don't deserve to die by this spear." Watching Jiang Bai's retreating back, Shan Hongyi tugged at the director's sleeve and asked in confusion, "Director, Brother Jiang Bai looked really sad just now." Jiang Bai, not far away, shouted back, "I'm not that far away yet." Shan Hongyi shrank back and made a face at his back. The director patted Shan Hongyi's head without answering. The curious little Shan Hongyi, once Jiang Bai was further away, couldn't help but ask again, "Director, doesn't Brother Jiang Bai love to keep an ace up his sleeve? Why did he leave the shaft behind and not use it?" Clearly, Jiang Bai's words had left a deep impression on the little girl. Being both overbearing and contradicting his usual persona, it raised countless questions in her mind. Could it be that Brother Jiang Bai has decided to stop being a schemer? The director knew the answer and replied bluntly, "Oh, he can't lift it right now." Shan Hongyi. The weight of the shaft had increased exponentially after being tainted with supernatural energy. Even the director struggled to lift it. Jiang Bai probably couldn't even walk while carrying it, let alone fight. He clearly couldn't use such a heavy shaft himself, yet he managed to turn it into an opportunity to look cool. Shan Hongyi, I can only say, typical of you. After leaving the 9th Research Institute, Jiang Bai headed straight for the trading market, even pretending not to notice that he was being followed. The place they had agreed to meet was a tea shop. In this era, just finding food was a struggle. Anyone who could afford tea was no ordinary person, and someone who could run a tea shop was definitely not a nobody. As soon as Jiang Bai appeared, the boss greeted him enthusiastically. "Brother, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you, dying of anxiety." He pulled Jiang Bai aside and whispered, "Things have changed a bit." "What?" Jiang Bai barked loudly. "You know, I'm in a rush for this batch. I'm leveling up next month, and you want to flake on me now. Are you looking for trouble?" Seeing the arrogant young man, the boss secretly laughed at how green he was, but the smile on his face didn't fade at all as he explained hurriedly, "Don't be anxious, brother. It's good news, not bad." Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Good news? What kind of good news could there be? "It's like this. Just wait a second." The boss stood up, peeked outside a few times to ensure no one was watching, and then closed the door, returning to Jiang Bai's side. "The goods you want are all in high demand, and the deadline is tight, which makes it really hard. Truth be told, I've scoured everything available on the market, but I still couldn't put it all together. I don't mind saying if I, old 3 Luo, can't gather these goods, no one in this market can." Jiang Bai looked full of disgust and retorted, So what you're saying is, you think the money isn't enough and you want more. No, not only do you not need to pay more, this good news will actually help you save a ton of money, brother. Old Three Luo whispered. I have a brother who works at the Silver Sand Defense Agency. They just seized a batch of illicit mystical materials, and he stashed a few crates away. He's looking to offload them now, so I immediately thought of you. Hearing this, a look of vigilance appeared on Jiang Bai's face, and he lowered his voice too. Buying this stuff, it's not illegal, is it? It's not illegal if you don't get caught. Old Three Luo said confidently. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. But there's one thing, brother, you'll have to come with me. We can't do this in the trading market, leaving a record of the transaction. That would be a ticking time bomb. Jiang Bai still looked hesitant, not knowing if he should agree. Seeing that he was tempted, Old Three Luo struck while the iron was hot, promising discounts and absolute safety, feeding the young man a belly full of sweet talk. After much persuasion, Jiang Bai finally agreed to cancel the transaction in the trading market and go with Old Three Luo to buy the cheaper materials. Seeing the big fish on the hook, Old Three Luo was grinning from ear to ear when Jiang Bai suddenly changed his tune. One last thing. The two of them had been playing a cat and mouse game for so long, the trap was set, and since he was given a favor, Jiang Bai had to return one, or rather, set his own trap. Hearing this, Old Three Luo's heart sank. Thinking something was off, he asked nonchalantly, "What is it?" "If we cancel this transaction in the trading market." Jiang Bai, looking completely harmless, asked earnestly, "Aren't you supposed to pay me a breach of contract fee?" 大白用最適表情、脱出量類社交中最致命的発覚杯、直接エクエ波量三的心理暴と、在弱肉を食的末世背景下、賛成的労力風武力路人、エズゼリオ系歴史空zeへ落ち集中軸逃亡、公衆ゼ典型的形式批判、永久不要定うくり金畑人最後神的産。Cancellation fee? Luo Laoson's expression shifted as he gave a dry, awkward laugh. My friend, you're joking, right? The trade market is operated by the Silver Sand base. Every shop here has to pay rent to the base and abide by numerous rules. And precisely because everyone has to follow the rules, things here are at least 30% more expensive than on the outside. By that same logic, if Luo Laoson cancels the deal, according to the rules, he is required to pay a penalty fee equal to the value of the goods. Then what's the point of making any money? I know you're in a hurry, but don't panic. Jiang Bai said calmly. Look, our original order is on official record, and I've paid a deposit. If the deal is suddenly called off, I don't want the money back, and you don't give me the goods. If someone investigates and tracks it back to us, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Luo Laoson was stunned for a moment. He felt Jiang Bai made sense, yet something felt off. Luo Laoson realized something and suggested, "Why don't you just cancel the order yourself, claiming the goods haven't arrived yet? If the buyer cancels it themselves and the merchant is willing to refund the deposit, no penalty fee is incurred." Jiang Bai said righteously, "How can I do that? Everyone who knows me knows I'm a cheapskate. Why should I pass up such a bargain?" Luo Laoson, are you actually hearing what you're saying? Everyone who knows you knows you're a cheapskate. Is that supposed to be a compliment? How can you sound so proud when you say that? Luo Laoson simply kicked the ball back to Jiang Bai. This won't work, that won't work, then you tell me what to do. His bottom line was clear. He was not going to take a loss in his business. If he really had to pay Jiang Bai the penalty fee according to the rules, he'd be losing more money than he could afford. Unless... A cold glint flashed in Luo Laoson's eyes, and he already had a plan in his mind. Unless he pays Jiang Bai in cash, this kid is going to meet the king of hell soon anyway, and by then, the cash will be his again. Jiang Bai then put forward the idea he had prepared. Brother, if you pay me the penalty fee according to the rules, I'll take that money and hire 2 bodyguards for the trip to pick up the goods. And I don't need to look elsewhere, you can just introduce 2 friends to accompany me. That'll work. Look, it all comes full circle and the money ends up back in your pocket. There's no risk for your 2 friends to just go along with us. It's just like taking a stroll after dinner. Hearing this, Luo Laosan chuckled. You kid, you're really slick, making it sound so nice, but you're actually getting 2 bodyguards for free. What do you think hiring entry-level superhumans is cheap? Nonsense. A flashy Jiangbai scoffed. I need protection from entry-level superhumans. You've got to be kidding. I can take on 10 of them. Fine, that's bold enough. Luo Laosan narrowed his eyes and agreed to Jiangbai's proposal. In his view, Jiangbai had little cleverness but no real wisdom. He was greedy for small gains only to suffer huge losses. It might look like Jiangbai got 2 bodyguards for free, but in reality these aren't bodyguards, they're death warrants. Luo Laosan and his group were already looking to kill and loot, and were just worried they wouldn't have the opportunity. Jiangbai actually offered to hire 2 guards himself, giving Luo Laosan the perfect chance to plant his people right by his side. When the time comes, they'll work from the inside out and take this entry-level superhuman down. It won't be difficult at all. Soon, Luo Laosan did as Jiangbai said, first refunding the 30,000 penalty fee, then finding 2 fierce-looking entry-level superhumans to introduce to Jiangbai as bodyguards. Same old rules, we'll sign the contract at the market. Jiangbai pulled out a contract he had already prepared. This is the standard employment template from the Silver Sand Mission Association. We'll sign 3 copies, and I'll go register it at the front desk. I'll pay the service fee. The mission is simple. You 2 protect me, and if there's mortal danger, you can run, but you aren't allowed to harm me. These veterans were naturally familiar with protection missions. The 2 scanned the contract, confirmed everything was fine, and signed it readily. Jiangbai took the contract to the front desk to pay the fee, and casually bought insurance for them as well. However, the beneficiary of this insurance was not Jiangbai, nor could it be. This is to prevent some mission initiators from using dangerous tasks to send people to their deaths and then collecting the insurance money. The beneficiary of this insurance was the 2 strong men themselves. If they were injured, they would receive a hefty sum for medical expenses. If they died, the money would go to their families. In Luo Laosan's view, buying this insurance was completely unnecessary and a waste of money. Jiangbai, acting wealthy, said that since the lady at the front desk was pretty and kept pushing it, he just bought it on a whim. After putting the contract away, Jiangbai pulled out 2 sets of combat gear and handed them to the men. As your employer, I care about your safety. You should put these on. One of the strong men snorted. No need, we have better ones. Jiangbai's eyes lit up. Great, then let's trade. Strong man? Jiangbai pointed at the mission contract and said, The contract says that any reasonable request to ensure my personal safety must be met. Wearing better combat gear will increase my chances of survival, won't it? The strong man looked at Luo Laosan, momentarily unsure of what to do. Luo Laosan waved his hand impatiently. It's just a set of clothes. Let him wear it for a while. Once the mission is over, the clothes are still yours. That's easy for you to say. The strong man pulled Luo Laosan aside and muttered, If these clothes get ruined, I'll be at a net loss on this job. They planned to lure the fat sheep Jiangbai out to slaughter him, and the combat suit on his body would definitely be damaged. Besides, clothes worn by a dead man, that's bad luck. Luo Laosan, confident and composed, said, What are you panicking about? The boss has already arranged everything. I guarantee your gear will remain unscathed. The gear remains unscathed. Aren't we planning to slaughter the kid? The strong man looked confused for a second, then a look of sudden realization dawned on him. The boss hired a psychic-type superhuman? Psychic-type superhumans, also known as mind-benders, kill without a trace, totally impossible to defend against. Unless you're a mind bender yourself or have refined your skull, ordinary superhumans stand no chance against them. A mid-level mind bender dealing with a rookie like Jiang Bai. That should be a piece of cake. Since a mind bender was involved, the strong man was convinced and readily took off his combat suit to swap with Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai pulled the suit on over his clothes and turned to the other strong man. "You swap too?" The other man said helplessly, "Mine is the same as the one you're wearing. There's no difference even if we swap." Jiang Bai said earnestly, "I like wearing two sets, it's safer." Everyone. After another round of fussing, Jiang Bai, now wearing 2 layers of combat gear, was satisfied and left the market with the 3 of them. "It's in the east end of the city. Hop in my car. We'll be there in half an hour." The 4 of them climbed into a jeep and vanished into the wind and sand around the street corner. Watching the jeep drive away, someone in the shadows picked up a walkie-talkie and whispered, "Wolf's den, wolf's den. The lamb has departed, the lamb has departed." Static crackled over the radio, and a moment later came the response. "Wolf's den received. Prepare the banquet back home, and get that bottle of champagne on ice." This setup perfectly illustrates the psychology of the overconfident predator. Luo Laosan thinks he is leading a sheep to slaughter, but he completely misses the logic of asymmetric warfare. In business or survival, the person who insists on excessive insurance and odd equipment swaps is rarely the victim, but rather the one who has already turned the table into a trap. Keep an eye on those insurance policies are definitely the setup for the next big reveal. Silver Sand Base, east of the city, warehouse ID 185. The lights are on in the second floor office, and blurry silhouettes can be seen through the window screen. If you were to walk into that office, you would be surprised to find it completely empty, save for 2 mannequins at the desk that move every so often, a very clever disguise. But in the office next door, the lights are off, yet you can hear the sound of someone breathing. From the darkness comes a slightly muffled voice. "Tell me, is this really necessary?" No one answers. The man continues to mutter to himself. "To ambush a low-tier ability user, we've dispatched 4 low-tier, 1 mid-tier, and even the boss, a high-tier user, is behind this. Why bother calling in a mentalist as well? To put it bluntly, the price for hiring our group alone is worth more than that low-tier ability user." In the darkness, there is still no reply. The man gets more worked up and complains. The target is almost here, and the trap is set, but you refuse to sit in a perfectly good office and insist on hiding in this storage room. A mid-tier ambushing a low-tier, and a mentalist at that. Is it really necessary to be this cautious? This level of caution is bordering on cowardly. Finally, there is a response from the dark. A cold voice says, "Say one more word, and I will kill you first. The job won't be done, and the money won't be refunded." The murderous intent behind those last few words seems to fill the entire room. The man falls silent instantly, his breathing becoming tense. Of course, he can't help but grumble inwardly that mentalists are all sniveling cowards with too many schemes and dark hearts, always suspicious of everyone. That's why fighting them is such a hassle. They always make a mountain out of a molehill. The mentalist in the dark feels the same disdain for these reckless fools. These idiots who only know how to brawl and kill are only alive in this apocalypse by pure luck. They don't even know the meaning of the word caution. Using a lit office to distract the enemy while hiding in a storage room, possessing the strength of a high-tier sequence user, but claiming to be mid-tier, only charging mid-tier prices, never fighting above his rank, always holding at least 3 trump cards in every battle, and keeping his cool no matter the situation. This is the rule of survival for a mentalist in this apocalypse. He climbed from the very bottom to become a mentalist, broke through to the high tier, honed his skills, and aimed for the summit, all because of this caution ingrained in his bones. Given time, he is certain to achieve transcendence. To put it bluntly, the The mentalist has never met anyone more cautious than himself. This caution has reached the level of art. Not long after the mentalist speaks, movement is heard outside the warehouse. A jeep pulls up at the warehouse entrance, and 4 people get out one after another. A voice comes through the mentalist's earpiece. The lamb has reached the wolf's den. I repeat, the lamb has reached the wolf's den. The mentalist closes his eyes and slowly channels his energy, ready to strike at any moment. The target has just arrived and is still on alert. Once the target sees the goods, their guard will drop to the lowest point. That is when the mentalist will act. Everything is going exactly according to plan. The target is a young man wearing 2 layers of combat gear, looking somewhat ridiculous as he follows the group into the warehouse. Before long, the signal to attack comes from the warehouse. In an instant, the lights go out, and several people strike at the target simultaneously in the darkness. Bang! 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 Following a few muffled sounds, there is the heavy thud of bodies hitting the floor. Someone exclaims in the darkness, "This target is a tough nut to crack. Run!" Immediately after, 2 more muffled sounds are heard. In less than a minute, almost the entire ambush team has been wiped out. Hearing the commotion from the warehouse, the man in the storage room can no longer keep his cool and growls, "Damn it, why haven't you acted yet? The target is too strong, they've kicked a steel plate." He knows very well that the only way to survive is to fight for his life. Beg for mercy? That choice doesn't exist in this apocalypse. He is a brute but not a fool. The mentalist's voice sounds again, devoid of its previous decisiveness, now filled with exhaustion and weakness. "I already attacked." The mentalist is now bleeding black blood from his 7 orifices, looking miserable, breathing his last breaths. He had struck at the target the very first moment. The opponent defended successfully and even gave the mentalist a nasty surprise, using a surge of energy to forcefully interrupt his sequence skill and cause him severe trauma. The mentalist has no time to wonder what kind of sequence skill that was. Right now, he only wants one thing: to survive. His brain races. The opponent is at least a high-tier ability user, having refined their skull, or perhaps another mentalist. My advantage is being hidden in the dark, and I've pre-planned 3 escape routes. The mentalist pulls a vial of medicine from his pocket, tosses it into his mouth and bites it, letting the glass shards cut his tongue. The medicine enters his bloodstream and takes effect. His injuries improve instantly, his inner energy surges, and he feels better than ever. Even when facing a summit-level powerhouse, he has a chance to survive. At this moment, the enemy's voice comes from the warehouse. "Mentalist, stop hiding, I see you. Don't let me catch you, or you're in for a world of pain." Hearing the voice from downstairs, the corner of the mentalist's mouth curls up. The opponent is bluffing. The enemy is still downstairs, that's good news, and the mentalist's position hasn't been exposed. Of all the strategies, running away is the best one. Withdraw. Just as the mentalist is about to run, a chilling voice comes from behind him. "I told you I found you. Why don't you believe me?" He turns around abruptly, only to see a blood wolf standing outside the window, staring straight at him. The blood wolf has a speaker hanging around its neck, and that's where the voice is coming from. Oh no, tricked again. Wait, why did I say again? The mentalist is about to move when another low growl comes from behind. "Kunsu." In that instant, the mentalist thinks fast about how to respond. What kind of idiot shouts the name of their sequence ability? Wait, could the person who set trap after trap be an idiot? Whether he's an idiot or not doesn't matter. His sequence ability must be Kunsu. Kunsu has a very low success rate for interruption, even among peers. The opponent used it once before, consuming at least 2,000 units of energy. Even a high-tier user couldn't use it that frequently or effectively. The more energy used, the better the effect, and vice versa. This time, the probability of interruption being successful is very low. The advantage is mine. Suddenly, the mentalist freezes in place, his pupils shrink sharply and his eyes are filled with disbelief. His sequence ability was interrupted again. Twice in a row, at least 2,000 units of Kuntsu? What kind of monster did he provoke? A summit-level powerhouse? Or transcendent? He has no chance to think anymore. A dark shadow strikes from the side, a right hand swings around and slams solidly into the mentalist's forehead. Kuntsu. This time Jiang Bai doesn't shout it out. He's not a simpleton who needs to shout every time he releases a sequence ability. The sheer force of that palm strike alone would be enough to severely injure the opponent, not to mention it also carried the power of Kuntsu. With just one strike, the man vomits blood, sees stars, and is dazed. Subduing the last enemy easily, Jiang Bai exhales, looks around, and mutters to himself, "Who should I interrogate first? Mentalist Ababa." The psychic relied on extreme caution as his ultimate survival strategy, but this episode proves that when intelligence gap meets raw power, even the most meticulous planning is just a setup for a humiliating defeat. Paranoia can only take you so far against true tactical flexibility. At 6 on sharp, Jiang Bai arrived at warehouse ID 185 on the east side of the city with Luo Laosan. At 6:03, Jiang Bai was attacked. He immediately called the Silver Sand Defense Agency to report that he had been attacked by unidentified individuals and that there were out-of-control exotic beasts at the scene. At 6:08, the Silver Sand Defense Agency dispatched Team A3 to the scene for support. At 6:19, Team A3 arrived. The exotic beasts had vanished. Inside the warehouse were only 5 corpses, all showing signs of being mauled by exotic beasts, though the exact cause of death remained unknown. Jiang Bai himself had sustained minor injuries. The deceased were calm and stable. After Team A3 arrived, Jiang Bai described the appearance of the exotic beasts to the members with precision. About as tall as a person in a red coat, blood-colored fur, looked like a wolf, and had a tumor on its neck. "So you are Jiang Bai?" The team leader looked at the chaotic scene with a grim expression, his gaze scrutinizing Jiang Bai. "You were the one who reported this?" "That is correct." Jiang Bai remained composed and spoke fluently. "I ordered a batch of goods from Luo Laosan at the trading market. He lured me here claiming the goods had arrived, then informed me that he couldn't fulfill the order and wanted to pay a penalty, offering to introduce me to other channels. I followed him to the warehouse to inspect the stock. As he prepared to attack me, a runaway exotic beast burst in and assaulted Luo Laosan and his men. I took advantage of the chaos to hide and call for help until you arrived." The team leader didn't listen to a single word Jiang Bai said. He stared intensely at Jiang Bai and said in a sinister tone, "You know, people as calm as you are definitely lying when they open their mouths." He had seen too many people like that. Double crosses, playing the fool to bait their prey, turning the tables. Since Luo Laosan was already dead, there were no witnesses. With Jiang Bai as the only survivor, he could say whatever he wanted. Jiang Bai answered earnestly, "I am telling the truth." Every word was the truth. If the leader were willing to investigate, he could find evidence for everything. The truth can be used to lie too, simply by hiding the most crucial information. The team leader glanced back at the scene and snorted coldly. "The goods here are contraband, smuggled illegally into the Silver Sand base. Buying contraband privately is a crime. You are coming with me." After saying that, the team leader added, "I'm curious, your name is Jiang Bai, right? Why did you even bother reporting this?" Everyone was dead, only Jiang Bai survived. Jiang Bai could have looted the whole warehouse, and no one would have known it was him. Even if the mastermind knew, they wouldn't dare touch Jiang Bai. Among the dead, 4 were low-level ability users and 1 was mid-level. To kill so many strong men in less than 15 minutes means Jiang Bai has combat power at least equal to a high-level ability user. There are fewer than 100 such powerhouses in the entire Silver Sand base. If Jiang Bai hadn't reported it, no one would have retaliated against him. He could have kept the warehouse whole, and the team leader wouldn't have had an excuse to cause him trouble. As for these corpses, people die every day in the Silver Sand base. Nobody cares. I think there is a misunderstanding here. With a faint smile, Jiang Bai said calmly, I didn't come here to trade contraband. I came to look for leads on smuggling. In fact, I left a signed report at the trading market, and when I called the police, I mentioned the situation here as well. According to the Silver Sand administrative regulations, ability users who encounter smuggling leads are obligated to report them to headquarters and receive a reward. What I did is legal. You can double-check with headquarters. The team leader's expression darkened, and he immediately believed Jiang Bai was telling the truth. The reason was simple. Attacks by exotic beasts or other ability users are too common in the Silver Sand base, but most people's first reaction wouldn't be to call the police. Why? Because reporting it is useless. No one ever comes to support you. Understaffed, limited resources, frequent violence. That is the reality of the Silver Sand base. Human lives are cheap, and the defense agency is practically a facade. But less than 10 minutes after Jiang Bai reported it, headquarters dispatched the nearest team, A3, to provide support. Either Jiang Bai is one of their own, or his report had enough value. It looks like the latter. A warehouse full of contraband, worth over 1 million star coins that would be enough for headquarters to send Team A3 to support and seize the goods. Things are getting more and more interesting. The team leader pulled over 2 chairs, sat on one, put his feet on the other, kept staring at Jiang Bai, and said coldly, Do you know who these dead people are? Do you know whose territory this is? Jiang Bai shook his head. I'd like to hear the details. The team leader continued, They are people of Dr. T, and this warehouse belongs to him. I don't know why Dr. T attacked you, nor do I know why he failed. But I am very clear that if you hadn't reported this today, there might have been room for compromise. Even if you robbed or burned the warehouse, Dr. T wouldn't care. But after you reported it and we sealed the place, only one of you can survive. Hearing this, Jiang Bai scratched his head and remarked, I hope the one who survives is me. The team leader sneered, You think you're funny? Jiang Bai was very humble. Everyone who knows me says so. The team leader, You have no idea what it means to offend Dr. T in the Silver Sand base, let alone who is behind him. The team leader said in a chilling voice, Don't blame me for not warning you, and don't blame me for my attitude. Anyone dragged into this vortex wouldn't be in a good mood. I'm treating you this way just to make a point that I'm not on your side, and I have no interest in getting involved in this mess. For the rest, just go through the official procedures. Do you understand? Understood. Jiang Bai took out a pen and paper and started writing and drawing. According to regulations, I'm entitled to 20% of the value of the contraband I report. The team leader replied, The value hasn't been tallied yet. I'll contact you once it's finished. After saying that, he sneered again. Jiang Bai could clearly take it all, yet he insisted on reporting it and only taking 20%. What exactly is he after? Jiang Bai continued, I hired 2 bodyguards. They died in the battle, and I bought insurance for them. The team leader interrupted. Insurance payouts go to the person or their next of kin, not to you. Trying to commit insurance fraud. Too naive. Forget about it. Jiang Bai said righteously. But they owe me money. The team leader laughed. They owe you money? Where's the proof? Jiang Bai said unhurriedly. The 3 tactical suits they were wearing were borrowed from me. The 3 suits cost 6,800 star coins in total. Here is the receipt from the trading market with the suit serial numbers for verification. Since the suits are damaged, they have to pay me back. The team leader, why would 2 people be wearing 3 tactical suits? And how did your tactical suit end up on your bodyguards? There were too many absurd points in what Jiang Bai said, and the team leader didn't know where to start mocking him. Jiang Bai explained, I was afraid they were in danger, so I lent them my suits. After a moment of silence, the team leader said irritably, "I will deduct 6,800 from their insurance payout and compensate you." Jiang Bai struck while the iron was hot. "I'm injured, and since they failed the mission, they have to pay me a penalty." "How much?" Jiang Bai answered honestly. "The mission was 30,000 star coins. Because the premium was high, the penalty is also high, 60,000 star coins, plus medical expenses." The team leader laughed out of frustration. "The insurance payout for both of them is only 65,000. Do they owe you another 1,800 on top of that?" Jiang Bai nodded. "If they have other assets, I don't mind." For some reason, the team leader felt that those two had been skinned even after death, as if they had died twice. Those poor guys really hadn't built up enough merit in their past lives to end up as Jiang Bai's enemies. The team leader waved his hand. "Submit a written application. Whatever you're owed will be calculated by the accountants. Don't talk to me about this." That said, he believed that as long as Jiang Bai submitted the application, he would definitely get paid. After all, the goods in this warehouse are worth over $1 million. The Silver Sand base takes the lion's share, so giving Jiang Bai a bit of the soup is just a favor. Jiang Bai probably saw that, which is why he dared to be so unscrupulous. The team leader couldn't be bothered to tangle with him anymore and dismissed him. "If that's all, you can go now. We will issue a wanted notice for the Blood Wolf. If we have any information, we will contact you immediately." "Thank you." Before leaving, Jiang Bai said sincerely, "You're actually not a bad person." Looking at Jiang Bai's departing figure, a strange glint appeared in the team leader's eyes. This guy who appeared out of nowhere gave him an incredibly dangerous feeling. The team leader would rather face a whole-level powerhouse than become an enemy of this guy. A team member stepped forward and reported, "Captain, new intelligence." The team leader was in a bad mood. "Speak." Looking at the information on the communicator, the team member swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly with a sense of inexplicable fear. 10 minutes ago, Dr. T died. Jiang Bai treats justice like a profit margin analysis. By weaponizing bureaucratic protocols against the syndicate, he proves that in a lawless world, the most dangerous weapon is not brute force, but the calculated manipulation of systemic rules.
I am Jiang Bai, currently executing Mission Daozhen 2. It has been 10 days since I woke up, and I have failed to re-establish contact with the organization. I made my first public appearance, which attracted the greedy eyes of sinister forces like Luo III. On the 9th day after I woke up, Luo III asked to meet me and attempted an ambush. I was forced to fight back. Because I am stronger than them and move faster, it might look like I attacked them first, but in reality they struck first, and I was merely acting in self-defense. Whether judged by criminal law or the regulations of Silver Sand Base, I am innocent. In fact, they owe me a Good Samaritan Award and a Model Citizen Award. Through a brief interrogation, I learned the name of the mastermind from Luo III and his associates, Dr. T. I admit that there may have been some actions during the interrogation that violated human rights conventions, but the responsibility lies entirely with Blood Wolf. As an exotic beast, Blood Wolf could not control its instincts, so it is excusable. Considering this is a first offense, a fine of 80,000 has been issued. As for Dr. T, these small fry do not know much information. Dr. T is a high-level esper famous for 20 years. He owns a tea shop in the Silver Sand trading market and 3 storefronts in the black market. He spends his days smuggling contraband, silencing people, and trafficking humans. His crimes are numerous and too many to document. Dr. T himself is a guest of honor at the Silver Sand Base headquarters. It is rumored that his backer is the vice governor of Silver Sand, an extraordinary powerhouse. Given that the organization's conduct is so despicable, and Blood Wolf bit 5 people to death while losing control, I have ordered a special penalty, 5 chicken drumsticks added to its dinner. Information on Dr. T is limited. It will be collected later. Among those who participated in the attack against me, There was a mind controller who was reckless and weak. After I subdued him, his mind was shattered, and now he can only babble incoherently. I had Blood Wolf take this person back to the 9th Research Institute ahead of schedule. He is currently locked in a dark room, waiting for interrogation. By now, Silver Sand Base has issued a wanted poster for the exotic beast Blood Wolf. Where Blood Wolf actually came from, and why it attacked the Institute, I think the answer is not far off. While uprooting Dr. T's sinister forces, I need to figure out why he actively attacked me, and if there are other masterminds behind it. If there are, why did they attack me? Was the accident in Mission Yaozhen 2 really an accident, or was it man-made? After 100 years, are there enemies hidden in the shadows waiting for me to deal with them? Having said everything that needed to be said, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Mission Yaozhen 2 is still in progress." Jiang Bai put down the recorder and immediately saw the little girl looking at him with curiosity. She seemed to have countless questions to ask. "Brother Jiang Bai, did you know all along that they were going to attack you? Brother Jiang Bai, did you spend all that money on purpose just for them to see?" Brother Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai quickly interrupted her. "You can only ask one question." This curious little thing could go on asking questions forever. Answering everything would only bring trouble upon myself. Shan Hongyi hesitated for a long time before picking the question she cared about most. "Brother Jiang Bai, the captive you brought back is already a fool. How are you going to interrogate him?" According to what Jiang Bai said earlier, all 6 of them were easily subdued by him, yet he chose to bring back a little cutie. What could he possibly get out of a cutie? Jiang Bai acted mysterious. Ordinary methods certainly won't work. The little girl's eyes lit up. Was Jiang Bai hiding another trump card? Does he have extraordinary interrogation skills? The little girl couldn't wait to have her eyes opened. Under her expectant gaze, Jiang Bai revealed the answer. "But using Heaven's inquiry, I should be able to get something useful." Shan Hongyi. Good news, Jiang Bai has another trump card. Bad news, this trump card belongs to Director. That's right. Before Jiang Bai slapped the mind controller into stupidity, he had already considered this. The opponent was a mind controller, and who knows what tricks he was hiding. Even if Jiang Bai had refined his forehead bone, he couldn't be careless. Better to slap him into stupidity first. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't know how to handle such a little cutie. But the Director's Heaven's inquiry doesn't require the other party to speak to extract valuable information. Since they had reached this point, Jiang Bai stood up and walked towards the dark room. The Director, wearing an ill-fitting lab coat, was busy by the hospital bed. Jiang Bai knocked on the door and entered. "Director, how is the situation?" "Better than expected." The Director pushed up his glasses and introduced. "His injuries are recovering quite well. The skull was shattered, and his exotic bones have degenerated, but his life has been saved. Exotic bones are refined from Qi. If they are not exposed to Qi for a long time or suffer severe damage, exotic bones will degenerate into ordinary bones." Back then, every bone in Jiang Bai's body had been refined, but after being sealed for 100 years, everything was reset, and he had to start the refining process all over again. Mind controllers usually refine their skulls to strengthen their ability sequence. With one slap, Jiang Bai destroyed years of the man's hard work. He is still alive, but he can only babble. The Director flipped through a dictionary and read out the information found within. His name is Nangang Xiaoxin, a high-level mind controller and holder of the Human Series Sequence Ability number 66, Confusion. He has been active in the southeastern bases for years. This time he was passing through Silver Sand Base, invited by Dr. T, accepted 300,000 star coins to participate in the ambush against you. Both parties agreed he would only strike 3 times. If he didn't succeed after 3 tries, Nangang Xiaoxin would leave immediately. The Director mentioned a few more trivial details and finally summarized. Time is running out. That's all the information we can gather for now. There is one thing I am concerned about, Jiang Bai. Ever since you used inch pause to interrupt Heaven's inquiry, the way I trigger it feels different than before. How should I put it? It's like the last time Blood Wolf attacked. Heaven's inquiry provided accurate information, but hid the most crucial part. This kind of situation has been extremely rare in the past. If it happens once, it's a coincidence. But if it happens a second time, we need to be prepared. The director's meaning was simple. He used Heaven's inquiry to get a lot of information, but he suspected that Heaven's inquiry was hiding the most important facts. And the absence of the most critical information is easy to lead to misdirection. Therefore, when Jiang Bai thinks, he must also take this factor into account. We'll study the inch pause thing later. For now, let's focus on the enemy in front of us. Jiang Bai mused. Ultimately, the route lies with Dr. T. I need to find a chance to have a chat with him. Before Jiang Bai could finish, the director looked up, looked at him with surprise, and interrupted. Dr. T is dead. Dead? Jiang Bai was baffled. How did he die? He was just about to find trouble with this guy, and now he's dead? How could such a coincidence happen in this world? How did he die? Who killed him? Who is so bold? The director was even more surprised. You didn't kill him? Don't slander me, Jiang Bai said solemnly. When I kill someone, I leave a name. Oh. The director scratched his head and pulled a photo out of the dictionary. This is a photo of the crime scene sent by a friend of mine. Take a look. Jiang Bai took the photo and stared at it. It showed a corpse lying in a pool of blood, and on the wall, written in blood, were big, bright red characters. The killer, Cold Cicada. The death of Dr. T acts as a classic locked room mystery trope, forcing Jiang Bai to confront a new rival. By shifting the conflict from a local thug to a mysterious assassin like Cold Cicada, the narrative masterfully transitions from a survival revenge plot into a high-stakes intelligence game. 5 blood-dripping characters were written on the wall, looking as if they hadn't fully congealed yet. After a brief silence, Jiang Bai spoke up. If I said I am not Cicada, would you believe me? The director nodded honestly. I believe you. Jiang Bai. How can someone be this honest? Jiang Bai asked the director to trust his comrade, and he actually did. He really is a decent guy. With the director's pureness, 200 years ago, he would definitely not be an ordinary college student. At the very least, he would be a PhD candidate from a top-tier university. Jiang Bai closed his eyes, sighed helplessly, and muttered to himself. But I am Cicada. Jiang Bai is Cicada. These 6 words, 1,200 years ago, were considered the highest level of confidentiality. After dealing with a world-ending disaster, Jiang Bai was in a very poor state. Although his ki was powerful, it was at risk of spiraling out of control at any moment. That was exactly why Jiang Bai accepted Old Ma's invitation to join the special training camp. In name, it was a special training camp, but in reality, it was a containment camp. Perhaps, in Old Ma's eyes, the special training camp was there to protect Jiang Bai. In reality, Jiang Bai had a different perspective. He always believed that the camp existed to deal with him should he ever lose control. If Jiang Bai didn't lose control, nothing and no one could threaten him, so he naturally didn't need protection. If Jiang Bai did lose control, the camp was located in the wilderness, which could minimize the damage caused by his rampage. Jiang Bai also knew that not far from the camp, a spacecraft was always on standby. Once there were signs of him losing control, with his cooperation, they would quickly board the shuttle and take off immediately, sending the rampaging Jiang Bai into outer space. This was a setup only an invincible being could warrant. Of course, those are all things of the past. The identity of Cicada meant so much 100 years ago. It represented one of the highest state secrets. Now that 100 years have passed, I doubt many people even know the name Cicada, and since the director is one of our own, there is no need to hide it. Jiang Bai never expected to encounter a fake impersonating him at the Silver Sand base. This imposter killed Dr. T like slaughtering a chicken, a high-level esper with immense influence at the Silver Sand base. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Bai's mind. The other party knows I am Cicada. Dr. T sending people to attack me really wasn't that simple. He was silenced. The person who silenced Dr. T, the one who knows I'm Cicada, are they a friend or a foe? What about the transcendent? No, maybe even stronger. Am I being targeted by a divine general? Facing the heavenly emperor in my current state, I have less than 0.5% chance of winning. Surviving in one piece would be a victory in itself. When Jiang Bai opened his eyes again, his gaze was full of resolve. The director asked hurriedly, "Do you have an idea?" "Not yet." Jiang Bai shook his head slightly and said seriously, "But in our time, there was a method specifically designed for this kind of situation. As long as we use this method, every problem will eventually be solved." The director perked up. "What method?" Jiang Bai uttered 2 words. "Hold a meeting." The director, get ready. We will have a meeting in the dining hall in 15 minutes to discuss our strategy." After saying that, Jiang Bai walked out of the dark room first, with the director following closely behind him, locking the door as he left. The moment the door closed, Nanggong Xiaoxin, who had been staring blankly, suddenly blinked. Her eyes rolled slightly, only to quickly return to a dull gaze as her mouth hung open, drooling and making incoherent babbling sounds. After leaving the dark room, the director wanted to catch up with Jiang Bai to talk about Nanggong Xiaoxin. Nanggong Xiaoxin had climbed from the grassroots to become a high-level esper, experiencing countless life and death battles along the way. She was someone who had truly crawled out of a pile of corpses. Although she had been subdued for now, she was still a dangerous character. In the past, with Heaven's Inquiry in hand, the director wouldn't have been worried. But now, Heaven's Inquiry seemed to be having some issues. If it really hid the most critical information, Nanggong Xiaoxin might cause them a lot of trouble. However, the director had a change of heart. You have to trust your comrade. When it comes to this matter, you really can trust Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai might have already seen something. If he hasn't spoken of it, he must have his own plans. The director returned to his room, digging for materials and earnestly preparing for the meeting in 15 minutes. He could feel that the mention of the 2 words, Cicada, had touched something deep inside Jiang Bai. The moment he saw Cicada, Jiang Bai seemed to undergo a subtle change. Perhaps this is the real Jiang Bai. 15 minutes later. Dining hall. Written on the small blackboard in chalk. First operation meeting. Attendees: the director Jiang Bai Shanhongyi. Security on standby, Blood Wolf. Jiang Bai said solemnly, "Hongyi, you are responsible for taking the meeting minutes. This is very important and must be entrusted to someone capable. Can you handle it?" Shan Hongyi nodded repeatedly, accepting with pride, "No problem." The director scratched his head from the side. He suspected that Jiang Bai had assigned Shan Hongyi to take minutes, just to give her something to do so she would ask fewer questions. But the director had no evidence and couldn't slander his comrade. Everything was ready, and Jiang Bai tossed out the first question. "Director, how many people were involved in my awakening, and how many are aware of it? I need to know the cause and effect." Jiang Bai had been awake for 10 days and had never asked, and the director hadn't brought it up either. Now, someone was killing people using Cicada's name. Memories from 1200 years ago flooded back into Jiang Bai's mind. Old friends, old things, past events. The appearance of the name Cicada pricked a nerve deep within Jiang Bai. He needed to find them, and he needed to know how much they knew, if the organization still existed, and how many people were left in the Cicada project. Too many questions needed answers. Facing Jiang Bai's questioning gaze, the director was clearly prepared, cleared his throat, and spoke. "I was originally the 12th Divine General, and during a ruin exploration, I accidentally discovered a clue to saving the world." "Wait, hold on." Jiang Bai interrupted him quickly. "Director, what did you just say?" The director repeated, "I said I discovered a clue to saving the world during a ruin exploration." Jiang Bai shook his head. "Not that sentence. What was the first thing you said?" "I was originally the 12th Divine General." The director felt something was strange. Is there a problem? Shan Hongyi, who was recording, checked her notes and confirmed. The director did say that first. After a moment of silence, Jiang Bai asked softly, "Something this big, why didn't you say it sooner?" The director answered honestly, "You didn't ask." Jiang Bai. The irony of Jiang Bai and the Warden is that they represent two different types of intelligence. The Warden possesses a functional integrity that is often mistaken for simplicity, but this absolute adherence to protocol ironically exposes the most critical information precisely when the system needs it most. "You didn't ask, so I didn't mention it." There was a look of innocent stupidity in the director's eyes. Very good, it perfectly matches Jiang Bai's perception of the director. Look at the bright side, at least the director's character hasn't collapsed. Jiang Bai changed the subject of the discussion on the fly. Let's talk about the 12 divine generals first. Jiang Bai had always had some guesses about the director's identity, and now they were confirmed. Being able to wake himself from a 100-year slumber, improve the 9th set of bone-refining gymnastics, and master the heaven-tier ability Heaven Inquiry. Jiang Bai knew in his heart that the director could not be weak. Jiang Bai raised his own doubts. "I remember that for the heaven, earth, and human tiers, the top powerhouses should be the 4 heavenly emperors, the 8 earthly treasurers, and the 12 divine generals, right? Director, aren't you a heaven-tier ability user? How did you become a divine general? That doesn't add up. Could it be that the director has more surprises in store for him? Was he once a heavenly emperor?" This time Jiang Bai asked directly. The director said with some shame, "I am a dual-type ability user of the heaven and human tiers. Most people only know that I have human-tier abilities. As for being a divine general, I haven't been one for many years. I almost forgot about it myself, and I didn't think it was anything important, so I didn't mention it." Apparently, after seeing Jiang Bai's reaction, the director realized that the fact he had once served as a divine general seemed to be a very important piece of intelligence. And by withholding important information, he had failed the trust of his comrades and delayed the progress of their mission. Rounding it up, if they failed to save the world, the blame would lie entirely with this omission. As overwhelmed with shame, the director frantically scratched his messy hair, the expression on his face more bitter than a bitter melon. "How many times have I told you, don't keep pulling such a long face?" Jiang Bai roughly guessed what the director was thinking, but he never expected the director to think so absurdly. Jiang Bai patted the director on the shoulder. "Bringing more smiles to the world is a big help for Mission Neozen 2. The director's eyes lit up. "Really?" He immediately forced a smile, then feeling it was too strained, he rubbed his face vigorously with both hands before putting on an innocent smile. Shan Hongyi looked at the meeting minutes in front of her and fell into deep thought. This kind of stuff, is it really necessary to record it? Back to the subject of divine generals. Jiang Bai asked solemnly, "What is a divine general? How did you become one? And why did you lose your status as one?" The director said slowly, "There are quite a few distinctions in realms beyond transcendence, but in general, it's about allowing oneself to contain more indestructible matter to increase combat power. You should also know that indestructible matter is not truly indestructible, it is just a name. I personally believe that so-called indestructible matter is just a higher-level form of qi, just like how water freezes into ice. The essence is the same." Jiang Bai nodded. He agreed with this point as well. The director continued, "During the 1,000 years of the 4th mysterious tide era, we don't know what happened to the world. However, regarding the 5th mysterious tide era, I once mentioned to you that the wilderness has become very dangerous, and this danger is related to the 4th mysterious tide. The history of the 4th mysterious tide is blank, yet you say the danger is related to it." Jiang Bai stated his speculation. "Could it be out-of-control powerhouses?" "Exactly, that's what we think too." The director agreed. "After a transcendent dies, their own abilities run out of control and affect the surroundings. The more indestructible matter they mastered, the larger the scale of the out-of-control effect, the wider the area of influence, and the harder it is to deal with. We call the areas affected by the out-of-control abilities of deceased transcendents secret graves. On this planet today, there are over 10 million recorded secret graves. Hiss. Even Jiang Bai couldn't help but gasp at this moment, quietly sighing at how terrifying that was. The death of every transcendent powerhouse creates a small death zone. Any entity below the level of transcendence that wanders in will never return. How many powerhouses were born during the fourth mysterious tide, and why did they fall? Tens of millions of transcendent powerhouses, all died from the ebb of the mysterious tide. After they died, why did their abilities only affect the immediate surroundings without spreading? Who built their graves for them? Jiang Bai certainly doesn't believe the secret graves were naturally formed. How many lives will the fifth mysterious tide take when it ebbs? The fog of history is becoming thicker and thicker, hiding the truth behind the scenes. Jiang Bai groped in this fog. The more he learned, the more doubts he had, leaving him with endless mysteries and a suffocating sense of pressure. Seeing Jiang Bai nod, the director continued. Secret graves are also divided by strength, related to the powerhouse's strength while alive. The rules of secret graves are also very specific. To enter one, you must master the same type of serial ability. And the 24 most dangerous secret graves on this planet, also known as Death Forbidden Zones, consist of 4 Heaven Tier, 8 Earth Tier, and 12 Human Tier, totaling 24 locations. The situation at each Death Forbidden Zone is different. The only thing they have in common is that they are unstable and undergo changes periodically, requiring someone to enter and deal with the mutations to restore stability. If it's not dealt with in time, the world could be destroyed as a result. Anyone who successfully deals with the mutations in a Death Forbidden Zone is recognized as a top powerhouse, what I mentioned before, Heavenly Emperor, Earthly Treasurer, or Divine General. By the same logic, if a Divine General fails to deal with the mutations or someone else handles it, they will naturally fall from grace and lose the title. I see. The director's words cleared up many of Jiang Bai's doubts. The director had once resolved a mutation in a Death Forbidden Zone, thus becoming the 12th Divine General and earning fame throughout the world. Later, due to certain reasons, the director couldn't continue to deal with the mutations, and someone else took over, so the title of Divine General was naturally passed on. That makes sense. Jiang Bai then asked. Dealing with a Death Forbidden Zone should provide a special boost to strength, right? Otherwise, the title of Divine General would be more of a hollow name and not a symbol of a top powerhouse. That's correct. The director nodded. After successfully dealing with the mutation in a Death Forbidden Zone, you gain temporary authority to mobilize and use the power of that zone, that terrifying power. Even if you can only call upon 1% of it, is enough to make an ordinary person one of the world's top powerhouses. Jiang Bai fell silent once more. A grave, a dead person, and 1% of the power of an uncontrolled ability is enough to propel someone to the position of a Divine General. How strong must this dead person have been while they were alive? And why did they die? Jiang Bai knew the director did not have the answer. Since the matter of the Divine Generals was cleared up, Jiang Bai remembered his original intent and returned to where they started. Let's continue with what we were saying earlier. You went to explore ancient ruins. What kind of ancient ruins? Were they also secret graves or Death Forbidden Zones? Did you have teammates? You could say they were secret graves. They didn't belong to any known Death Forbidden Zone. The clues were found in the Death Forbidden Zone I was responsible for guarding. As for teammates, I'm not sure if they count as teammates. The director hesitated, scratched his head, and said truthfully, "The 4 Heavenly Emperors went with me." The revelation about secret graves adds a dark layer of world building. It suggests that history is literally a minefield of unstable powers, turning human civilization into a fragile facade built upon the remains of the dead. 4 celestial emperors, 1 divine general, the absolute pinnacle powerhouses of the current age, all mobilized at once. Even Jiang Bai was silenced for a moment upon hearing about this star-studded lineup. After holding it in for a long time, he could only squeeze out 3 words. So what happened next? Planting a ward, camping for updates, and urging the author to write more. Jiang Bai was all too familiar with this. The director recalled, that secret tomb had never been recorded in any documents. We didn't know where it came from or what was buried inside. Even the chance to open it was filled with coincidence and accident. While guarding the forbidden zone of death, I obtained a clue to this tomb. It was said that buried within were secrets that could save the world or destroy it. In order to find this secret, I used the Human King as an intermediary to reach an agreement with the 4 celestial emperors. The 5 of us set off together to explore the tomb, with any findings to be divided among them. Hold on, let me stop you there. Jiang Bai couldn't help but interrupt, asking, since you could reach the Human King, why didn't you just form an alliance with him? If I remember correctly, the Human King's strength shouldn't be inferior to a celestial emperor, right? The 4 celestial emperors were merely symbols of power. The 4 of them guarded the 4 most dangerous secret tombs of the celestial category. However, the Human King didn't gain his reputation from guarding tombs, but from his own strength, which matched the emperor's, as well as his personal character, spirit, and demeanor in how he carried himself. In Jiang Bai's heart, to put it bluntly, the Human King possessed quite a bit of his own former style. Given that, if you could choose the Human King as a teammate, there would be no need to consider the 4 celestial emperors at all. The director replied frankly, the Human King is already very old. He spends most of his time in deep slumber. Moreover, he is not a celestial type ability user, so he couldn't enter this tomb. The tomb had special rules. Only ability users of the corresponding category could enter. Although the director was a divine general, he also possessed the celestial type ability Heaven Inquiry, practicing both paths simultaneously. Jiang Bai nodded slowly. I see. Because it was a celestial type tomb, the director could only find the 4 celestial emperors to help. The director voluntarily gave up all rewards within the tomb, solely to find clues to save the world. Hearing this, Jiang Bai couldn't help but sigh. He really is something else. It's heartbreaking. Jiang Bai nodded, signaling for the director to continue. Entering the tomb, after much fighting and struggle, we reached the deepest part with great difficulty. Only then did we realize that things were not as simple as we had imagined. The director frowned, his face turning pale at the memory of that day. Deep in that secret tomb, there were 9 massive doors. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up, immediately drawing on his rich knowledge of web novels, guessing, bronze doors? Bronze coffins, bronze doors. Anything associated with bronze felt ancient, mysterious, powerful, and unknown. Bronze, truly something special. The director. Maybe you should read fewer web novels? Shan Hongyi immediately wrote in the meeting minutes. It's from reading too many web novels. Jiang Bai apologized with a smile. Go on, please continue. The director recalled. Those 9 doors were 33 meters high and 66 meters wide, made of an unknown material. The first 4 doors were already open, and no light could penetrate them. One could only see endless darkness behind them. The 5th door had a crack in it. The remaining 4 were tightly locked. 9 doors in 3 different states. It easily reminded one of the mysterious tides. Jiang Bai mused. Could these doors be related to the mysterious tides? That's what we thought too. The director nodded. We used every possible method, but could not detect what was behind the doors. Some suggested leaving and sealing the tomb to explore later when we were stronger. Others suggested pushing into the first 4 doors. Some wanted to open the 5th door. No one could persuade the others. Hearing this, Jiang Bai shook his head slightly. The Human King wasn't there. The 4 celestial emperors didn't respect each other, and each emperor was likely in a different state of mind. If an emperor was still weak, he'd naturally feel the future was bright and wouldn't want to take risks now. An emperor at his peak, confident of being invincible, would dare to charge in even if it were a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. An emperor whose power had waned would likely feel time was running out, knowing if they missed this chance, they'd never get another, so their choices would be the most aggressive. Even though Jiangbai wasn't there, his deductions were not far from the truth. The group couldn't reach a consensus. Nobody could convince anyone else. The final outcome, naturally, was to act separately. The director continued. The situation at the time was very clear. Even if the other emperors left the tomb, it wouldn't be difficult for them to return. But I was only a divine general. I only had one chance to be at the door, and I couldn't just leave like that. One of the emperors was a close friend. We made a pact. I would take the initiative to walk through one of the doors. If I died, he would try his best to pass on whatever valuable information I managed to send back and complete what I left unfinished. In such a situation, the celestial emperors had a choice, but the director did not. Among the five, he was the weakest with the poorest combat power. He had relied entirely on the protection of the other four, just to make it that far. To put it bluntly, the director was being used as a lab rat. When faced with the unknown behind the doors, even a celestial emperor wouldn't act rashly. Letting the director test the waters served the interests of the four emperors present. Even if he hadn't suggested himself, the others would have forced him to do so, either openly or subtly. As a veteran schemer of 1,000 years, Jiangbai knew the ropes and sighed helplessly. You're just too naive. The director said sheepishly. Everyone who knows me says that. Jiangbai, you're actually proud of that? Since the director is still alive, the ending of the story surely isn't too tragic. Jiangbai asked curiously, what was behind the door? I chose the first door. Actually, I wanted to choose the second, but I couldn't get in. An invisible barrier blocked me. After entering the first door, countless points of light appeared before me. Some were strong, some weak. The strong ones were like scorching suns, too bright to look at directly, while the weak ones were only as big as grains of rice. Before I could react, one point of light flew before me and crashed into my body. In that moment, I could clearly feel my heaven inquiry ability being strengthened, stronger than it had ever been. The director had a stroke of luck. Not only did he avoid danger, but he unexpectedly received an enhancement. Jiangbai smiled and pressed further. After heaven inquiry was strengthened, what did you ask? Such external enhancements were never permanent. As time passed, the effect would grow weaker. In other words, the director had to use heaven inquiry as soon as possible, as he had only one chance. This was his strongest heaven inquiry, and he had to use it to ask the question he cared about most. Clearly, this was a question the director had pondered for many years. He didn't even need to think or hesitate to blurt it out. The director fell silent for a moment, then spoke the question he had asked back then. I asked the heavens how to save the world. 障害バレア難級性策は、天度的革新、大変量典型的人生成、在力力よ生存き水面税、高量暗求道、四天定的産業、板黒路料理者、不正面密きたまんよ冷酷。Ask heaven save the world. This answer is within expectations and quite reasonable. Yet, upon hearing this, a trace of a bitter smile appeared on Jiangbai's face. If the director had truly obtained a useful answer, and found a path to save the world, the 9th Research Institute wouldn't be too poor to even pay its electricity bills. Even so, Jiangbai still had to ask, so, what is the answer? I obtained the coordinates of a human line secret tomb. The director said, with the help of 2 divine generals, I cracked this secret tomb, and you were the one dug out from there. Waking you up was an exceptionally time-consuming and arduous task, especially in this doomsday era, when just staying alive is hard enough, let alone persisting. As he spoke to the end, the director's voice became noticeably lower. Clearly, not everyone supported him in doing this. Pouring time, money, and energy into a bottomless pit, without knowing if it would ever succeed. Many thought he had gone insane. It wasn't until the day Jiangbai woke up that the director saw a glimmer of light. Feeling the expectant gaze of the director, an invisible pressure fell upon Jiangbai. Jiangbai understood. You Have you pinned your hopes on me as a savior? The director scratched his head, not knowing how to respond. Shan Hongyi blurted out, yes. A savior. Thinking of these words, Jiang Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud. He suddenly asked, got a smoke? The director replied, do you want an electronic one, or a traditional one? Do you have any traditional electronic ones? The director, Jiang Bai, was all about being rebellious. Jiang Bai smiled, traditional is fine. The director pulled a pack of cigarettes from his lab coat and handed it to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai slid his fingertip across the table, and a flicker of flame appeared, easily lighting the cigarette. Shan Hongyi's eyes lit up, wearing an expression of someone seeing something strange for the first time. The director wanted to explain that this was a simple application of Kuai, raising the temperature in a tiny area to achieve combustion. A normal esper doing this would burn their own nails and fingers. Jiang Bai seemed fine only because he had soaked his fingertips in alcohol beforehand. The director could smell the alcohol from across the table. But the director felt it was inappropriate to bring up such things at such a critical moment. The director was even more puzzled as to why Jiang Bai had the leisure for this under such pressure. Either Jiang Bai didn't take this seriously at all, and thus felt no pressure. Or Jiang Bai was naturally an extremely optimistic person with a heart of steel. Based on what the director knew of Jiang Bai, it had to be the latter. After lighting the cigarette, Jiang Bai didn't smoke it, but placed it on the edge of the table, letting it burn slowly like a silent witness. Through the smoke, Jiang Bai looked at Shan Hongyi. You don't need to record what I'm about to say. Shan Hongyi immediately put down her pen, laid her hands flat on the table, and listened with full concentration, not wanting to miss a single word. Director, I might have to disappoint you, Jiang Bai said slowly. In our time there was a saying, there has never been any savior. Placing all hope for salvation on one person is a heroic view of history, an idealistic view of history. It is narrow-minded and one-sided. Overcoming the disaster of the mysterious tide does not rely on one person, 3 or 5, or a small group. It relies on the unity of the entire nation, the concerted efforts of the entire civilization, and the self-sacrifice of countless people. Yes, the mysterious tide is a disaster we still cannot understand, but that does not mean we cannot defeat it. In the ancient of ages, people didn't understand floods, earthquakes, lunar eclipses, or plagues, but that didn't stop the growth of civilization on this land. We spanned 5,000 years to finally forge our civilization. Today, a brand new disaster has arrived. Even if we briefly face darkness and chaos, even if the fire of hope is nearly extinguished, I still hold hope, because a civilization without hope will choose self-destruction in the dark, while a civilization with hope will persist until it sees the dawn's light. There has never been a savior. If there really is a savior, then that savior is you. It is me. It is everyone moving forward on this path. All the people struggling, fighting, and advancing for the hope of tomorrow. Everyone can be their own hero, and everyone can be the savior of this era. These words were spoken with resonance and great power. How to describe the shock these words brought to the two? These words didn't seem like something a person like Jiang Bai could say. Seeing what the two were thinking, Jiang Bai said sheepishly, "That's what our instructor used to tell me." The director and Shan Hongyi. So he really just copied it. Jiang Bai changed the subject. My instructor heard his father say it to him too. It wasn't original to him either. The instructor copied it too. Hearing this, the director's expression changed somewhat. People can be killed, but the spirit can be passed on. The same words, said by the instructor's father to the instructor, by the instructor to Jiang Bai, and by Jiang Bai to them. No matter how the times change, this inheritance of spirit remains unchanged. The director had a sudden realization and felt greatly inspired. As long as the legacy continues, there is still hope. Shan Hongyi looked at Jiang Bai with suspicion, thinking to herself, is he trying to take advantage of us? Jiang Bai stood up. straightened his clothes, looked serious, and turned to the director. Representing everyone who has dedicated themselves to this cause for the last 100 years, I express my sincere gratitude to you, Director. Damn it, what is your name again? Jiang Bai paused, realizing he had been awake for nearly half a month, and the director had never mentioned his name once. How could he have overlooked this detail? Jiang Bai frowned, realizing things were not that simple. The director scratched his head and said helplessly, "The side effect of using Heaven's inquiry that time completely took my name away. In this world, no one remembers what I'm called. Any trace related to my name has been erased." The first law of the mysterious tide, equivalent exchange. The director used power that did not belong to him to ask that question and obtained the clue. At the same time, he lost a lot. The status of a divine general, his strength, position, wealth, even his own name. A nameless person, groping forward on this path filled with endless darkness. He is worthy of this gratitude and respect, Jiang Bai said solemnly. With the instructor as my witness, I, Jiang Bai, officially invite you to join Task 1002 and assist me in completing this mission together. Across the table, Jiang Bai extended his right hand to the director. Will you accept this invitation? There was nothing to hesitate about. The somewhat flustered director instinctively began to scratch his head, then felt that wasn't right, leaving his hand hovering in mid-air, indecisive. Wanting to reach out but not knowing which hand to use, he was momentarily in a flurry of confusion, looking quite awkward. In the end, he extended his hand with composure. Two hands from different eras, in this moment, formally clasped together. In the small room echoed Jiang Bai's deep voice, containing a power difficult for this era to understand, sacred and sublime. Now we are comrades. This scene masterfully deconstructs the chosen one trope by replacing individual heroism with the collective spirit. It highlights a profound psychological shift, from relying on a savior to recognizing that identity is forged through the continuity of shared values and generational sacrifice.
Like-minded people, we call them comrades. After a brief handshake, Jiang Bai provided the director with some additional information. The goal of the mission is to resolve the secondary disaster caused by the mysterious tide and save all of humanity. As for the mission personnel, currently it is just you and me. You are still on probation and haven't officially joined yet. I am your guarantor. If you ever commit treason, I will be responsible for executing you. If you sponsor others to join Mission 1002 in the future, the same procedure will apply. These coordinates represent a backup warehouse for Mission 1002. Based on my deductions, it is the closest one to the Silver Sand base. 1200 years have passed. I have no idea if the warehouse is still there, and even if it is, there is no need to hold out much hope, for how much of what is inside is still usable. It was rare to see Jiang Bai so serious, and the director and Shan Hongyi listened with rapt attention. In the apocalypse, as a god general, the director spared no effort in exploring the path to salvation. Everything he did earned Jiang Bai's approval, and he officially became a member of the Mission 1002 team. Mission objectives, rules, warehouses. Jiang Bai had revealed quite a bit of information, but not all of it. For one must always be on guard against others. It wasn't that he was guarding against the director, but rather that he feared if the director knew too much, it might actually harm him instead. Secondly, the information regarding the Cicada plan is top secret. Since the director is still in his probationary period, he does not have the clearance to know everything. Even in the midst of a chaotic apocalypse, Jiang Bai still abides by the rules of the past. The director nodded, I understand. After Jiang Bai finished introducing the basic situation, the director felt he should say something. After thinking it over, it seemed he had already brought up all the important matters, so he had to reintroduce his own situation. I have mastered the Heaven-type skill Heaven's Inquiry and the Human-type skill Eloquence. Due to overdrawing my abilities, both are currently at the high rank level. The director explained. Cultivating 2 types is fine before reaching the transcendent stage, but once you reach it, every ability must be balanced. Otherwise, the ki in your body will immediately spiral out of control. Best case scenario, you suffer grave injuries and fall in rank. Worst case, you die on the spot. The threshold of the transcendent stage. Once you cross it, the quality of your life is sublimated. It is precisely for this reason that ability users cultivating 2 types must reach the master level in both simultaneously to attempt breaking through to the transcendent stage. The director's decline in rank, sliding all the way from a god general to a high-rank ability user, was slightly different from Jiangbai's situation. If Jiangbai wants to regain his past strength, he only needs to cultivate step by step and loosen his seals bit by bit. The director must first heal his own injuries before he even has the chance to advance further. I see. Jiangbai pondered and said, "Given your current situation, achieving the transcendent stage again is almost impossible. Have you ever considered cultivating a 3rd type of ability as a hidden trump card?" What? The director was stunned, caught off guard by Jiangbai's bold idea, and instinctively started scratching his head. Before this, the director had spent all his resources and energy on waking Jiangbai up. Now, Jiangbai had awakened, and his strength was gradually recovering. In less than half a month, even high-rank mind readers were no match for Jiangbai. This speed of power growth was truly terrifying. Jiangbai didn't need anyone to worry about him. It was the director himself who needed to seriously think about how to improve his strength to keep up with Jiangbai's pace. Cultivate a 3rd type and become an Earth-type ability user. If the director were still at the peak, he would never have considered this path. The risk is too high and the rewards too low. But now, the director is already at rock bottom. Any direction he goes is upward, so he doesn't have so many worries. It's worth a try. Regarding the triple type cultivation, Jiangbai just mentioned it in passing and didn't make it a main topic of this meeting. After the director joined missions and 2, everyone sat down again to continue discussing the previous topics. Jiangbai cleared his throat and said solemnly, "I have a friend who is the Cold Cicada. Now, someone is using the Cold Cicada's name to kill people outside. This is slander, pure unadulterated slander." Jiangbai became more and more agitated as he spoke, even starting to slap the table. Shan Hongyi found it a bit strange and muttered, "Isn't it your friend? Why are you more agitated than if they were slandering you?" The director kindly explained. In Jiangbai's era, the phrase "I have a friend" implicitly referred to himself. Shan Hongyi suddenly realized that was really an obscure way of putting it. If the director hadn't said anything, Shan Hongyi really would have been kept in the dark. Across the table, Jiangbai looked at the director and Shan Hongyi, feeling a bit like he was watching two legendary dimwits. The 9th Research Institute, as a home, would ultimately have to be carried on Jiangbai's shoulders. Relying on these 2 geniuses, the meeting progressed quickly, and Jiangbai summarized 3 to-do items. 1. While ensuring personal safety, identify the identity and background of the imposter as soon as possible and bring all evil to justice. 2. While ensuring personal safety, acquire as many resources as possible to increase the overall combat power of the 9th Research Institute. 3. While ensuring personal safety, find a way to get a new meditation diagram. It doesn't need to be fast, but the quality must be good, the kind that can awaken high-rank sequence abilities. The director might need to cultivate 3 types, so a meditation diagram is essential. If Jiangbai wants to achieve the transcendent stage, he needs the heaven, earth and human types all to reach the master level, so naturally, he also needs more meditation diagrams. For Jiangbai, collecting meditation diagrams is the fastest way to increase his combat power. Whether awakening heaven type or earth type, loosening the seals of heaven's mandate or earth's advantage and restoring part of their effects would be a huge boost for Jiangbai. However, this matter has encountered a tiny bit of difficulty. Meditation diagrams are expensive, extremely expensive. Meditation diagrams can allow an ordinary person to become a superpowered individual. The materials themselves are very precious, and they are one-time use items. The director, who was once a god general, could only barely keep one meditation diagram after selling everything he owned. The last time a meditation diagram appeared for auction in the Silver Sand Bases trading market, it sold for a staggering price of over 100 million. With the current financial resources of the Ninth Research Institute, they are completely unable to pay this astronomical fee. If Jiangbai wants to get a meditation diagram, he has to find another way. The meeting came to an end. Shan Hongyi was organizing the meeting minutes, feeling a bit regretful. "It's a pity you didn't let me record what Brother Jiangbai said just now." Even Shan Hongyi had to admit that in that moment, there was a light shining in Jiangbai's eyes. Jiangbai patted the little girl on the head. "It's fine. Even without written records, it doesn't matter. Just keep it in your heart. Writing it on paper or keeping it on your lips is not as good as keeping it in your heart." The little girl nodded vigorously, indicating she understood. Jiangbai said casually, "Besides, I've had my voice recorder running the whole time." His own highlight moments don't need others to record them. Jiangbai records them himself. Shan Hongyi. "So?" Shan Hongyi gritted her teeth and asked viciously, "If you were recording the whole time, why did you make me take meeting notes?" "Don't sweat the small stuff." Jiangbai waved his hand and started to talk about another matter. "Hongyi, this time when I went out, I made a windfall. Let me calculate for you. The 30,000 for materials was refunded, 30,000 in liquidated damages, 65,000 in insurance, over 200,000 in rewards for reporting smuggled goods." Jiangbai counted on his fingers. "I have about 400,000 on hand now." Shan Hongyi's eyes lit up. "So, you're going to pay back the money?" Jiangbai said righteously, "Of course I'll pay it back. How could I borrow money and not pay it back?" As he spoke, he took out a card with 100,000 on it and slapped it on the table, but didn't immediately push it over to her. Besides paying back the money, Jiangbai had a better proposal. "Look, I turned 100,000 into 400,000 in 1 week. With my ability to make money, don't you want to lend me a bit more? You only make more if you lend more. If you lend me another 13 million, I'll pay you 390,000 in interest every month. It's a win-win. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I'm out there risking my life to make money, and all the money I earn goes right back to your interest. What does that mean? It means I'm working my life away for you. Would I joke about my own life? I value my life quite a bit, you know." Listening to Jiangbai's smooth talking, Shan Hongyi felt her head spinning like mush. But after pondering carefully, a glimmer of clarity slowly appeared in her confused expression. She understood. What Jiangbai said actually made sense. Jiangbai is essentially running a high-stakes psychological leverage operation here. By framing his high-risk missions as a service to his creditors, he turns a simple debt into a twisted form of parasitic investment. This is a masterclass in aggressive financial gaslighting, forcing his partners into a sunken cost fallacy, where they must keep funding his dangerous exploits just to see a return on their initial loan. According to Jiangbai's calculation, he offers a 3% monthly interest rate, and he even accepts compound interest. If Shan Hongyi has 1 million, and she invests it with Jiangbai starting from January, by December, she will have 142 million star coins. A 42% annual return. Money makes money. Shan Hongyi seemed to see countless star coins beckoning to her. But, I only have 800,000 star coins left now." After much hesitation, Shan Hongyi finally made up her mind. "Brother Jiangbai, I'll lend you 2 million star coins, and I'll write you an IOU for 1.2 million first." Jiangbai. This time, even Jiangbai was left speechless. He had figured it out now. If the director is like an innocent college student who has been in academia too long, then Shan Hongyi is just like a freshman. The matter of money isn't that urgent. I don't really have a place to spend it right now, do I? Jiang Bai turned around and comforted Shan Hongyi. Just keep the money with you for now. Don't worry, I'll pay the interest as promised. I'll pay interest on the full 2 million. As he spoke, Jiang Bai swiped for 60,000 star coins and handed them to Shan Hongyi. Great, thank you, brother Jiang Bai. Looking at the money in her hands, Shan Hongyi beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly. I will definitely help brother Jiang Bai take good care of the money. The director, who had been listening on the sidelines, looked confused. Wasn't this money Shan Hongyi's to begin with? How did it suddenly become Jiang Bai's? Why would Shan Hongyi still write an IOU to Jiang Bai? Is something not quite right here? A small head filled with big questions. Jiang Bai yawned and stretched. Director, let's call it a day. Everyone is tired, so go back and get some rest early. All right. The meeting adjourned, and the three returned to their respective rooms. Back in his room, he turned off the lights and took out his voice recorder. Jiang Bai's movements were fluid and practiced. The recorder flashed a red light as he sat in the dark and spoke to himself. I am Jiang Bai, currently executing mission Mizilzhen 2. It has been 11 days since I woke up, and I have failed to re-establish contact with the organization. We held an emergency combat meeting. The meeting minutes were organized by Shan Hongyi, and I am keeping a recording as backup. I won't repeat the meeting contents here. Regarding my experiences since waking up, there are quite a few suspicious points that deserve my closer attention. Jiang Bai voiced all the doubts in his mind one by one. The director's abilities are heavenly inquiry and eloquence. The first time the research institute was attacked, it was by the Blood Wolves. Blood Wolves cannot understand human speech, so the director's eloquence couldn't function. I don't think this was a coincidence. Who was the mastermind behind the attack by Dr. T, and who impersonated Han Chan to kill Dr. T? Nangong Xiaoxin, who was captured alive, seems to have regained his sanity. I plan to conduct an interrogation tonight, hoping to use him as a breakthrough to open up the situation. At the same time, I must remain vigilant that Nangong Xiaoxin might be a trap. If the opponent could kill Dr. T in such a short window, they could naturally kill Nangong Xiaoxin too, leaving no witnesses. In other words, the fact that I captured Nangong Xiaoxin alive was likely by their design. I know they did it on purpose, and they know that I know they did it on purpose. The whole thing has become a game of nesting dolls, and this chess match will eventually force my hand through sheer circumstances. In the meantime, all I can do is improve my own strength as much as possible before they succeed. After finishing his points of suspicion, Jiang Bai's voice sounded a bit weary. Mission Mizilzhen 2 is still ongoing. Ever since Jiang Bai woke up, recording has become a habit. It is part of the plan. After saying the last sentence, Jiang Bai laid down and fell asleep immediately with soft snoring echoing in the room. 2 hours later, the alarm vibrated gently. Jiang Bai opened his eyes immediately and all traces of fatigue vanished. Walking stealthily out of the room, Jiang Bai headed straight for the dark room where Nangong Xiaoxin was held, ready for a surprise interrogation. Whoosh! His fingertips slid across the table, igniting a flame that lit up the dark room. Suddenly, there was one more person sitting in a chair in the dark room. And Nangong Xiaoxin, who was tied up tightly, still had dazed eyes and was drooling, babbling mindlessly. He showed no reaction to Jiang Bai's sudden appearance. Jiang Bai lit a candle with the flame from his fingertip, extinguished the flame with a flick of his hand, and said casually, "Xiaoxin, you have at least 3 things to say." Nangong Xiaoxin's eyes moved, seemingly hesitant. He didn't know if this guy in front of him was bluffing, or if he truly knew everything about him. If I were you, I wouldn't take that gamble. Under the candlelight, Jiang Bai grinned and said coldly, "A prisoner who can't regain his sanity is worthless to me. Why keep you? To help you treat your illness or to help you fatten up?" As he spoke, he slammed a pistol onto the table. "Trying to scare me with a gun?" Nangong Xiaoxin still had no reaction. He had been through dozens of life and death battles. It's not like he hadn't faced worse situations than this. He wasn't easily intimidated. Using a pistol to try and bluff him, this tactic was just too amateurish. Jiang Bai explained patiently, "Don't get me wrong, I won't pull the trigger and kill you. That would be against the law." Jiang Bai changed the subject. "Besides, what a waste of bullets. You don't know this, but our bureau is quite poor." Nangong Xiaoxin, Jiang Bai continued, "We're short on money, so we're naturally short on bullets. Luckily, I'm a man who values frugality. Once, when I was short on bullets, I figured out a way to make bullets out of bones. Don't tell anyone, but alien bones, when turned into bullets, have an extra damaging effect and sell for a high price." Nangong Xiaoxin, are you listening to the nonsense coming out of your own mouth? A chill swept over Nangong Xiaoxin. Only then did he remember that, despite Jiang Bai's seemingly harmless face, he was the very person who had captured him. In terms of deviousness, this guy is 10,000 times stronger than me. Jiang Bai stood up, holding a magazine in one hand, walked in front of Nangong Xiaoxin, and continued, "I'll start with your skull. Here's a secret. When extracting the skull, you can leave a thin layer, just like peeling a boiled egg. Imagine a thin bone membrane wrapped in qi, so your brain can still function normally, but your sensitivity to pain will be increased 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Honestly, it's a test of skill, even harder than slow slicing. Back in the day, fewer than 5 people in the world could do this fine craft, and even the top surgeons couldn't manage it. But you're in luck today. Me? I succeed every single time." Whenever he brought this up, Jiang Bai wore a proud smile on his face. "Do you understand the value of a 100% success rate?" As he spoke, Jiang Bai pulled out a dagger, scrutinizing the other man's head, seemingly searching for the best place to make an incision. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Under immense pressure, Nangong Xiaoxin's psychological defense collapsed. This guy isn't human. He's a devil. Even the drifters of the wilderness would seem like benevolent angels compared to him. Nangong Xiaoxin didn't doubt for a second that in this guy's hands, he would be begging for death but unable to find it. Therefore, he was very cooperative. I was actually hired by the deputy governor. He needed me to enter a secret tomb to lure out the owner of the tomb, in order to seize the chance to kill the Silver Sand governor and replace him. Sweat dripped from Nangong Xiaoxin's forehead as he spoke more and more fluently, pouring out everything he knew like beans from a tube, fearing that if he missed even a single word, he would be subjected to torture. Jiang Bai interrupted him impatiently. "Who asked you about this?" "Huh?" Nangong Xiaoxin was stunned. This was his biggest secret. If Jiang Bai wasn't asking about this, what else could he be asking for? "Money. Money. I didn't get up in the middle of the night just to listen to you spin horror stories. What would I do that for if not for money? Do you think you're that important? I'm still in puberty. You know, I'm trying to grow in my sleep." Jiang Bai rolled his eyes and said with dissatisfaction, "Where did those 300,000 star coins Dr. T gave you go? Where is my money?" "Nangong Xiaoxin? You went through all this trouble just for 300,000 star coins? A plot to assassinate the governor is staring you in the face and you don't care, but you're obsessed with 300,000 star coins? You knew I had recovered my sanity but didn't act on me just to get this money." For a moment, Nangong Xiaoxin didn't know whether to complain or feel relieved. At least, he seemed to see a hope of survival. A moment later, Nangong Xiaoxin asked cautiously, "If I hand over the money, can I trade it for my life?" Jiang Bai shook his head. "The crimes you committed are very serious. Listen as I list them for you. Wait, no. Let me count them. Organized crime, attempted murder, and abuse of powers. Participating in an assassination plot against the governor is a capital offense. You want to buy your life?" Jiang Bai said earnestly. "You need to add more money." Jiang Bai's obsession with money isn't just greed. it is a calculated psychological weapon. By trivializing grand political conspiracies and fixating on petty cash, he systematically dismantles his captor's sense of self-worth and reality. This masterful interrogation tactic proves that in a high-stakes power struggle, the one who defines the terms of the negotiation always controls the outcome. More money? Hearing those two words, Nangong Xiaoxin seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival. He cooperated and replied, "That 300,000 star coins, only a deposit of 100,000 was paid. I hid it in the crack of a bed at an inn. I do not have much currency on me. Most of it has been converted into mysterious materials and props, hidden at..." Besides the items he carried, Nangong Xiaoxin had divided his net worth into 3 parts, 2 hidden at the silver sand base and 1 in the wilderness. Pieced together, these things were worth over 2 million star coins in total. After discussing the money, Jiang Bai began to ask for intelligence. "Tell me about the conspiracy against the governor again." Nangong Xiaoxin confessed everything he had said, and even truthfully provided the coordinates of the secret tomb. As he spoke, Jiang Bai questioned him, repeating some questions several times to ensure Nangong Xiaoxin was not lying. Just like that, they spent the whole night busy. Jiang Bai placed a sheet of paper in front of Nangong Xiaoxin. "Come on, sign this." Nangong Xiaoxin glanced at it. It contained everything he had said, and the last line read, "I have read the above content. It is what I said, and it is entirely true. Signature." Jiang Bai, of course, didn't really need his signature. He just had him press a red thumbprint to make it official. At 2 in the morning, Jiang Bai began his interrogation of Nangong Xiaoxin. By the time he finished, the eastern sky was already turning pale, and the research institute was about to lose power. Jiang Bai walked out of the small dark room and saw the director in the hallway, with no surprise on his face. Clearly, the director had guessed that Jiang Bai would take action. Not wanting to interfere yet worried about him, he had simply waited outside to provide immediate support in case of an emergency. It was precisely because the director was guarding the door that Jiang Bai could fully commit to the interrogation without worrying about being attacked. The director opened his eyes, yawned, and asked listlessly, "Are you done?" Jiang Bai nodded, "Done." There wasn't much of value. All the assets of a high-level psychokinetic, a conspiracy against the governor, clues about the visualization diagrams, and 100,000 star coin bearer card. That was Jiang Bai's entire haul. For an ordinary person, holding this wealth would mean a life free from worry. Yet Jiang Bai's tone was filled with immense regret, as if he had suffered a loss. Nangong Xiaoxin was just too cautious, usually presenting himself as a mid-level psychokinetic and not earning much money. If it were any other high-level psychokinetic, even if their net worth wasn't in the hundreds of millions, it would at least be in the tens of millions. Jiang Bai had made so much less than expected, so wasn't that a loss? The director uttered an acknowledging sound but didn't say anything, though his expression looked puzzled. He didn't care much about these material things. He was thinking about another question. Jiang Bai asked back, "Any questions?" The director hesitated for a moment before voicing his confusion. "Why didn't you kill the blood wolf, yet you killed the 5 people in the warehouse? And after killing the 5, why didn't you kill Nangong Xiaoxin?" In these 2 attacks, Jiang Bai's methods were completely different. It was hard to find a pattern. This was the reason for the director's confusion. Ordinary people would either kill them all or none at all. They wouldn't flip-flop like Jiang Bai. Nangong Xiaoxin wasn't born a bad seed. Besides, it's the end of the world now. Order has collapsed. We cannot use the moral standards of peaceful times to restrain everyone, let alone ourselves. That's called being a goody two-shoes, and that's how you die fastest. Jiang Bai said earnestly, "Giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf and start over depends on whether he can seize it himself." As the director took notes, he raised his question again. "Why only give him a chance? What about the 5 people who died in the warehouse?" If anyone else asked this, Jiang Bai would think they were just trying to argue. But looking at the director's clear eyes, Jiang Bai knew that this guy really didn't understand. Everyone has different value. The living have their value, and the dead have theirs. Whether they live or die depends on which option maximizes their value to me. This might sound blunt, but these are extraordinary times and require extraordinary measures. Surely you don't expect me to be polite with them while they have a knife to my throat. The people and the beast you mentioned all wanted to kill me. Those who kill should expect to be killed. According to current rules, I naturally have the right to kill them back. Whether I do or not is my choice. The blood wolf is a good research material, so it stayed alive. Nangong Xiaoxin is bait left for me by the enemy, so he also stayed alive for the time being. As for the 5 in the warehouse, I gave them a chance. Jiang Bai patiently explained. At any stage, they could have abandoned the attack on me. That was their chance to live. Even after I subdued them, I still gave them chances. The director asked, what kind of chances? Never having killed a child, never bullying the weak, never being a cruel predator, that's the first hurdle. Being able to name one good deed they've done for the world, that's the second. Jiang Bai shook his head helplessly. Too bad they couldn't even pass the first hurdle. The director scratched his head, realizing that was indeed the case. The minions of Dr. T bullied men and oppressed women, committed countless crimes, and murder and robbery were like daily routines for them. Each of them had dozens of lives on their hands. In this apocalypse, there really aren't many who can pass Jiang Bai's first hurdle. The director had one last question. How do you know they were telling the truth? With just these questions from Jiang Bai, anyone would know that insisting they hadn't done those things was the only way to survive, and in such a short time, Jiang Bai couldn't possibly verify them. Since that's the case, why wouldn't they choose to lie? The director couldn't figure it out. Jiang Bai offered an enigmatic smile. I trust they are honest and wouldn't lie. In the room, Nangong Xiaoxin couldn't help but shiver upon hearing this. He recalled the 10 dark minutes in the warehouse, where while feigning stupidity, he watched helplessly how Jiang Bai interrogated those 5. That memory, even now, felt like living in purgatory with Jiang Bai as the demon from the endless abyss. Why did Nangong Xiaoxin's psychological defenses collapse so easily? Because he had truly seen Jiang Bai at work. High emotional intelligence, they are honest and wouldn't lie. Low emotional intelligence, falling into Jiang Bai's hands is worse than death, so it's better to admit what you've done and ask for a quick end. The same words had one meaning to Nangong Xiaoxin and an entirely different one to the director. Jiang Bai not only trusts his comrades but even his enemies. He is a man of great benevolence and righteousness. However, trusting the enemy too much can easily lead to getting hurt. The director thought to himself that he must keep a close eye on things for Jiang Bai to ensure he wouldn't be deceived by the enemy. All right, I have no more questions. The director packed up his dictionary, turned, and disappeared at the end of the hall. Jiang Bai looked back at the dark room. The door was not fully closed. Nangong Xiaoxin had heard everything. Jiang Bai did it on purpose. Sometimes, letting someone overhear certain conversations has a better effect. Jiang Bai asked abruptly, "Could you pass the first hurdle?" In the darkness, Nangong Xiaoxin answered reflexively, "Yes." After a moment of silence, he gave a bitter laugh, shook his head helplessly, and whispered to himself, "No." Jiang Bai wasn't surprised at all and continued, "Then can you name one thing you've done that has been beneficial to the world?" Nangong Xiaoxin fell into silence again. Something beneficial to the world? In this messed up world, with all its chaos, there's no beauty or hope to be found. What could he possibly do that would be beneficial to this incredibly messed up world? Fight against mutant beasts? Solve out-of-control secret tombs? Even if he were willing, his abilities were limited. That wouldn't really be beneficial enough to count as a survival-worthy answer. For a moment, Nangong Xiaoxin couldn't come up with an answer. After racking his brain, Nengong Xiaoxin tentatively replied, I can cooperate with your work. Clearly, Jiang Bai wanted to do something for this world. He was a person with ideals and ambitions. Being his henchman, his vanguard wasn't that a contribution to the world? Very well. Jiang Bai reached out to close the door, leaving one final remark for the figure in the dark. You have already become a mature prisoner. Jiang Bai proves that true power isn't just violence, but the psychological leverage to make enemies judge themselves. By redefining the threshold for morality in a chaotic wasteland, he forces captives into a crushing cycle of self-reflection. Is this high-level manipulation or a twisted form of salvation? A mature captive needs to learn how to exploit their own surplus value. After handling Nengong Xiaoxin's affairs, Jiang Bai returned to the surface and caught up on some sleep in a cool, shady spot. When Jiang Bai woke up, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After quickly finishing a canned meal and 2 energy bars, Jiang Bai called Shan Hongyi, started the jeep and headed out. Sitting in the car, Shan Hongyi was very curious. Brother Jiang Bai, where did this car come from? Jiang Bai said modestly it was a gift from a friend. That guy, just before dying, voluntarily donated all his assets to Jiang Bai, just to trade for his own life. Jiang Bai was very fair and counted on his fingers while settling the score with him. Based on the crimes you confessed to earlier, you deserve to be shot 3 times over. The money you're offering now is only enough to buy 1.78 lives. Why don't you scrape some more together? Even though Jiang Bai generously waived the remaining 0.22 of a life, the other guy didn't have a penny left. Jiang Bai could only tearfully loot the spoils and accept the jeep. This piece of junk, every single part of it rattles except for the horn. Jiang Bai drove Shan Hongyi to an old haunt, the trading market. Seeing the sign for the trading market, Shan Hongyi's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, Brother Jiang Bai, who are we going to swindle this time? Jiang Bai? Is that the kind of image I have in your heart? Jiang Bai gave Shan Hongyi a flick on the forehead and lectured her. What do you mean swindle? We are here to conduct legitimate business. He parked the jeep and walked in swaggeringly with Shan Hongyi. As soon as the two entered the market, they attracted many gazes. The once lively market suddenly quieted down quite a bit. Being watched by so many eyes, Shan Hongyi felt a bit uncomfortable for a moment and instinctively hid behind Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai headed straight for the front desk. Seeing Jiang Bai approach, the receptionist stood up quickly, face turning pale, and forced a smile. Hello, how can I help you today? Jiang Bai stated his purpose. Hello, I want to rent a shop. Rent a shop? The receptionist paused for a second. Once she realized, she immediately pulled out a ledger to find available shops for rent. No need to look. Jiang Bai pointed to a shop in the corner and said bluntly, I'll rent that one. The receptionist looked where Jiang Bai was pointing. There was a tea shop there. She panicked and stammered, that shop's lease hasn't expired yet. Jiang Bai gave a crooked smile and said with disdain, The owner of the shop is dead, isn't he? As soon as he said this, the entire trading market went silent. Everyone stared at the front desk, closely watching every move. That tea shop belonged to Dr. T. Dr. T was dead. He died right in that shop, and on the wall were written 5 big characters. The killer is Cold Cicada. Before Dr. T died, the last person he had a conflict with was this young man right in front of them, Jiang Bai. Now, Jiang Bai had come swaggering into the trading market, specifically naming that tea shop to rent. Hiss. Too arrogant. The eyes of many in the market were filled with schadenfreude, and they even started placing bets on how long this reckless young man could last. Dr. T might be dead, but his backer isn't. Jiang Bai's behavior was no longer a simple provocation. It was a barefaced slap in the face. The receptionist stood frozen in place, stuttering and unable to utter a coherent sentence. According to market regulations, if the leaseholder dies, the lease is automatically terminated and the shop can be re-rented. Jiang Bai was clearly prepared. and he spoke slowly and methodically. "If you can't make up your mind about this, you can let your supervisor come." Before the receptionist could go to report it, someone walked out from the back. The voice arrived before the person did. "I've long heard that young hero Jiang Bai shows no fear, even when surrounded by many, and that even the high-ranking psychic Nangong Xiaoxin fell at your hands. Seeing you today, you truly have an extraordinary presence." Accompanied by hearty laughter, a middle-aged man walked with steady steps up to Jiang Bai. He was 1.83 meters tall, robust and powerful, with a goatee, thick eyebrows and large eyes. His muscles, hidden under his robe, gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. The middle-aged man arrived in front of Jiang Bai, extended a hand, and introduced himself. "Deputy Governor of Silver Sand Base, Yi Jin." Jiang Bai looked at him and didn't shake his hand immediately. Deputy Governor Yi Jin, a transcendent powerhouse. He was Dr. T's patron, and he was the one who commissioned Nangong Xiaoxin to kill the governor so he could take the position himself. Trouble is coming. Moreover, everything the man just said, both overtly and covertly, revealed quite a bit of information. It looked like a greeting, but it was actually an insult. Jiang Bai spoke calmly and slowly. "I heard that Nangong Xiaoxin was a mid-ranking psychic. Is the governor mistaken?" Someone like Nangong Xiaoxin had quite a reputation among ability users. No other reason, he was simply too careful, cautious to a sickening degree. Yet, for such a person, the comment he received from Jiang Bai was reckless. Jiang Bai's caution far exceeded that of Nangong Xiaoxin. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Yi Jin quickly waved his hand, correcting him. "Deputy, I am the deputy governor." He emphasized the word deputy heavily. "Little brother Jiang, you need to be more precise. In our Silver Sand base, there can only be one governor." Yi Jin used Nangong Xiaoxin's affair to test Jiang Bai, and Jiang Bai used his own tactic to drag the power struggle between the governor and deputy governor out into the open. Isn't it just about disgusting each other? Come on then, let's hurt each other. My apologies, I'm a straight shooter. I say whatever I see. You look like the kind of person who wants to be governor, so it just slipped out. My fault, I just spill all the hard truths. Jiang Bai apologized, but his expression was forced and particularly punchable. Let's talk business. Yi Jin didn't seem to care about the offense at all and immediately brought the topic back. Dr. T is dead. The lease for the tea shop is automatically void. If you want to rent it, little brother Jiang, I'm just wondering, what exactly are you planning to do with it? Surely not selling tea. What to do with the shop? Jiang Bai counted on his fingers. Smuggling contraband, human trafficking, murder, robbery, coercion, forcing good women into prostitution. With each thing he mentioned, Yi Jin's expression grew darker. This Jiang Bai, he really doesn't know when to quit. Young people shouldn't be too young. After listing a whole bunch, Jiang Bai changed his tone. I don't do any of those things. Yi Jin froze, then immediately switched to hearty laughter. Exactly. Those things shouldn't be done. Little brother Jiang, you really understand the rules. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement. People who know me all say that. Having failed to gain the upper hand in several skirmishes, Yi Jin didn't want to get tangled up with him any further, so he had someone bring over the lease contract, intending to get rid of Jiang Bai. Wait a moment. Jiang Bai had one more thing. The rent needs to be at least half price. This time it was Yi Jin's turn to have a forced smile. Little brother Jiang, that wouldn't be according to the rules, would it? I am very law-abiding. There is a reason for my request for a price drop. Jiang Bai said righteously. Someone just died in this shop of yours. Yi Jin. Jiang Bai is playing a high-stakes psychological game here. By occupying the tea shop, he is not just claiming territory, but weaponizing the dead man's shadow to destabilize Yi Jin. This is a masterclass in aggressive negotiation. He uses blunt, offensive audacity to force his opponent into an impossible defensive position. When you challenge a power structure by mocking its core hypocrisy, you aren't just a threat, you become a catalyst for chaos. The question remains, can he survive the counter-move from a man who has already shown he is willing to hire assassins to secure his position? Jin said, "This shop is north-facing, in a prime location, business is booming, and sales have always been among the best." Jiangbai, someone just died in your shop. Jin, this shop is fully equipped, with premium decor and quality materials. Jiangbai, someone just died in your shop. Jin, no matter what reason he gave, Jiangbai had only one sentence: someone just died in your shop. The tea master died miserably in the tea shop, and anyone would find it unlucky. Jiangbai, someone just died in your shop. Jin said angrily, "I haven't even finished speaking yet." Jiangbai said embarrassedly, "Oh, that counts as one extra sentence. Hurry up and make up a reason, make it sound reasonable." Jiangbai made his stance clear. He wanted to rent the shop, but he wanted a lower rent. How could such a wonderful thing happen in this world? Such a wonderful thing really can happen in this world. Jin knew very well that after the tea master died, no one dared to take over the shop. Whoever dared to take over this shop would be linked to Hanchen, offending Jin and being targeted by this powerful deputy governor. What if Jin sent his own men to take over? They would be targeted by Hanchen and lose their heads. No one dared to touch this hot potato. Only Jiangbai had a very delicate situation. Jiangbai didn't need to worry about being linked to Hanchen, because he was part of Hanchen's group. He didn't need to worry about offending Jin, because he had already offended him completely. In the entire Yinsha base, Jiangbai was the only one who dared to rent this shop. Jin could certainly choose not to rent it out, as he had the power to do so as deputy governor. However, the current situation in the Yinsha base was delicate, with all sides maintaining a fragile balance. Any slight movement could trigger a storm. Jin could not leave any evidence behind, nor could he give others a chance to attack him. Jiangbai likely saw the key to this, which is why he insisted on a discount. Jin squeezed a word through his teeth: 50% off. Jiangbai refused: 20% off. Wait, isn't that wrong? Question marks started appearing over Jin's head. He had seen many people haggling, but it was his first time seeing someone haggle for 20% off instead of 50. Jin asked again, "Are you sure you don't want 50% off, but 20% off instead?" Jiangbai nodded. "The tea master's life is only worth that much." Jin's face darkened. He turned and walked away without looking back. As he was leaving the market, he let out a low growl like a beast. "Give him the lease at 90% off. I will cover the difference." How much the tea master's life was worth was not for Jiangbai to say. Jin wanted everyone in the market to know that the lives of his people were very valuable. After Jiangbai said that, the nature of this bargaining changed. Shan Hongyi, who witnessed the whole negotiation, was dumbfounded. She originally thought that brother Jiangbai using someone's death to get a 50% discount was already quite cunning. She never expected that Jiangbai would use reverse psychology to force a 90% discount. She looked at Jiangbai with a strange expression, as if saying, "As expected of you." Jiangbai gave her a flick on the forehead and said crossly, "If someone offers me money, I can't just refuse it." Just like that, Jiangbai rented the tea shop at 90% off, for 2,500 star coins a month, with a deposit of 6 months and 6 months of advance payment. After swiping the card, Jiangbai muttered, "Spent 3,000 star coins on Jifu Bao. Oh my god, you really are rich." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh, amusing himself. After finishing the lease, Jiangbai sent Shan Hongyi away. "Go get a bucket of water and clean up." When Shan Hongyi returned, Jiangbai was sitting in the tea shop. On the wall of the tea shop, 5 bright red characters were written. "The killer is Hanchen." The air was filled with the smell of paint, and a bucket of red paint was placed in the corner. Obviously, During the time he sent Shan Hongyi away, Jiang Bai had wiped off the bloody writing and repainted it with red paint. It seemed that Jiang Bai didn't plan to wipe these 5 words off. He looked back at the writing on the wall and nodded slightly. Mine looks better. The previous person was just a clumsy imitation of Hanchen. It looked like it, but didn't have the soul. It lacked the charm of Hanchen. Jiang Bai's evaluation was not as good as Jiang Bai. Clean up everything you can in the room. Later set up 2 beds upstairs and downstairs. You and the director can come here during the day. Jiang Bai directed Shan Hongyi while laying out the plans clearly. Shan Hongyi reminded him, "The electricity bill here is more expensive than at the research institute. You should have told me earlier." Snap, and very quickly, Jiang Bai turned off all the lights in the tea shop. Why keep the lights on during the day? After turning off the lights, Jiang Bai felt it was a bit dark, poked his head out, and shouted to the neighbor, "Why don't you turn on the lights in the middle of the day?" Neighbor. The walls between the shops weren't solid, so if the neighbor turned on the light, a little bit of brightness would shine through. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, the neighbor turned on the light, locked the door, and ran away carrying his chair. This plague god, daring to stand up to the deputy governor, was either incredibly tough or had a short life expectancy. Either way, he wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. If you can't afford to fend, just hide. Not only him, everyone in the trading market intentionally ignored the existence of this tea shop and dared not pass by his door. Jiang Bai had his own things to do. He first found a wooden board, placed it at the door, and wrote 4 eye-catching characters on it: "Prime shop for Sublis." Everyone. So you went through all that trouble, offended the deputy governor, and took over this shop just to sublease it? Besides, look at this business of yours. What does it have to do with a prime shop? Jiang Bai ignored everyone's gazes, set up a lounge chair at the door, lay down, and fell asleep immediately. Being young is great, falling asleep as soon as you lie down. Shan Hongyi spent the whole afternoon cleaning the inside and outside of the tea shop. Seeing the sun setting in the west, it was almost time for the 2 of them to return to the 9th Research Institute. A customer had arrived at the shop. Before the person even got close, Jiang Bai on the lounge chair had already slowly opened his eyes. "Hongyi, go to the 2nd floor." Jiang Bai threw the keys to Hongyi and said casually, "If a fight starts later, jump out the window. The car is parked downstairs. The dog is nearby. You drive the car and take the dog back yourself." A fight? Shan Hongyi didn't ask further, took the car keys and ran upstairs. Halfway there, she remembered something, stopped and shouted, "I don't know how to drive." "The dog does." Jiang Bai had already calculated everything. It drove the car back. Shan Hongyi. Due to the effect of qi, the intelligence of exotic beasts had also correspondingly improved, to the point where they could even master skills like driving. For a moment, Shan Hongyi felt inferior, thinking that she wasn't even as good as a dog. Not having time for self-deprecation, she trotted upstairs, squatted by the window, and kept her eyes on the movement downstairs. After half a month of getting along, Shan Hongyi had invisibly developed a good habit listening to Jiang Bai's instructions. In the apocalypse, you don't have to be cunning, but you must listen to the cunning one. After Shan Hongyi went upstairs, the person walked right up to Jiang Bai. The man looked young, in his early 20s, dressed in a tang suit, with black hair and black eyes, and a small mustache on his lip, making it easy to identify his nationality. As soon as he spoke, it had a heavy foreign accent. "There is an old saying in Huaxia, friends are made through fights. Mr. Jiang Bai, we don't need to fight to get to know each other." Hearing this broken Mandarin, Jiang Bai was amused. He scanned the other person and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "I am a traveler from afar, but I have chosen a Huaxia name for myself. There is an old saying in Huaxia, he who understands the times is a wise man." The man introduced himself. "I am Wai Junji." 에사츠 함토 톡쇼이 바테키 고만 카타 지코테케 키레 감미 텐지료그누 교신리아 핵기슌 테킨 토키 타가라 칸네아 아오료 주티오 텐케 테크 PPU의 신고 자이의 각 기타이키 하카의 주 세존호와 다다움이 호지케야 베사나 가신조 고테크 후다 후소에
Wei Junji? That is an interesting name. Jiang Bai couldn't be bothered to get up. He lifted his eyelids slightly and said lazily, "Since you have that name, you must be a man who knows how to read the situation." Wei Junji nodded. There is an old Chinese saying, "A man's name reflects his character." Jiang Bai yawned. There is also an old Chinese saying, "One does not visit the temple without a reason." Mr. Jiang Bai, you are also quite knowledgeable about Chinese culture? Wei Junji's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but say, "There is an old Chinese saying, among any three people walking together, there must be one who is my teacher. Meeting you today feels like running into an old friend in a distant land. My admiration for you is like the rolling desert sands." I said, "Stop it." Jiang Bai couldn't stand the way he was talking and interrupted him. "Let's just talk normally. You're throwing around one ancient saying after another, but it's all just nonsense. Those who know will realize you're just showing off your book smarts. Those who don't will think you're just writing web fiction to pad out the word count." Wei Junji nodded. "Yoshi." Jiang Bai. Everything was going fine, so why did he switch to his hometown's language? This little, phony foreigner is articulate despite his accent, and he really loves to quote books. He has ill intentions. Jiang Bai remembers the director saying that in this era, studying history is an extremely luxurious thing. In other words, since Wei Junji keeps spouting ancient quotes, it means he either comes from an extraordinary background or belongs to a powerful organization or perhaps both. Of course, many of Wei Junji's quotes were incorrect, but Jiang Bai had no intention of correcting him. "I'll just listen for now." Jiang Bai pointed to the room. "If you want to talk business, bring a chair yourself." Wei Junji nodded happily. "Got it." 1 second he was saying Yoshi, and the next he sounded so authentic. Jiang Bai suspected this phony was showing off his dialect. Wei Junji moved a folding stool and squatted beside Jiang Bai. He opened his mouth but made no sound. Others could only see his mouth moving, which was extremely strange. But Wei Junji's voice rang in Jiang Bai's ears. "Mr. Jiang Bai, the purpose of my visit is simple. There is an old Chinese saying, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend.' We share a common enemy, so I think we could be friends." This technique of projecting one's voice isn't sophisticated. It's just a simple application of key. Over the past while, the director had given Jiang Bai a lot of materials to study. Over the course of 200 years, research into Qi has deepened, and the methods of use have gradually improved. "You guys?" Jiang Bai used the same method to transmit his voice, retorting, "Who is the enemy? And who exactly are you? Who else is involved? I don't know much about Silver Sand Base, so if you can speak, you should say more." Wei Junji answered patiently. "To be perfectly honest, our common enemy is the Deputy Governor Yi Jin. I represent the Starlight Temple. At Silver Sand Base, the other factions equal in power to us are the Eclipse Sect and the Moon God Society." Eclipse Sect, Moon God Society, Starlight Temple? Sun, Moon, and Stars? Jiang Bai remembered the director mentioning the division of levels beyond Transcendent. It seemed to be related to the Sun, Moon, and Stars. Jiang Bai analyzed. "Yi Jin is only a deputy governor. Even if he's a transcendent, he can't be that strong. Otherwise, he would be the governor. If you can't even deal with a deputy governor and need me to help, if I'm not mistaken, Yi Jin is with one of the other two sides, the Eclipse Sect or the Moon God Society? People only look for help when they face an opponent of equal strength." "Exactly." Wei Junji nodded and admitted it frankly. Yi Jin belongs to the Eclipse Sect and serves as their proxy in Silver Sand Base. Besides the governor, there are 4 deputy governors in the Silver Sand Base. One is the governor's brother, and the other 3 are representatives of the 3 major factions. Currently, the next governor hasn't been chosen, and judging by the situation, Yi Jin has the best chance. Power struggles. Even in the apocalypse, such things are not uncommon. Silver Sand Base is neither too big nor too small, with a population of 1 million. While living resources are scarce, other resources are quite abundant. Most importantly, as a defensive base, Silver Sand Base is like a treasure pot, steady and profitable regardless of the circumstances. Becoming the governor means securing the greatest interests. These three factions are naturally fighting tooth and nail. Three factions fighting for the governorship. Jiang Bai didn't expect to be unexpectedly dragged into something like this. Is this also part of the mastermind's calculations? Jiang Bai asked again, "What can you offer me?" Wei Junji said straightforwardly. Visualization charts, the position of an elder, the post of deputy governor. Jiang Bai asked, "And what do you need me to do?" Wei Junji smirked. "It would be best if you could just kill Yi Jin." Jiang Bai? Kill Yi Jin and then take a deputy governor position from you? If Jiang Bai really had that kind of power, why wouldn't he just do it himself? Why not kill Yi Jin, become deputy governor, and then fight for the governor's seat? The risk and reward are completely out of proportion. Killing is against the law. This guy is definitely not doing it. Jiang Bai flatly refused, asking back, "Tell me the truth. You've been taking a cut of the rewards the Starlight Temple was supposed to give me, haven't you?" Wei Junji played dumb. "Mr. Jiang Bai, my foreign language is not very good. What is a kickback?" Jiang Bai. Truly flexible Chinese language skills. When he needs to, he spouts ancient sayings at every turn. When he doesn't want to, he can't even understand what a kickback is. The two had a frank exchange of views, without reaching any consensus. However, through Wei Junji, Jiang Bai gained more understanding of the situation at Silver Sand Base, which would be quite helpful for his next steps. As the conversation drew to a close, Wei Junji stood up, and as if by magic, pulled out a bottle of green-labeled beer. "Mr. Jiang Bai, there is an old Chinese saying, when friends come, there is beer. When wolves come, there are shotguns." He set the beer on the table and said earnestly, "We may not be friends for now, but at least I am no wolf, and you do not need to hold a shotgun." Since the other party had called it out, Jiang Bai didn't bother pretending anymore. Jiang Bai, who had been sitting in the recliner the whole time, lifted his left hand and detached his right arm. He had installed a prosthetic arm, acting as his right hand, and controlled it with ki. An average person wouldn't notice anything unusual. He had been like this since he left, driving with this hand, and even Shan Hongyi hadn't noticed a thing. But Jiang Bai's real right hand was currently hidden inside his coat, holding a gun. During their conversation, the muzzle had been aimed at Wei Junji the whole time. Jiang Bai unzipped his windbreaker, revealing the gun's muzzle. Looking at the dark, hollow muzzle, Wei Junji felt a hint of danger, but also felt strange and completely baffled. By all rights, a weapon of this caliber shouldn't pose a threat to him. The secret is in the bullets. Jiang Bai dropped the magazine, revealing the bullets inside. It was a white bullet, and if you looked closely, you could see a wisp of pale purple ki swirling around it. Wei Junji's eyes lit up as he noticed the clue and blurted out, "Strange bone." "Correct." Jiang Bai nodded. "Strange bones from intermediate superhumans. Unfortunately, I only have 2 such bullets. Once they're used, they're gone." Looking at the 3 bullets in the magazine, Wei Junji fell silent. "You can lie to me, but please put a little effort into it. How is pointing at 3 bullets and saying there are 2 any different from pointing at a rat and calling it duck neck?" Wei Junji forced a smile. "If you are willing to cooperate with us, I will await your reply at any time." Jiang Bai nodded. "Drive slow, I won't see you out." Wei Junji turned and left, starting with a fast walk, then moving faster and faster, until he was practically running. When he ran out of the trading market and the night wind hit his face, the sense of killing intent locking onto him completely vanished. Wei Junji took a deep breath of fresh air, savoring the beauty of life. He finally understood why the short-tempered Yi Jin had been so calm when facing Jiang Bai, and why even after Jiang Bai's repeated provocations and insults, Yi Jin didn't tear him to pieces on the spot. He also understood why his superiors had sent him to contact Jiang Bai and promised him heavy rewards. The moment Jiang Bai showed the bullet, all his doubts were cleared. That bullet in the gun was definitely not from an intermediate superhuman. High level or even transcendent, no, above transcendent. If that bullet hit him at close range, it could seriously wound Wei Junji. If 2 hit, he might even be in danger of falling. If 3 hit, Wei Junji should start thinking about where he wants to be buried. Yi Jin must have sensed the danger, but didn't know where it was coming from, and considering the sensitive political situation, he didn't act on the spot. The terrifying bullets, the terrifying gun, and most terrifying of all, was the man Jiang Bai. Wei Junji still didn't understand. Jiang Bai looked at most like a high-level superhuman, so why did he feel so dangerous even more so than the gun? Wei Junji's back was drenched in cold sweat. With the relief of someone who had narrowly escaped death, he took out his communicator and dialed the first number. "I've made contact with Jiang Bai. You Chinese have an old saying that describes Jiang Bai perfectly," Wei Junji said in a deep voice. "This young man Jiang Bai is terrifyingly powerful. 一瞬で恐怖上波動質量半波圧未知的境遇。絵白里要新宿草わしが証明。軽商売行売りや市街弱時。安的パイテク手段、引く。法的超凡力量行使。多的上浮よ生存力へ。I am Jiang Bai, executing mission 1002. It has been 15 days since I woke up, and I have failed to re-establish contact with the organization. On the 11th day, I rented Dr. T's shop and had a conflict with Deputy Governor Yi Jin. I don't intend to take action against him for now. Through Wei Junji's introduction, I have learned about the power landscape of Silver Sand Base. The Starlight Temple, the Moon Goddess Society, and the Eclipse Cult stand as a tripod in Silver Sand Base, each supporting a deputy governor and vying for the position of governor. These 3 forces worship starlight, moonlight, and sunlight respectively, believing the light they worship is the origin of the mysterious tides and the source of Qi. It is all just feudal superstition. During the 3rd mysterious tide, scholars already pointed out that as supernatural phenomena continue to emerge and science declines, mysticism is experiencing a revival, accompanied by the rise of mysterious cults that replace existing beliefs. Of course, for an atheist, there is no difference at all. I believe that behind these 3 forces, there should be at least one super-powerful entity serving as a spiritual pillar that supports the operation of the entire organization. Silver Sand Base is just a small piece of their territory. I have asked the director about this, but he knows very little, and the system Tianwen cannot help me learn more information. Because these 3 forces are too weak, before coming to Silver Sand Base, the director had not even heard of them. The reason the 9th Research Institute remains at Silver Sand Base is that this place is remote enough, lacking any real top-tier powerhouses, and staying far enough away from all major forbidden death zones, making it safe and reliable. As a forward outpost for me entering the 5th mysterious tide, the environment at Silver Sand Base is friendly enough, yet I cannot help but wonder, is there danger hiding behind this friendliness? A small temple invites strong winds, and a shallow pond houses many turtles. The director, as a former 12th God General, conducted research at Silver Sand Base under the investor's request and successfully awakened me. This is definitely no coincidence. Setting aside my mild paranoid personality disorder from the mental evaluation, since I woke up, nothing that has happened has been a coincidence. After organizing the gains and thoughts of this period, Jiang Bai said in a deep voice, "Mission Diozan 2 is still in progress." The red glow disappeared from the darkness as Jiang Bai put away the voice recorder. After Wei Junji left, the Moon Goddess Society and the Eclipse Cult both sent people to contact Jiang Bai and put their own chips on the table. The Moon Goddess Society believes Jiang Bai possesses the strength of a high-tier esper and is willing to offer him an acting elder position, granting him the same treatment as an elder and nominating him as the next deputy governor. Compared to the Starlight Temple, the Moon Goddess Society's offer is more sincere. The Starlight Temple only wants a hired hand, a mercenary. The Moon Goddess Society wants to absorb Jiang Bai as a new member and make him the next spokesperson for Silver Sand Base to grow and create new glory. Compared to the previous two, the Eclipse cult's attitude is much tougher. The messenger they sent offered two conditions. One, Jiang Bai and those behind him must not interfere in the governor's struggle. Two, Jiang Bai and his people must leave Silver Sand Base within a specified time. As long as Jiang Bai meets these two conditions, they are willing to provide a sum of money for travel expenses and guarantee they will not hunt Jiang Bai and his group down. Anyone with an eye can see that the conflict between Jiang Bai, Hanshin, and Yaijin cannot be reconciled. The Eclipse cult cannot win over these mysterious powerhouses, so they simply want to find a way to send them away and spend money to avoid disaster. A dragon from afar has a hard time suppressing the local tyrant. The mysterious Hanshin and the arrogant Jiang Bai are nothing more than visiting dragons to Silver Sand Base. At any other time, the Eclipse cult would not have been so polite and would likely have attacked directly. It is just that this time it involves the struggle for the governorship, and the other two parties are watching intently, so the Eclipse cult dares not act rashly. The three parties have all made their offers, yet Jiang Bai did not respond immediately, nor did he make any exorbitant demands. He seems to be waiting for something. Wake up, have breakfast, head out. Jiang Bai sits in the passenger seat, while Shan Hongyi rolls around in the back. The little lowly also wanted to learn how to drive, but later discovered she had a natural disadvantage. Her legs were just too short. She couldn't see the road when stepping on the gas, and she couldn't reach the gas pedal if she stood up to see the road, so she gave up helplessly. Blood Wolf skillfully drove the car to the back of the shop and tied itself up after getting out. After some training, it has developed good self-management awareness and can concurrently serve as a bodyguard and driver. Open up and do business. At the entrance of Jiang Bai's shop, besides the shop for rent sign, there were two flyers. One flyer was a wanted notice featuring a photo of Blood Wolf, which claimed that its ability was nearing a state of loss of control and was very dangerous. This flyer was required to be posted by the Defense Bureau. The other flyer was a job advertisement for a guide dog. On the flyer there was also a photo of a wolf dog. This photo was clipped by Jiang Bai from the wanted notice, and after having Shan Hongyi color the fur in the photo black, he placed it at the door for recruitment. Seeing Jiang Bai's bold move, the Defense Bureau personnel handing out the flyers were stunned on the spot. Can't you at least put on a show? Do you know what "there is no silver buried here" means? Do you understand the meaning of covering up in a way that only reveals the truth? Regardless of what others thought, Jiang Bai saved on photo costs and got the advertisement out. Nowadays, everyone in Silver Sand Base knows that there is a black Esper Beast guide dog that can drive and is looking for a job. It's just a pity that no blind person can afford to hire such a dog. On this day, business at Jiang Bai's shop seemed to be very good. Not long after opening, a middle-aged man came by. The middle-aged man wore silk clothes. He was plump, fair-skinned, and had graying temples, looking every bit like a man of wealth. He stood at the door and asked cheerfully, "Boss, are you open for business?" "Yes." Jiang Bai stood up to welcome the guest. "What kind of business do you want to conduct?" "I have some questions I cannot solve, so I came specifically to ask." The middle-aged man stepped into the tea shop, walked straight to the main seat to sit down, and invited Jiang Bai to sit as well. "Don't be restrained, just act like it's your own shop, sit wherever." Jiang Bai, "This is my shop, for heaven's sake." Jiang Bai didn't care about these hollow courtesies, and actually brought a chair to sit opposite the man. The man poured 3 cups of tea in one go and said, "One question, 1 cup of tea, 100,000 star coins." "Fine." Jiang Bai took out a card and slapped it on the table. Exactly 100,000 star coins. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, then immediately burst into laughter. "Interesting. You young man, you are truly interesting." He had come to question Jiang Bai, But who would have thought the other party would put down 100,000 star coins to question him instead? Indeed, hearing of someone's reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. Jiang Bai, this young man, is more interesting than the rumors suggest. This question doesn't need to cost money. The middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Yin Chenfei, the younger brother of the Silver Sand governor. Silver Sand Base has 4 deputy governors. Apart from the 3 feudal, superstitious ones, there is one more, which is the middle-aged man right in front of me, Yin Chenfei. Yin Chenfei sat back in his chair and adjusted to a more comfortable posture. My first question, listen carefully, Jiang Bai. Back in the warehouse, you clearly had the situation under control, so why did you report it to the authorities? After Jiang Bai reported the case, the entire warehouse of goods fell into the pockets of Silver Sand Base, and Jiang Bai himself made less than 20%. Anyone who looks at this incident would think there is something suspicious about it. Some say Jiang Bai did this deliberately just to slap Yi Jin in the face. Yin Chenfei does not see it that way. He wants to hear Jiang Bai's explanation. I am a person who follows the rules. Jiang Bai gave his answer. I also wanted to know if Silver Sand Base follows the rules. Because he follows the rules himself, Jiang Bai chose to report the incident after being attacked instead of keeping the goods for himself. If Silver Sand Base didn't follow the rules, they could have refused Jiang Bai's report, or pocketed Jiang Bai's reward. Looking back on it, both sides followed the rules. Good. Yin Chenfei picked up a cup of tea, downed it in one gulp, and was very satisfied with Jiang Bai's answer. Second question, who do you think will be the next governor of Silver Sand Base? Choosing 1 out of 4? This is forcing Jiang Bai to take a stand to see who he supports. Shan Hongyi, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This question is extremely dangerous no matter how Jiang Bai answers. He will offend the other factions. A seemingly simple question, yet hidden within it is murderous intent. The situation suddenly tightened, just like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Jiang Bai calmly replied, not me. Who is the next governor? Jiang Bai doesn't know. However, Jiang Bai is very clear that it is definitely not himself. That statement is enough. Good, very good. Yin Chenfei again praised him endlessly, picked up the second cup of tea on the table, and downed it in one gulp. He sat up straight, looked Jiang Bai in the eye, and slowly asked the third question. Jiang Bai, are you Hanshin? Hanshin, the one who killed Dr. T, ranked 26th on the Silver Sand Base wanted list, with a bounty of 3.5 million star coins, dead or alive. Shan Hongyi was stunned, not expecting the other party to be so blunt. For a split second, the space seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. If Jiang Bai denied it, that would be cowardice, and he would lose on momentum. If Jiang Bai admitted it, even if Yin Chenfei killed Jiang Bai on the spot, his death would have been in vain. Avoiding the answer, that would mean he has something to hide. This question is 100, even 1,000 times trickier than the last one. For a moment, Shan Hongyi's heart rose to her throat, extremely anxious, not knowing how Jiang Bai would answer. Are you Hanshin? Yin Chenfei stared fixedly at Jiang Bai, refusing to miss any change in his expression. Facing this incredibly tricky question, Jiang Bai said airily, I think I am. Jiang Bai's response is a masterclass in psychological warfare. By blurring the line between his identity and a notorious criminal, he weaponizes ambiguity to command respect rather than fear in this power vacuum. 3 questions, 3 cups of tea, 300,000 star coins. Good, very good, excellent. Yin Chenfei clapped his hands and laughed, clearly very satisfied with Jiang Bai's answer. Jiang Bai considered himself a cold cicada. How to interpret that statement is extremely subtle. For one, Jiang Bai admitted to having used the alias cold cicada. For another, this cold cicada is not that cold cicada. Jiang Bai is a law-abiding one, whereas the imposter who killed Dr. T was anything but. In other words, whoever left the name cold cicada after killing Dr. T is either framing him, or is an accomplice of Jiang Bai's. Looking at it now, Yin Chenfei felt the former was far more likely. The two shared an unspoken understanding, tacitly avoiding one key fact. When Dr. T died, Jiang Bai was at the warehouse reporting the incident. The two locations are far apart, taking at least half an hour even by car. Jiang Bai simply had no time to kill Dr. T. After finishing his 3 questions, Yin Chenfei did not leave immediately, remaining in the primary seat. The questions that cost money are finished, and my budget is limited. Now, I have a few questions that don't cost anything. I wonder if you are willing to answer them, Jiang Bai. Let's hear them. Jiang Bai picked up the teapot, took out 2 large paper cups, poured them full, and handed one to Yin Chenfei. Try drinking tea like this. Ancient people did it this way. Sipping from a small cup is just a side path. To drink tea properly, you use a mug. Yin Chenfei's eyes brightened, and he raised an eyebrow, asking, really? Though he held a high and powerful position, his knowledge of history was truly a weakness, and he was often mocked for it. Jiang Bai spoke with great solemnity. I know a lot about ancient times. Trust me, you can't go wrong. There is an ancient proverb, a mug of tea, a pack of smokes, writing 2,000 words a day. It depicts the daily life of ancient web novel authors. Just a glimpse is enough to understand the whole. Jiang Bai sounded not only convinced but also cited sources and spoke with such eloquence that it sounded highly credible. Yin Chenfei nodded slowly, memorizing Jiang Bai's words, planning to find an opportunity to show off to others later. He picked up the paper cup, took a large gulp of tea, and laughed heartily, exclaiming, I knew it. This is how you're supposed to drink it. Sipping it little by little doesn't even moisten your lips enough. What's the point of drinking like that? Jiang Bai, a master of tea arts, just smiled and said nothing on the side. I said I had a few questions, but actually, it's just one. Yin Chenfei put down the paper cup, looked at Jiang Bai, and asked, why did you report the cargo in that warehouse? Don't tell me it was for the 200,000 bounty, and don't bring up any rules. You know deep down whether or not you're the type of person who follows rules. Taking a step back, even if you did follow rules, I fear they aren't the rules of my Yinsha base. Jiang Bai put down his paper cup, his expression turning grave. For the previous 3 questions, Shan Hongyi had felt it was incredibly dangerous, yet Jiang Bai remained breezy. For this question, Shan Hongyi couldn't make heads or tails of it, but Jiang Bai was exceptionally serious. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Bai spoke slowly. During the 3 Kingdoms period, the founder of Shuhan, Emperor Zhaoli, once said, do not refrain from doing good just because it is small, and do not commit evil just because it is minor. In a small sense, reporting the warehouse was the best choice for both me and the Yinsha base. I got the legal reward, and the Yinsha base seized a large amount of contraband. It was a true win-win. In a larger sense, I am trying to change this world in my own way. Change the world? Yin Chenfei hadn't expected Jiang Bai to throw out such an idea. He immediately retorted, Jiang Bai, I'm not buttering you up. You have talent and potential, and your character and methods are first class, but there is one thing you lack: strength. You aren't even a transcendent yet. In this chaotic world, who would listen to this nonsense? And even if they did, what could you do? What is your way? Giving these resources away to others. What a joke. In Yin Chenfei's view, if he were Jiang Bai, he would have privately swallowed the goods and used the resources to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. That would be the right path. No matter what ideals or ambitions Jiang Bai has, he needs strength to realize them. To Yin Chenfei's interrogation, Jiang Bai replied unhurriedly, some are full after half a bun, while others are still hungry after 10. To me, half a bun and 10 buns are not much different. Yin Chenfei raised an eyebrow, re-evaluating Jiang Bai. It's getting more and more interesting. Jiang Bai's statement has only 2 interpretations. Either Jiang Bai is a 1 in 100 genius, where 100,000 star coins of resources can yield the value of 1,000,000, allowing him to charge toward transcendence, while ordinary people would only become low-level transcendents. Or Jiang Bai is a 1 in 10 million monster. Whether it's 200,000 or 1,000,000 star coins, These resources to Jiang Bai are just a drop in the ocean, a single grain of sand on the beach. Either way, it reveals an incredible sense of confidence. Yin Chenfei threw out another question. Even if you look down on this money, Jiang Bai, I'll ask you again, how many people are in the Yinsha base, and what is the entire warehouse of goods worth? Jiang Bai replied, there are 2 million people in the Yinsha base, and the warehouse goods are worth 1 million star coins. Yin Chenfei pressed on. Then, calculate it out. The goods you reported amount to half a star coin per person, not even enough to buy 100 grams of meat. What, are you planning to change the world with 100 grams of meat? In Yin Chenfei's eyes, Jiang Bai is a talent, but also an idealist. But this is the end of the world, and idealism is often synonymous with stupidity. In an era where even survival is a struggle, ideals can't be eaten, and certainly can't change the world. Listening to Yin Chenfei's questioning after a brief silence, Jiang Bai's tone carried a hint of helplessness. At least, having a little more meat is better than nothing. If you're full today, you have the strength to live until tomorrow, don't you? As for now, this is the most he can do. Jiang Bai is not only an idealist, but also an optimist. 100 grams of meat. It's not nothing. Admittedly, this meat won't change the world, but it is within Jiang Bai's power to do right now. Look on the bright side. This shitty world makes it hard to look on the bright side, yet even so, Jiang Bai is trying to. At the very least, eating meat is something that brings joy. Until this moment, Yin Chenfei finally understood the meaning of, do not refrain from doing good just because it is small. I understand. Yin Chenfei nodded. Even a fly's leg is still meat. 100 grams of meat has its own value. Jiang Bai, bro, that's not how you use that phrase. Resisting the urge to correct the other party, Jiang Bai responded gloomily. Yin Chenfei stood up and walked out of the shop without looking back, not forgetting to instruct. No need to see me out. Shan Hongyi watched the figure leaving, and only after the person had completely departed did she pretend to be sophisticated and speak. The brother of the governor, quite a talent. Jiang Bai casually flicked her forehead. Not his brother. Jiang Bai yawned and said lazily, he is the governor. Shan Hongyi? A head full of massive confusion. Shan Hongyi believed that this was also the first time Jiang Bai had met Yin Chenfei. Shan Hongyi couldn't see any clues, yet Jiang Bai could? It makes no sense. Even so, Shan Hongyi chose to believe Jiang Bai's judgment immediately without raising any questions. She asked curiously, why would he pretend to be the vice-governor? Jiang Bai casually tossed an energy fruit into his mouth. Tastes like chicken, crunchy. The governor and the vice-governor are twins. If he says he's the vice-governor, then whoever visited today is the vice-governor. If the conversation between us leaks out, it only means the vice-governor visited me to try to win me over, with nothing to do with the governor. Even the governor has to hide his tracks when doing things. The water in Yinsha base is very deep. Shan Hongyi couldn't help asking big brother Jiang Bai, how did you know he was actually the governor? Good question. Jiang Bai closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, then slowly opened them and whispered. In the Yinsha base, there is only one person I couldn't kill in 3 shots. How arrogant. The curious baby Shan Hongyi bit her lip, and liking a bit of drama, stirred the pot. What if there were 2? I'm Hongyi and I love a good argument. Jiang Bai knocked on her head again. If there were 2, it would be time for us to move. Shan Hongyi. If the enemy is too strong, don't be afraid, run away. Shan Hongyi gave Jiang Bai a big thumbs up. Classic, this is so Jiang Bai. Governor's mansion. In the reception room, seated on the massive chair in the center, sat a slightly chubby figure, the same person who visited today, claiming to be Yin Chenfei. He was still that pampered middle-aged fat man, but as he sat in this chair, an indescribable aura emerged, making it suffocating to even get near him. He seemed to be the only ruler between heaven and earth, holding the power of life and death, with all things subservient at his feet. Since returning from the trading market, the governor had been sitting like this, eyes closed in thought. No one dared to approach, let alone disturb his contemplation. After some time, the governor opened his eyes, and that terrifying aura receded like a tide back into his body. A majestic voice echoed through the reception room. "Come, heed my orders." A moment later, several orders were issued from the governor's mansion. Pass the governor's order. Effective immediately. Salaries for the Defense Department are doubled. Compensation for injuries and death are doubled. Resources exchanged with merit within the department get a 20% discount. Pass the governor's order. Effective immediately. The Defense Department will add 23 patrol routes to handle all events in the Yinsha base. Those unwilling to serve may exit the department within 3 days. No exceptions after the deadline. Those who disobey, execute. Those who are negligent in their duties, execute. Those who desert in the face of battle, execute. Pass the governor's order. Effective immediately. Establish an ability special training camp. Those with merit may enter, those willing to serve the Defense Department may enter, and those with innate talent may enter. Pass the governor's order. Effective immediately. Establish a security fee. Civilians are exempt. Every order sent the Yinsha base into turmoil, like one earthquake after another. This is the governor's decree. As long as he remains governor for 1 day, the Yinsha base must bow at his feet. Every order will be executed unconditionally. Beyond the endless shock, people were even more curious about something else: the final order, which seemed particularly bizarre. Pass the governor's order. Tomorrow, every household in the Yinsha base shall be distributed 100 grams of meat. Jiang Bai's logic of the 2-ounce meat isn't just radical idealism. It is a calculated psychological maneuver. By forcing the governor to implement a seemingly trivial policy, Jiang Bai effectively weaponizes populism to test the leader's actual control over the base. This marks the shift from a mere survivalist to a strategic manipulator who understands that in a power vacuum, the one who defines the baseline of public welfare ultimately commands the people's loyalty. A few days later, the Hanshin shop. Wei Junji lifted his teacup, took a large gulp and sighed. The winds of change are coming. In these past few days, the Silver Sand base has undergone a complete transformation, both inside and out. The changes started from the top down. The governor's office has always acted with decisiveness and speed, and within the Silver Sand base, no one dares to say no. The status and authority of the Defense Bureau have been significantly boosted, turning what used to be a thankless job into a highly coveted position overnight. At the same time, under the governor's orders, the entire force of the Defense Bureau mobilized, taking control of what was previously a chaotic mess in a very short amount of time. In the old Silver Sand base, even if someone robbed or murdered in public, the officers passing by wouldn't even turn their heads. Nowadays, they deal with everything, and they follow the rules. Even if a merchant is shorting customers on a scale, one shout is enough to bring an officer running to deliver justice. In such a short time, the decaying Silver Sand base has actually shown a glimmer of vitality. No matter how the winds of change blow, it doesn't affect the people on the ground. Jiang Bai lay on his recliner and said lazily, "Could this world really get any worse?" Wei Junji nodded in deep agreement. "Brother Jiang speaks the truth. I have learned much." Even though Jiang Bai said that, Wei Junji continued with his own line of thought. The governor is wise. As the old Chinese saying goes, heavy rewards attract brave men. In just these few days, the Defense Bureau has truly unearthed many talents, and even found an extraordinary individual. Jiang Bai, still lying on the recliner, couldn't even be bothered to move, simply letting out an awe. Wei Junji continued, "The Silver Sand base is truly full of hidden talent. But then again, swill never tastes sweet on both ends." "Hold on, stop right there." Jiang Bai couldn't help himself and interrupted Wei Junji. "What do you mean by swill never tastes sweet on both ends? Can that stuff ever be sweet? Brother Jiang, have you never heard this ancient saying?" Wei Junji raised an eyebrow, looking quite proud of himself. "I traded merit points for an ancient web novel fragment in the Starlight Temple. This is an ancient saying recorded in it. It is extremely rare. Besides me, no one else knows it." My deduction is that since swill contains the character for water, it must be an ancient type of fruit. One end is sweet, the other is bitter, so people use swill never tastes sweet on both ends to mean that everything has its pros and cons, and you can't have it both ways. Brother Jiang, do you know what fruit is? I read about that in another web novel. Listening to Wei Junji's showing off, Jiang Bai fell completely silent. He had wanted to correct Wei Junji, but after all, swill really isn't sweet. But seeing how Wei Junji was acting like a teacher, Jiang Bai gave up entirely. Might as well just play along. However, Jiang Bai never expected that someone writing web novels 200 years ago could be so outrageous as to pen such a nonsensical phrase about swill not being sweet on both ends. After showing off his knowledge, Wei Junji steered the topic back. Brother Jiang, great changes are coming, and we must seize the opportunity. Jiang Bai said indifferently. Debate. What debate? A pile of crap. That definitely triggered a keyword. Brother Jiang, didn't I tell you already? Wei Junji patiently repeated. The position of governor goes to the capable. Yin Chensha became governor because he guarded a secret tomb. This tomb is the key to the Silver Sand base, also known as the Silver Sand Secret Tomb. If the Silver Sand Secret Tomb stays under control, the base remains. If it goes out of control, the base has no shield left. The Secret Tomb's operating cycle is simple. It goes out of control once every 7 years. When it spirals out of control, the warden must enter the tomb to try to handle it. If they fail, they die without a trace. Jiang Bai had indeed heard Wei Junji mention this once before. The governor is responsible for guarding the Silver Sand Secret Tomb, and can also draw upon its power, making them invincible within the Silver Sand base. As long as the governor doesn't leave the base, under the protection of the secret tomb, even a divine general can do nothing to him. Who would have thought that the incumbent governor, Yin Chensha, has already been in power for 7 years? This year, or more precisely, in the last 2 months, the secret tomb is entering its window of loss of control. Once every 7 years, the Silver Sand base has existed for over 210 years, with over 31 recorded governors. Among those 31 governors, not one has managed to handle the tomb's loss of control twice. According to their deductions, the first time dealing with the loss of control is manageable, and lucky extraordinary individuals can resolve it. But the second time, it might trigger some kind of law that spikes the tomb's difficulty, leading to no survivors. In everyone's eyes, although Yin Chensha is the strongest person in the base, with the tomb loss of control imminent, this trip will surely be his death sentence. In other words, Yin Chensha is nothing more than a dead man walking. People might fear a dying man for a moment, but never for long. As for who will become the next governor after Yin Chensha dies, it all depends on who can resolve the tomb's loss of control. Yai Jin is a member of the Eclipse sect, and the sect is at its strongest during an eclipse. Wei Junji analyzed. Coincidentally, according to celestial observers, there will be 3 eclipses in the next 10 days. After pooling all the intelligence, a complete conspiracy emerged before Jiang Bai's eyes. The Silver Sand Secret Tomb is about to lose control. The governor is effectively a dead man, and among the candidates, Yi Jin is leading the pack. Yi Jin hired Nanggong Xiaoxin to enter a certain tomb to trigger a chain reaction, forcing the Silver Sand Secret Tomb to lose control early and kill the current governor. And Yi Jin himself, relying on the boost from the eclipse, will strike at his strongest, storm the Silver Sand Secret Tomb, resolve the crisis, and become the next governor. It seemed Jiang Bai had pieced together the whole conspiracy. In reality, there were still many unexplained questions. 1. Why would Yi Jin go to such trouble to hire Nanggong Xiaoxin for this? What is special about her? 2. Since the matter with Nanggong Xiaoxin is so important, why deviate to ambush Jiang Bai? 3. Even if he needed to ambush Jiang Bai, Yi Jin has hundreds of subordinates. Why Nanggong Xiaoxin? The layers of intrigue made Jiang Bai wonder if this was another trap. If it really is a trap, how should he turn the tables? On the recliner, Jiang Bai closed his eyes, pretending to nap, with no one knowing what was truly on his mind. The vice-governor's office. Jin sat at his desk, calm and composed, lacking his usual impatience, a complete transformation from his public persona. His volatility was just a disguise. Jin's depth of strategy was clearly far greater. A map was spread across the table, with a coordinate marked on it. That coordinate was the location of the 9th Research Institute, the abandoned school. There are many taboos in the Silver Sand Base, and this school is one of them. Countless people have gone missing or died suddenly there. No one knows exactly why, only rumors that the place is haunted and shouldn't be visited. At this moment, staring at the map, a feverish glint flashed deep in Yi Jin's eyes as he whispered to himself, Nangong Xiaoxin, a high-level mind mage, possessing the sequence ability Chaos. Nangong Xiaoxin was captured by Jiang Bai, and is now locked in that school. And that school is the entrance to the Silver Sand Secret Tome. Nangong Xiaoxin has been poisoned without knowing it, and she won't last 10 days. Once she dies, her sequence ability will inevitably spiral out of control. Chaos will resonate with the thing deep within the Silver Sand Secret Tome, and at that point, the tomb will open once more. And that day will be the day Yi Jin reach the peak of the Silver Sand Base. 異流小尺や東岸特性名、不利売り要領政治真空、で公明公領領領力執行的企業反部、異大繁栄領で、公平塗装的多岐、塗装きび金、で大折北の線利用つがい的街道からし、エテシオド不詳的、上地を補中、弱ゼフの医者じ、ギル、若いマクステクの西洋と、教筋不適生存的、こう、一時知恵きけ先輩。I am Jiang Bai, commencing the 4th interrogation. Real-time recording in progress. Interrogator Jiang Bai. Subject Nangong Xiaoxin. In the cramped room, a dim yellow light flickered. Jiang Bai and Nangong Xiaoxin sat face to face. Nangong Xiaoxin's head was wrapped in a thick layer of gauze. He looked much thinner than before, his complexion was pale, and an IV drip was hooked up to his arm. Jiang Bai placed a voice recorder on the table. Nangong Xiaoxin clearly wasn't seeing it for the first time. He didn't even blink. Let's pick up where we left off last time. Jiang Bai opened his notebook and read aloud, looking down. Where were we? Let's see. Oh, you were peeking at the middle-aged lady next door bathing. My bad, I grabbed the wrong book. It's a classic. Yes, an ancient classic. Jiang Bai quickly swapped notebooks, and to ease the awkwardness, he added, Technically speaking, interrogations require both audio and video recording, and they shouldn't be done alone. There should be someone else to assist and supervise. But these are special times, so we'll just have to make do with what we've got. Listening to Jiang Bai, a look of confusion appeared in Nangong Xiaoxin's eyes, and he asked, You seem to have a lot of rules you have to follow. This was the era of the 5th mysterious tide, a post-apocalyptic world where order had collapsed. For the average person, just staying alive was a luxury, let alone following all these miscellaneous rules. Generally speaking, the more rules a faction had, the more powerful they were. Jiang Bai's strength was clearly beyond that of a high-level esper. Even ordinary superhumans were no match for him. To have a powerhouse like Jiang Bai following such rules, the organization behind him must be exceptionally powerful. But that created a contradiction. A powerful organization wouldn't interfere with the Silver Sand Base for no reason, nor would they let Jiang Bai fight this battle alone. After thinking about it for a while, Nangong Xiaoxin reached a conclusion. The faction behind Jiang Bai was so confident that they believed Jiang Bai alone was enough to wipe out the Silver Sand Base. That made sense. Ever heard of the criminal code? Jiang Bai smirked. I can recite the whole thing by heart. The criminal code? Whose criminal code? Nangong Xiaoxin grew interested and pressed. So, according to this code of yours, what kind of sentence would I get? You aren't even worth the bullet it would take to execute you. Jiang Bai scoffed. Scared? What's there to be scared of? My life was yours to take anyway. A look of helpless resignation washed over Nangong Xiaoxin's face as he muttered weakly. It's actually quite funny. By your logic, you went through all that trouble to save me, only to execute me in the end. Isn't that... Nangong Xiaoxin searched for a word to describe it, but he just couldn't think of one. Jiang Bai helpfully added, taking off your pants to fart a complete waste of effort. Nangong Xiaoxin nodded slightly. Right, a waste of effort. You really are well versed in ancient knowledge. Even the superhumans I know aren't as cultured as you. He had to nod gently. Any more than that, and his head injury would flare up. Ever since he was captured, Jiang Bai had interrogated him 4 times already. Nangong Xiaoxin reflected. The first time was underground, when Jiang Bai visited in the middle of the night and interrogated him all night long. Not long after, the second interrogation came, along with a full-body physical exam. According to Jiang Bai, it was their rule even prisoners had to have a physical. The reason for the exam was simple. Jiang Bai was terrified that Nangong Xiaoxin was carrying a lethal virus that might infect the 3 people and the dog in the laboratory. Nangong Xiaoxin scoffed in complete disdain at Jiang Bai's concern. How could someone as careful and cautious as himself ever get infected with a contagious disease without knowing it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With the director's assistance, the test results came out quickly. Good news, no contagious disease. Bad news, he was heavily poisoned and near death. The toxin was a rare, high-level beast venom that had already permeated his entire body. According to the director's diagnosis, without treatment, Nangong Xiaoxin would drop dead within 3 to 5 days. As for what would happen after Nangong Xiaoxin dropped dead, the director had no way of knowing. But he was certain it wouldn't be anything good. If it weren't for Jiang Bai's rule-following physical exam, they would have been caught completely off guard and suffered a huge loss. Of course, Jiang Bai didn't do this purely out of respect for the rules. He really was just afraid that Nangong Xiaoxin was carrying a contagious virus. Only a weirdo like Jiang Bai could stumble into such a scenario. Everyone reacted differently the moment they saw the results. Nangong Xiaoxin's first reaction was, "Are you using illness to scam me?" Jiang Bai's first reaction was, "Do you have health insurance?" The director's first reaction was, "What is health insurance?" The 3 stared at each other and fell into silence. After getting over the initial denial, Nangong Xiaoxin quickly accepted reality. Jiang Bai had no reason to lie to him. Everything he knew, he had already told Jiang Bai. Nangong Xiaoxin believed that even if he hadn't said anything, Jiang Bai could have gotten the information regardless. If Jiang Bai wanted to torture him, there were hundreds of ways to do it. There was no need for such trouble. Holding the medical report, Jiang Bai said earnestly, "Although you're a prisoner and you've been cooperating well, you don't have health insurance, which puts me in a tough spot. Right now, we don't have any better treatment options, so we can only provide conservative treatment. Yes, sign here. Sign the liability waiver as well. Also this document. I acknowledge that the attending physician has no medical license and waive all rights to pursue legal action." That's right, he was preparing to perform a simple procedure on Nangong Xiaoxin. After Nangong Xiaoxin signed a dozen papers, the treatment officially began. The director soon saw what Jiang Bai meant by conservative treatment. Jiang Bai's conservative treatment was more aggressive than any procedure the director had ever seen. Nangong Xiaoxin had refined his skull into an exotic bone, and the toxin was corroding it first, so Jiang Bai had to dig out a portion of the bone. Lying on the operating table, Nangong Xiaoxin finally realized that everything Jiang Bai said that night was true. With a scalpel in hand, enhanced by his internal energy, Jiang Bai was rock steady as he scraped the poison off the bone for Nangong Xiaoxin. While scraping the bone, Jiang Bai talked to him. Cry harder. Nangong Xiaoxin? I can't cry. You must cry. Jiang Bai said solemnly. If you don't cry, it devalues the legend of General Guan. Who do you think you are, doing the same thing as him? Cry for me, and don't stop. Nangong Xiaoxin was furious, then stopped giving me anesthesia. You're giving me anesthesia, but you want me to cry. You're clearly just trying to make things difficult for me. Jiang Bai retorted indignantly, who gave you anesthesia? Nangong Xiaoxin didn't even have health insurance, and anesthesia was expensive, so Jiang Bai was saving money wherever he could. And the reason Nangong Xiaoxin felt no pain was simple. The toxin had already paralyzed his nerves. He didn't need anesthesia at all. He was already terminally ill and near death. And so, in the crude operating room, a ridiculous scene unfolded. Jiang Bai was fully focused on meticulously scraping the bone. The director was responsible for recording and assisting, and Nangong Xiaoxin was wailing at the top of his lungs like his mother had just died. After 3 hours of wailing, his voice was hoarse, and the surgery finally neared its end. After Jiang Bai removed all the toxin-corroded bone, he commanded, "Han Yi, use holy light on him." Shan Hongyi shouted, "Holy light!" In the OR, the other three looked at Shan Hongyi like they were looking at a cute kid. Jiang Bai said with disdain, "Why do you have to yell when using a sequence ability? It's so embarrassing." Shan Hongyi. Light speed cutting, a total divine separator. The holy light landed on Nangong Xiaoxin's head, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Everything seemed to be back on track. Just as the wounds were about to close completely, Nangong Xiaoxin, who had been wailing for 3 hours, let out a strange cry, went rigid, and blood spurted from his head and streamed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The room plunged into chaos. Something went wrong with the holy light. "Stop!" Jiang Bai roared, cutting off the effect of the holy light. At the same time, he picked up a needle, his right hand flashing like a shadow as he stitched up all the wounds at incredible speed. Jiang Bai's movements were 10 times faster than during the surgery. Even the director couldn't keep up with him. Shan Hongyi was dumbfounded. "No way, you were hiding skills too." After a frantic rescue, Nangong Xiaoxin's condition stabilized again, and the internal energy in his body was no longer out of control. Jiang Bai exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He looked at Shan Hongyi and said earnestly, "Hongyi, promise brother Jiang Bai, don't use holy light to heal teammates anymore." Jiang Bai's bizarre medical theater reveals a dark irony of the apocalypse. Bureaucracy and absurdity become the only forms of order left. While he treats a lethal poison with crude, non-licensed surgery, the true danger isn't the virus, but the sheer chaos hidden beneath his rules. In a world where survival is a luxury, his demand for Guan Yu-style stoicism is a psychological power play that keeps the prisoner completely off balance.
Jiang Bai took decisive action to deal with the mutation of the holy light. In the ensuing chaos, Nangong Xiaoxin lost consciousness. Shan Hongyi was confused, while only Jiang Bai and the director exchanged a look of tacit understanding where nothing was said, yet everything had been communicated. The surgery was a success. Jiang Bai removed all the abnormal bones eroded by the toxin, leaving nothing behind. Even so, Nangong Xiaoxin could not escape death. The toxin had not only eroded his abnormal bones, but had also seeped into his bloodstream, spreading throughout his entire body. Blood transfusions were not a major problem. Besides traditional medical technology, people could also use sequence abilities to assist in treatment. This stuff is way more useful than science. If Shan Hongyi's holy light hadn't malfunctioned, she would have been the best all-around doctor. But the blood vessels and organs in Nangong Xiaoxin's body were all polluted by the toxin. It would cost him his life sooner or later. According to the director's estimation, after Jiang Bai's conservative treatment, Nangong Xiaoxin could live for at least another half a month. The second interrogation was a physical examination, and the third was the surgery. Now, Jiang Bai was conducting the fourth interrogation of Nangong Xiaoxin. Jiang Bai asked, "What do you think makes you special?" Nangong Xiaoxin pondered and said, "I am very careful in everything I do, and I always leave myself a way out." After recording Nangong Xiaoxin's words faithfully, Jiang Bai did not forget to add a note. Lacks self-awareness. A guy this reckless actually thinks he is cautious? Jiang Bai just smiled and said nothing. After describing his personality, Nangong Xiaoxin continued his analysis. "My sequence ability is chaos. This ability is not rare, By the way, I chatted with a senior before coming to the Silver Sand base, and he mentioned that there are no super-powered individuals in the Silver Sand base who possess the Chaos ability. My way of entering the base didn't follow official channels either. Jiang Bai, in charge of recording, wrote furiously, his expression remaining unchanged. In reality, deep down, Jiang Bai had already earmarked the Chaos Sequence ability as a clue. It was highly likely to be the breakthrough point. An ability that is not rare, yet extinct in the Silver Sand base. Where there is an anomaly, there must be a demon. Added to that was what Wei Junji told Jiang Bai. The pattern of the Silver Sand secret grave is that it loses control every so often. Yai Jin invited Nangong Xiaoxin specifically to accelerate the timing of the Silver Sand secret grave's loss of control. To this end, he even poisoned Nangong Xiaoxin privately, wanting to kill him without anyone noticing. With these clues laid out before him, a flash of lightning crossed Jiang Bai's mind. Everything seemed to make sense now. Yai Jin intentionally delivered Nangong Xiaoxin to him. He didn't care if Nangong Xiaoxin lived or died. He only needed him to die in the right place, and that would be enough. And that right place was none other than the 9th Research Institute. If the director hadn't discovered the poisoning, if Nangong Xiaoxin hadn't emphasized the peculiarity of his chaos ability, if Wei Junji hadn't told Jiang Bai the inside story, Jiang Bai would never have guessed the truth. Jiang Bai suddenly stopped writing, looked at Nangong Xiaoxin, and asked out of the blue, "You actually guessed it, didn't you?" Nangong Xiaoxin, who had been talking eloquently, stopped. His expression turned awkward, and he admitted helplessly, "I know about the Silver Sand secret grave. You know how it is, I have nothing to do every day but read and review things. It's all just wild speculation, and I wasn't even sure if I was right." Jiang Bai hit the nail on the head. "You think that by putting the clues in front of me and letting me piece the truth together little by little, I would get more satisfaction out of it?" Nangong Xiaoxin was silent for a moment and sighed. "I suppose so." Now that he was a prisoner, if he wanted to live, he naturally had to please Jiang Bai. "Stop doing such meaningless things," Jiang Bai said sternly. "The moment you guessed it, you should have reported it to me immediately. That would count as a meritorious service. If your deliberate concealment had delayed things and caused a disaster, could you take responsibility for that? You're not performing a service. You're making a mistake." Scolded by Jiang Bai, Nangong Xiaoxin actually felt a sense of shame, and his head bowed slightly. But soon enough he realized something was wrong. "I'm the prisoner here. I'm about to die, so why the hell am I cooperating with you like this?" The tough words that rose from Nangong Xiaoxin's gut to his throat immediately turned into, "I know I was wrong. I will definitely be more careful next time." There was no help for it. Just as Jiang Bai said, Nangong Xiaoxin was now a mature prisoner. "You better have really learned your lesson," Jiang Bai said in a deep voice. "It's a good thing I was already guarding against this, and secretly moved the location where you were being held. Otherwise, we would have suffered a huge loss." Nangong Xiaoxin? You can do that too? Without knowing any clues, Jiang Bai was actually able to make a preemptive judgment and move the detention location. "No, what exactly are you guarding against?" "Guarding against thin air." "Are you playing mind games with the air?" Jiang Bai naturally had his own reasons for doing this. His original intention for doing this was to have Nangong Xiaoxin die as far away as possible. After all, the director said that Nangong Xiaoxin was poisoned and beyond salvation. If Nangong Xiaoxin were to die at the 9th Research Institute, the institute would be tainted and lose its value. On the other hand, a dying superpowered individual is an unstable factor in any case. Jiang Bai couldn't possibly keep him imprisoned at the 9th Research Institute, as he could potentially pose a threat to others. With all these factors added together, Jiang Bai made the decision to move Nangong Xiaoxin secretly. Nangong Xiaoxin didn't know why Jiang Bai did this, but at this moment he was thoroughly impressed by Jiang Bai. You shouldn't be called Jiang Bai, you should be called Jiang the schemer. The interrogation had made a major breakthrough. Jiang Bai asked a few more questions and prepared to end the session. As per the custom sign here, Jiang Bai handed the transcript to Nangong Xiaoxin and asked, "Although your merit cancels out your faults, considering your positive attitude, you can make a request. Anything over 50 star coins is out of the question. Are there any more books like this? I've finished the ones you gave me before." Nangong Xiaoxin held a book carefully. It had no cover, and the content inside was written by Jiang Bai himself. It was knowledge from 200 years ago. Back then, the Cicada Project also considered how to respond if the fourth mysterious tide destroyed the civilized world and everything needed to be rebuilt. Therefore, the participants of the Cicada Project had more or less memorized various manuals and materials. Jiang Bai had memorized the most. For one thing, his sealing process took the longest, so he could look through these materials in his spare time. On the other hand, Jiang Bai had an excellent memory and never forgot anything he read. Jiang Bai wrote some of it down and gave a few of the books to Nangong Xiaoxin to read, which was considered part of his ideological work. Ideationists naturally use their brains, so they like to read books. Nangong Xiaoxin had read these few books over and over more times than he could count. After making his request, fearing that Jiang Bai wouldn't agree, Nangong Xiaoxin explained, "I'm very interested in the content of these books, so I want to read more, especially the part about a great unity. Does such a world really exist?" Whether it was 200 years ago or 200 years later, the concept of a great unity seemed to have never been truly realized. Jiang Bai thought for a moment and gave his answer. "As it is present." "As it is present?" Nangong Xiaoxin was puzzled and asked, "Is this some kind of ancient language? Sorry, my knowledge in this area is very poor. Can you give me a hint?" "If you believe in this path and are willing to strive for it, then such a world will definitely exist," Jiang Bai explained, abbreviated as it is present. Jiang Bai's logic is a masterclass in psychological manipulation. By reframing a prisoner's desire for intellectual validation as a tactical error, he dominates the power dynamic. His as if it exists philosophy isn't just idealism. It is a calculated mechanism to weaponize hope for his own strategic goals. Like in, Nangong Xiaoxin looked thoughtful, pondering these two words carefully. There is a great secret between these two words. Of course, saying it like that is actually a bit idealistic. On this topic, Jiang Bai was unusually willing to chat a bit more. A true materialist warrior would never say such things. Idealism? Materialism? Nangong Xiaoxin became confused again. He tried his best to write down every word Jiang Bai said, so that he would have enough time to reflect on them when he was alone in silence. Nangong Xiaoxin asked, "Then, what kind of things would the materialist warrior you speak of say?" "Your materialist grandpa doesn't talk nonsense." Jiang Bai curled his lips into a smile and spoke in a steady voice, as if it had been tempered by fire. "Real men prefer to just take action." Jiang Bai is 200 years older than Nangong Xiaoxin, so it is not unreasonable for him to refer to himself as grandpa. The development of things is a spiral ascent. This rotten world is responsible for the spiral, and Jiang Bai is responsible for making it rise. That sounds quite reasonable. Listening to Jiang Bai, Nangong Xiaoxin didn't quite understand, but felt it sounded very impressive. Although he was a high-level mentalist, he was currently poisoned, had not recovered from a serious illness, and had one foot in the grave. What could be said, what could not, what should be said, and what shouldn't, Nangong Xiaoxin had said it all. The interesting thing was that Jiang Bai didn't use torture, didn't play the emotional card, and didn't even use any sequence abilities. Everything was done according to his own strange set of rules. And just like that, Quite naturally, Nangong Xiaoxin told him everything he knew. In terms of intelligence, Nangong Xiaoxin had no more value. He had no combat power left, nor any hidden assets. Everything was gone. So he asked one last question: what else can I do? Nangong Xiaoxin didn't know why he asked that. He was a dying man, and the first thought of a dying person is always that they don't want to die. But Nangong Xiaoxin had to face the reality of his impending death, and he wanted to use his remaining time to do something. Even if Jiang Bai let him go now, Nangong Xiaoxin had nowhere else to go. The moment he left this place, he would be hunted down and killed by Ye Jin's men. He could only stay here, and do something. Do something? This question did not stump Jiang Bai, and he replied naturally, "If you are really that bored, why don't you record your life?" Nangong Xiaoxin asked in confusion, "Is there any value in such a record?" For the present, it doesn't have much value, but for the future, any record has research value. It just needs a little time to settle. Jiang Bai patted Nangong Xiaoxin on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "We are a nation with a long history. This longevity is longer than you can imagine, and at the same time, we are a nation with a future." After saying that, Jiang Bai turned and left, leaving Nangong Xiaoxin alone in the room. Nangong Xiaoxin remained immersed in their conversation, unable to pull himself out. After a long time, Nangong Xiaoxin came back to his senses and said weakly, "If you want me to record it, at least give me some paper and a pen." From outside the door, the voice of a little girl drifted in. "A pen costs 50 star coins, and a notebook costs 800 star coins. Nangong Xiaoxin? Is it really that expensive? Has inflation hit?" Nangong Xiaoxin had a more practical question. "Where would I get the money?" The little girl was prepared. "You can sign an IOU with a monthly interest rate of 3%. As she spoke, a slip of paper was shoved in and landed in front of Nangong Xiaoxin, already detailing the loan amount, monthly interest, and repayment deadline. Just as Nangong Xiaoxin was about to press his thumbprint, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. This guy, he wouldn't have said all that just to sell me paper and a pen, right? No way. He couldn't be that much of a scoundrel, could he? I'll trust him one last time. The tea shop business was slow, and Jiang Bai lay in his recliner, yawning from time to time. Ever since he took over this shop, he had always been like this. However, Jiang Bai had made quite a bit of money during this period. The governor paid a visit and gave Jiang Bai 300,000 star coins for free, instantly covering the 30,000 star coins he spent to rent the shop. Treating Nangong Xiaoxin's illness didn't cost much, which could be ignored. In the confession Nangong Xiaoxin gave earlier, he had hidden a lot of wealth in other bases, which was Jiang Bai's biggest haul. If Jiang Bai had to go retrieve these items himself, it would be time-consuming and exhausting, and it was a critical time. By the time he got back, the opportunity would be long gone. Therefore, Jiang Bai used Wei Junji as a middleman to sell this information directly at the Starlight Temple, exchanging it for 1.5 million star coins. Added to the 400,000 star coins Jiang Bai had earned earlier, plus the 800,000 borrowed from the little girl. After calculating everything and deducting the expenses, Jiang Bai had nearly 3 million star coins in hand. Trouble was brewing, a fierce battle was imminent, and Jiang Bai needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible and convert the resources at his disposal into combat power. He was just calculating how to spend it when he saw Wei Junji rushing over in a panic. "Brother Jiang." As soon as Wei Junji entered the tea shop, he closed the door and lowered his voice, saying, "Something terrible has happened." Jiang Bai rolled his eyes. "Why did your master get kidnapped by a demon?" "What?" Wei Junji felt that Jiang Bai's words sounded familiar, though he wasn't sure where he had heard them before. Unable to dwell on that, Wei Junji said seriously, "This is not the time for jokes. The entrance to the Silver Sand secret tome has appeared." Jiang Bai smiled. "The person in the shop to my left is from Ye Jin, And the one on the right is from the Moon God Society. Are you sure you want to talk about this with me right now? Wei Junji choked, feeling that it really wasn't appropriate, and besides, did Jiang Bai get it wrong? Before Wei Junji could speak, a muffled voice came from Jiang Bai's left side. I am from the Moon God Society. The person on the right bit the bullet and said, "The Eclipse sect bears you no ill will. I am only here to facilitate communication." Jiang Bai had reversed their identities. Since they had been discovered, they had to speak up and correct him. Otherwise, if Jiang Bai dirtied their names for no reason, they would have a lot of trouble to deal with back at their sects. Thinking about it from this perspective, Jiang Bai might have intentionally reversed their identities. Jiang Bai looked at Wei Junji with a smile on his lips. "Do you want to find a more convenient place to talk?" Wei Junji was all too familiar with that kind of smile. One word: money. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem for Wei Junji. 30,000. While stating the price, Wei Junji secretly signaled a 5 with his hand. Jiang Bai understood his meaning instantly. Pay 30,000 and issue an invoice for 50,000. This kid is taking a 20,000 kickback. He makes money even easier than Jiang Bai. Cash or card? Card. Beep. 30,000 star coins arrived on Jiang Bai's card. Take people's money, solve their problems. Wei Junji walked to the door, preparing to move to a place where they could talk more conveniently. Jiang Bai, however, remained sitting in his recliner and didn't get up. Click. The sound of a pistol being cocked echoed crisply in the tea shop. Jiang Bai slammed the cocked gun onto the table and said coldly, "Get lost." The boss of the shop to the left hoisted his chair and ran, while the boss on the right started a bit slower and didn't even close his door. As soon as the two of them ran, the bosses of half the street started running away too. Seeing this, the others, even though they didn't know what was going on, decided to run first and ask questions later. In less than 10 minutes, only a few people were left in the entire trading market, while everyone else had fled to take cover. Now it's convenient to talk. Jiang Bai picked up the teapot at his side, took a sip of tea, and said leisurely, "Go ahead." Jiang Bai is the ultimate master of psychological warfare. By weaponizing bureaucratic absurdities and financial debt, he forces his opponents into submission without lifting a finger. This proves that in a world of high-stakes power, information control and monetization are far more lethal than raw combat abilities. Jiang Bai scared everyone away, and no one dared to eavesdrop on their conversation. Just by chambering around, Jiang Bai had already earned 30,000. Wei Junji didn't feel it was a loss. Since the Starlight Temple was footing the bill, and he could skim a little off the top, why not? The bigger the commotion Jiang Bai made, the more worth it that money was. Wei Junji grabbed a folding stool, moved it next to Jiang Bai, sat down and began to speak. The entrance to the Silver Sand secret tome has appeared. The destabilization of the secret tomb happens in several stages. It does not occur all at once. The appearance of the entrance means that the 7-year promise is not far off. You have already said that once. Jiang Bai yawned and said nonchalantly, "And then? Have you given any thought to what we discussed earlier?" Wei Junji lowered his voice and used his hand to make a pistol gesture. "If you take out Yi Jin with a shot, not only will our Starlight Temple be in your debt, but the governor will also be very pleased. You two seemed to get it along quite well, didn't you?" During this period, various factions had long since investigated the reason for the governor's sudden change in stance. Before those many gubernatorial decrees were issued, the governor had visited the trading market once and had a conversation with Jiang Bai. No one knows the content of that conversation. The only certainty is that Jiang Bai's words had an impact on the governor. Get along well? Jiang Bai sneered. He made such a huge fuss, practically telling everyone about it. Is that using me as a pawn or getting along well? Wei Junji was stunned. He hadn't expected Jiang Bai to have such an attitude. I have looked through the historical archives of the Silver Sand base. Jiang Bai said languidly. 7 years ago, when the governor took office, the Silver Sand base had 2.6 million people. Now there are barely 2 million left. 7 years ago, the governor's office had 12 transcendent powerhouses. Now there are only 4. 7 years ago, the Silver Sand base had a revenue of 18.864 billion star coins. Last year, the revenue was 13.246 billion. Jiang Bai listed a whole stack of data, and his meaning was clear. This governor really hasn't done a good job. Every data point is in decline. There are no powerhouses, the population has plummeted, and revenues are down. This data was originally top secret information for the Silver Sand base. Even Wei Junji only knew a thing or two about it, nowhere near as detailed as what Jiang Bai had. Moreover, one could clearly hear the disdain for the governor in Jiang Bai's tone. Wei Junji hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately kept it to himself. After listening to Jiang Bai's rant, Wei Junji knew that the option of taking out Ye Jin was off the table. Of course, he hadn't held much hope for it to begin with. Once Jiang Bai fell silent, Wei Junji asked, "The entrance is opening, and according to the rules, to compete for the position of governor, one must obtain certification through the entrance. Otherwise, if the Silver Sand secret tome goes out of control in the future, you won't be able to enter. Jiang Bai, our Starlight Temple is preparing to form a team to explore the entrance. Are you interested in joining?" Wei Junji laid out the Starlight Temple's requirements and terms. As a vice captain, Jiang Bai could bring one assistant and act with the team. The captain would not interfere with Jiang Bai's actions, and Jiang Bai's authority would be second only to the captain's. The Starlight Temple requested at least 4 slots for themselves. Before the team sets off, the Starlight Temple would give Jiang Bai half a visualization map and 500,000 star coins as a down payment. Upon completion, the other half of the map would be delivered. A full visualization map as a reward, one has to say. The Starlight Temple was showing great sincerity this time. Jiang Bai had only one question. What grade is the visualization map? According to our internal 9-grade classification, it counts as a 3rd grade. Wei Junji added, 9 is the highest. Jiang Bai closed his eyes. He wasn't a scavenger, and he had no interest in collecting junk. Wei Junji was sensible enough. Once he had delivered the message, he stood up immediately. "If you make up your mind, you can contact me at any time. I am on standby 24 hours a day." With that, he left in a hurry. Being around Jiang Bai always gave Wei Junji a strong sense of pressure. This guy is incredibly deep and unpredictable, reminding Wei Junji of the old saying, "Walking with a monarch is like walking with a tiger." Brother Jiang Bai. After Wei Junji left, Shan Hongyi walked up to Jiang Bai and asked, somewhat confused, "Is the governor really as bad as you said?" After interacting with him that day, she actually thought he seemed like a pretty nice person. She didn't expect to hear a completely different version of the governor from Jiang Bai today. The adult world is complicated, filled with intertwined interests. Not everything is black and white. Jiang Bai explained patiently. Data can be deceiving. The previous governors didn't face such complex situations, and even if they did nothing, the Silver Sand base could have thrived. Since our governor took office, there has been a constant barrage of natural disasters and human chaos. If it were any other governor, it would be considered a victory if the population didn't drop by half. For the Silver Sand base to still have 2 million people is actually quite an achievement. Besides, it is said that he opened up trade routes, and even as the situation deteriorated, he managed to help relocate 100,000 people over 7 years using those routes. The reduction in transcendent powerhouses is also because they are all outside maintaining those trade routes. The rot in the Defense Department can be interpreted as a helpless move. He had to focus his strength on solving the primary contradictions. Listening to Jiang Bai's explanation, Shan Hongyi was even more confused. She couldn't help but ask, so is he a good person or a bad person? One moment he's good, one moment he's bad, then he's good again. Why does this person flip-flop so much? I already told you, things in this world are not black and white. You can't just slap a good person or bad person label on someone. Jiang Bai said calmly. Judging by the facts, he is indeed a qualified Silver Sand governor. However, after his visit, his successive actions have instead put me on the hot seat, making the situation among the various factions even more subtle. Under this pressure, I either lean entirely toward the governor's office and work for him, or I become a target for everyone else, serving as a distraction for him. His schemes are so loud, I could hear them even if I covered my ears. Regardless of the scenario, it's all gain for him and no loss, but for me, while there aren't many downsides, there's no benefit either. Watching the indignant brother Jiang Bai, Shan Hongyi had an illusion. If the governor hadn't brought 300,000 that day, but 3 billion, brother Jiang Bai might have just wiped out the other 3 families. The power of money is the key to motivating Jiang Bai. If the funding is enough, he'll even beat up the governor. In the tea shop, Jiang Bai lay on the lounge chair, eyes closed in fake slumber. Outside the market, winds were rising, and a storm that would sweep across the entire Silver Sand base was coming. It was unclear who would have the last laugh this time. The governor's mansion. The reception hall. The figure was still seated at the top, while a person knelt on the ground not far away, head bowed, reporting something. The governor suddenly interrupted. Did he really say that? The man nodded repeatedly. I swear on my life, word for word. I have recordings and video as proof Jiang Bai said it to me personally. The one kneeling on the ground was none other than Wei Junji. Besides the Starlight Temple, he had a secret identity, a mole sent by the governor. Interesting. Yin Chensha changed his posture, his fingers tracing the armrest as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Did Jiang Bai know that Wei Junji would report back to him? Did Jiang Bai see through Wei Junji's identity? No, that's not right. It shouldn't be that simple. Jiang Bai has a motive for everything he does. Since he knew these words would reach my ears, what was his purpose in saying them? He mentioned a lot of data. Yin Chensha's eyes lit up, as if he had caught onto something. Statistics is a thankless task. The data in Jiang Bai's hands was extremely detailed, perhaps too detailed. Some of the data Jiang Bai mentioned wasn't even recorded by the governor's mansion, yet Jiang Bai had it. Wei Junji assumed that Jiang Bai had obtained this data from the governor's mansion, so he rushed over to warn that there might be a mole inside. As a veteran mole himself, he knew exactly what a mole smelled like. There was definitely a mole. However, only Yin Chensha himself knew that he never possessed that data to begin with. So, where did Jiang Bai get the data, and why was it so detailed? Yin Chensha's expression froze. He guessed the answer, and he knew what Jiang Bai was trying to tell him. Behind Jiang Bai, there is a powerhouse who wields the heavenly question. Esharaka itteksaka, tansho kyoka amaku. Tsuhu ozonan yingingi sogijakuji, ifulzeshkuteki jokro koko. Koze shinrigakchu teki techiteri, yegen hontekushuji nyuryo, jiga shokuteki hataokchu. Heaven's Inquiry, a power in the heavenly sequence, ranked number 11. Every heaven-type Esper possesses infinite potential. At the very least, they are destined to become extraordinary beings. Heaven's Inquiry, while not among the absolute top-tier abilities, is nonetheless quite unique. Any user of Heaven's Inquiry is qualified to be an honored guest of major factions. If they were willing to join forces like the Starlight Temple, the Moon Goddess Society, or the Eclipse Cult, those organizations would even be willing to offer them a position as Vice Master. Rumor has it that among the users of Heaven's Inquiry, there are even top-tier powerhouses who converse and laugh with the Heavenly Emperor as close friends, standing at the summit of the world to overlook the masses. With a powerhouse capable of wielding Heaven's Inquiry behind him, Jiang Bai's decision to proactively reveal this fact carries profound significance. The first layer of meaning is a warning. Yin Chensha's previous actions, forcing Jiang Bai to pick a side through sheer momentum, were hardly honorable when brought into the light. Now that Jiang Bai has a Heaven's Inquiry expert backing him, Yin Chensha will have to carefully weigh whether he can withstand the other party's wrath before resorting to similar tactics again. The second layer of meaning is an olive branch. Heaven's Inquiry has a natural, unique advantage in intelligence gathering, which often produces miraculous results. By the same token, if one wishes to conceal their own presence, it is very difficult for others to discover them. By proactively exposing the existence of Heaven's Inquiry, Jiang Bai is not only issuing a warning but also extending an olive branch for an alliance to Yin Chensha. With a mysterious powerhouse supporting him, Jiang Bai is fully qualified to form an alliance with Yin Chensha. If, prior to this conversation, Yin Chensha had viewed Jiang Bai merely as a piece on the chessboard, interesting, perhaps, but too weak to influence the overall situation, then upon learning of the existence of Heaven's Inquiry, Jiang Bai has transcended the role of a mere pawn. Even if he cannot be called a player, he is now capable of maneuvering freely across the board. Yin Chensha quickly finished his deliberation and threw out another question. You mentioned before that Jiang Bai was looking for a visualization map. Wei Junji replied, yes, I suspect he wants to cultivate two paths simultaneously. Yin Chensha reached out, rummaged through the void for a moment, and finally produced an object. He tossed it casually in front of Wei Junji and said coldly, find an opportunity to get this into Jiang Bai's hands. Wei Junji looked up and held the object in both hands. It was a scroll. On the back of the scroll were written a few ancient dark gold Chinese characters. Visualization map, 9 dragons. Meanwhile, at the trading market outside the cold cicada shop, a disheveled man in a lab coat stood beside Jiang Bai, scratching his head nervously. Jiang Bai, maybe we should just drop this. It was clear that the director was still unsure about what was about to happen. Is this really going to work? Jiang Bai had anticipated this and analyzed it for the director. You saw what happened last time when Shan Hongyi used holy light, right? The director nodded, remembering it vividly. Ever since Jiang Bai used his power, the holy light turned into poison, and Heaven's Inquiry became a total mystery. With one move, Jiang Bai had taken out his own support and healer, successfully scoring a double kill. Jiang Bai continued to bluff. You are a researcher. We cannot dabble in feudal superstitions. We must be scientific, right? The director nodded again. That logic was sound. Jiang Bai analyzed. Based on my deductions, either there is a problem with my power, and the sequence ability mutates after being interrupted, much like the 1 + 1 = 3 we saw earlier. Or, there is a mysterious force or entity secretly affecting everything around me. Looking at it now, these are the only 2 possibilities, right? The director paused, wanting to refute, but he couldn't find any flaws in the logic. To him, the former seemed more likely. Jiang Bai's second theory was just chalking everything inexplicable up to mysticism. You are being a bit superstitious. Since we need to test this theory, we should perform more experiments. Why not use this opportunity to make some money? Jiang Bai pulled an abacus out of nowhere and calculated the accounts for the director on the spot. Every time you activate Heaven's Inquiry, it costs you energy and materials. That's money, isn't it? Even putting those costs aside, our research institute owes so much money. Director, don't you lose sleep at night because of your debts? The director replied truthfully, I don't sleep at night. The lab only had electricity at night, so he was too busy with experiments to ever sleep. What about during the day? I don't sleep then either. Doesn't your conscience hurt then? The director. Occasionally, when I think about it, unlike Jiang Bai, the director actually had a conscience. To awaken Jiang Bai, the director had not only spent his entire life savings but also incurred a sky-high debt. On his own, the director would never be able to pay it off in his lifetime. Fortunately, when it came to making money, Jiang Bai was a professional. He suggested the director set up a stall to tell fortunes and answer questions, charging consultation fees. Since Heaven's inquiry had essentially turned into a waste, he might as well use this opportunity to rake in a fortune. The director still couldn't get past his inner struggle. But what if the information I give ends up misleading people? What a bonus. Jiang Bai barely held back from saying that out loud and retorted, "Does Heaven's inquiry ever get it wrong?" The director was immensely confident, "Of course not." Jiang Bai said with righteous indignation, "The information we provide is correct. Charging a bit of money is fair, isn't it? Where else could you find such a great deal?" Hiss. It sounded like it made sense, but upon closer inspection, the problems were huge. The director hesitated, but the misleading parts. The current Heaven's inquiry did provide true information, but it often withheld the most critical details, causing misdirection. In intelligence gathering and analysis, such misdirection could be fatal. Jiang Bai had been prepared for this. How about this? We add a line to our consultation results. The above information is true and valid, but is provided for reference only and does not serve as a final conclusion. How about that? Besides, given the high prices I've set, half of the people in Silver Sand Base who have money to seek our fortunes are our enemies, and the other half are potential enemies. The director understood what he was implying without Jiang Bai needing to say it. The director nodded hesitantly and finally agreed to Jiang Bai's plan. He was honest but not foolish. Currently, the political situation in Silver Sand Base was at its most sensitive moment. The Ninth Research Institute was in a very awkward position. They belonged to no faction and had offended Yi Jin. They had no alliances with anyone. Once the storm hit, they would likely be the first to be destroyed. Jiang Bai needed resources to become stronger, and the director needed a way to protect Jiang Bai and Shan Hongyi. The director, who was once a divine general, was certainly no knave saint. Though he wouldn't intentionally scam people, he was more than capable of helping Jiang Bai pull a scam. The director's hesitation earlier wasn't because he was afraid to scam others, but because he was worried his acting skills wouldn't be up to par, and he would ruin things for Jiang Bai. Looking at it now, Jiang Bai had everything prepared to ensure nothing went wrong. Once everything was ready, Jiang Bai shouted at the top of his lungs, "Step right up, don't miss out. A Heaven's Inquiry expert is here to answer your questions. Great prices, honest service. You won't find another shop like this. Members of the 3 major cults get a 20% discount. Deputy governors get a 50% discount. Jiang Bai is turning his distorted ability into a weaponized service, effectively using information asymmetry to manipulate his enemies. By offering discounts to hostile factions, he is not just earning money, he is seeding chaos. This calculated risk forces us to rethink the value of truth in a high-stakes environment sometimes. The most dangerous weapon is not a sword, but a half-truth sold to the highest bidder. I possess the power of Heaven's Inquiry, and I offer answers for a price." This sign had barely been hung up before it immediately drew the intense attention of all major factions. They dispatched scouts at once to verify the truth, while simultaneously reporting the intelligence to their headquarters, awaiting further instructions. This matter is of great importance and allows for no carelessness whatsoever. By the time these spies arrived at the cold cicada shop, Jiang Bai was already chatting happily with a chubby man. "Deputy Governor Yin, this is a precious recipe I found in an ancient book. You mix milk, tea and sugar to make what's called milk tea, or asagong. People in ancient times loved this drink the most." Jiang Bai handed a cup of milk tea to the man for him to taste. The man Jiang Bai called Deputy Governor Yin was portly, looking 80% like Yin Chensha, yet his temperament was completely different. He was all smiles, looking like a wealthy country squire. Yin Chenfei held the milk tea and chuckled. "Don't be so formal, Boss Jiang. If you don't mind, just call me Old Fei." Having said that, he took a sip of the milk tea and his eyes lit up. "Hey, you have to admit, this is actually pretty good. Those ancient folks really knew how to enjoy life." Holding the milk tea, Yin Chenfei sighed with emotion. I've heard that 1,000 years ago, milk tea was everywhere and everyone could afford it. What a prosperous time that must have been. This cup of milk tea used the finest tea leaves from the tea master, fresh cow's milk and white sugar. Any one of these ingredients would be considered a luxury in a commoner's household. Once mixed together, a single sip costs half a month's food budget for a family of 3. How could something like this not taste good? Listening to Yin Chenfei's kanga, Jiang Bai's expression remained unchanged. Yin Chenfei didn't stand on ceremony either. He held his tea, lay back on Jiang Bai's recliner, and waved his hand, saying leisurely, "I won't keep you from your business, boss Jiang. You two carry on. My brother finds me an eyesore at home, so he told me to get lost." Seeing Yin Chenfei's figure from afar, the spies' hearts all sank. An esper who masters heaven's inquiry is indeed a hot commodity anywhere, that much is true. But if an esper with such power isn't strong enough themselves, it's like a child walking through a busy market carrying a fortune they are bound to meet with misfortune. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is not an uncommon sight in this era. However, Yin Chenfei's appearance extinguished any such ideas everyone had. The governor's own brother, one of the 4 deputy governors, a transcendent powerhouse. With him holding the fort, no one in the Yinsha base would dare to act recklessly. The spies immediately formed an orderly line, stepping forward one by one to consult Jiang Bai about the transaction process. Jiang Bai had been prepared. He snapped his fingers, and a dark shadow immediately lunged out from the shop. The shadow was none other than Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf had a string of flyers hanging around its neck, each printed with the fee schedule and rules. It walked among the crowd handing out the flyers. If anyone dared to take 2, Blood Wolf would stare at them coldly and stick out a claw. Either return one or pay up. It even had a point-of-sale terminal hanging around its neck that accepted card payments. After receiving their flyers, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Less than half an hour later, someone else arrived in a hurry. The first one to arrive was indeed Wei Junji. Jiang Bai was not the least bit surprised. He believed that among the 4 forces in Yinsha base, Wei Junji was working for at least 2 of them. "Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang." Wei Junji was all smiles, his voice full of joy. "I just finished reporting to the main hall and rushed over right away. This time, I've brought you something good." Saying this, he took out a wooden box and placed it in front of Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai asked, despite knowing the answer, "What is this?" "A contemplation chart." Wei Junji pressed his hand on the box and said in a low voice, "My main hall couldn't even determine the grade of this chart, but I can guarantee it's worth no less than 5 million star coins. Truth be told, Brother Jiang, the origin of this chart is, well, not exactly honorable. If it's discovered later that this chart is in your hands, the Starlight Temple will never admit we had such a transaction. Clearly the chart was stolen goods, something that couldn't see the light of day. Wei Junji was using it to trade with Jiang Bai as a way to fence the stolen item." "Oh." Jiang Bai nodded. "In that case, let's value your 500,000 star coin chart at 300,000 in cash." "Wei Junji? How did it depreciate so much in just 2 sentences?" Wei Junji made a move to take the chart back, but Jiang Bai pressed his hand down on it first. Jiang Bai said in a low voice, "He already told me everything." "Huh?" Wei Junji was taken aback and blurted out, "You only just found out I'm with the Moon God Association?" Jiang Bai. He had still underestimated the guy's level of shamelessness. Jiang Bai had only been bluffing, yet Wei Junji's response was flawless. The fact that he was a double agent might be an open secret in the circle. He wasn't worried about it leaking at all. Jiang Bai kept his hand on the box, his attitude firm. "Take a smaller cut this time." Wei Junji had to back down. "Fine, I only have one question. Let that Heaven's Inquiry Esper come out." "You can't meet him." Jiang Bai pointed to a screen and introduced. "He's behind that screen. You ask from across the screen, and the answer will be delivered to you." Wei Junji countered. "Then how do I know if the answer is real or fake?" Jiang Bai was incomparably confident. Heaven's inquiry cannot be wrong. Wei Junji persisted. But what if someone tampers with it? Just as Jiang Bai was about to say, "Are you here to pick a fight?" the person behind the screen suddenly spoke up. "I am willing to swear to the God General that my answer contains no deception and is absolutely true." Swearing to the God General? Jiang Bai recalled that the director once told him that powerhouses at the level of the God General, the Citagava, and the Heavenly Emperor could sense it even if their true names were whispered. Swearing an oath to them was a common means of ensuring trust. With the oath as a constraint, the transaction was guaranteed, and Wei Junji relaxed and began bargaining with Jiang Bai. Finally, the two agreed that Wei Junji would provide one contemplation chart, 1 million star coins worth of materials, and 500,000 in cash, while Jiang Bai would issue an invoice for 3 million and pay taxes on 3 million. Deal. After making the payment promptly, Wei Junji quickly stated his question. At the final stage of the entrance to the Yinsha secret grave, what is the passcode? This stage was the most difficult one, with an incredibly high elimination rate. Who knows how many people have fallen at this stage? Therefore, this was the question Wei Junji cared about most. The director behind the screen shook his head. "You can't ask for the answer directly. You must provide the question first." Hearing this, Jiang Bai was deeply gratified. The director had improved. Self-taught and already learning how to fleece customers. In fact, the use of Heaven's inquiry required following proper steps with many rules. The director was just stating the facts and had no intention of scamming Wei Junji. Wei Junji didn't care. "Then give me the question." With the question in hand, was he afraid he wouldn't find the answer? What a joke. As long as he had the question, with the manpower and financial resources of the Starlight Temple, the Moon God Association, and the governor's office, wouldn't getting the answer be a breeze? A blank sheet of paper was laid flat on the table in front of Wei Junji. As Heaven's inquiry was activated, small, dense characters began to appear on the paper. There were numbers, text, and many symbols. This is... Jiang Bai looked at the problem emerging on the paper and fell into a long silence. Yin Chenfei and Shan Hongyi also crowded around, looking at the symbols on the paper, feeling completely baffled. Wei Junji asked curiously, "Do you recognize this stuff?" Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai nodded, his mouth twitching wildly, and he said helplessly, "In my era, this was called advanced mathematics. 英尺一句高等数学、春夜ハマツ制度と正型た価格、米また S 文明度的高くなれ、風絶市場的有連半部、工作事業新速フレ商材、破価会ハオテク、革新割れ、中本未修税最高、本的流通コア、